Good morning, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Theist Helpline at www.theisthelpline.com. Our friendly and helpful hosts, sorry, it was Halloween recently. I'm thinking ghosts for some reason. Hope you all had a good Halloween. Our helpful and friendly hosts of the Theist Helpline in alphabetical order are Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academical, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. Dale Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. Mobarak Abusharifah is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter DeTukker's YouTube show. Peter DeTukker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands. Inspired by Aaron Ross, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnabosco, and others, he started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media, etc. I'm Randolf Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm an advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. If you would like links to these to the websites and more information about our hosts, please take a look at www.theisthelpline.com and click on the About section. That will tell you, that'll give you a list of all of these, and you can even find a link to Tom Jump's church website in there. We also have a special thank you for our sponsors, the Politics Discord at discord.gg/politics. But it looks like they have a politics.gg website now. I'm going to have to get some updates here on that. And there's also the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca that sponsors the website. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in today. And before we get started, just wanted to find out if we had any quick words from our hosts before we begin. Thank you. I guess everyone. Go ahead, Tom.
Sounds like everyone's ready to get started.
Exactly. I know today is the day. Randolph, Taco, TJump.
We're all going to become theists.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if I love Amy's optimism or if I have some trepidations about it. Hello, Moguldose. How are you today?
Your microphone is muted. You might want to click unmute.
And you're not server muted. It's all on you this time.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
So, do you believe in a God?
Why wouldn't I?
Because we generally have good reasons for our beliefs. And so, do you have a good reason for why you believe in a God?
Before I get into the good reasons for why I believe in God, what are the good reasons against God existing?
So,
Okay, so you're trying to put a burden of proof on us here. We're actually inviting people to provide us a convincing argument for why a goddess or a god or multiple deities exist. Some of us, like myself, I don't actually have really anything against like I don't actually say there absolutely are no deities. Now there are certain deities I can discount, like Allah, the god of Islam, or Yahweh, the god of Christianity, because of certain paradoxes that go along with those deities, such as omniscience and omnipotence. There are other reasons to discount certain deities. So when I've examined those ones, yeah, I'm finding them not convincing. But what can you tell us about the goddess or the god? I guess Amy already established with you a god. Maybe you can tell us a bit about the one that you believe in.
Yeah, so you said that there are certain paradoxes regarding the law, for example. I would say that's disagreeable, but I think you said something else which I'm trying to retain. I'm trying to remember what you said.
well, can I just ask you, Mog? Does
He said a whole bunch of stuff. What were you saying?
Mog, does everything that exists have a cause?
No, I don't believe every single thing has a cause.
It doesn't? Can,
Like, for
okay.
example, the first cause isn't going to have a cause, obviously, and the first cause is a thing. So
Okay, so you believe in a god for first cause reasons.
yeah, what's the problem?
There we go. We're getting closer. Is there a specific
Oh,
type
right,
of
I
god you
get it.
believe for first
I
cause
remember what
reasons?
he said. Wait, hold on. My bad. My apologies for interrupting you. I remember that what I was going to ask the other guy who was speaking was, what does he mean by convincing arguments? Because obviously someone can present a logically sound argument, which is not convincing to the skeptic. So to ask for a convincing argument, is it really going to meet the metric for good evidence to me?
I think a sound argument would convince everyone here, or most likely convince
I think there are
everyone
sound
here.
arguments which don't convince people, of course. There are people who
Yeah,
disagree with sound arguments.
probably not, no.
Oppositions which has sound arguments.
So
It's possible, but probably not, right?
Any rational person will believe a sound argument. Present a sound argument, and will believe it.
What do you mean by a rational person?
A rational person is someone who follows the logic. So, give us an argument.
Someone can follow the logic, but is unaware of
Give us an argument.
Give us
the argument. Give us the argument.
So you're just pressing me into giving an argument because you don't want to answer my question.
Give the arguments. If you don't have any, we'll just kick you off the stage and move to somebody else. Arguments, evidence,
anyways.
Stop wasting our time.
Why do you try to play this rhetorical shtick?
This isn't rhetorical. This is trying to get you to get to the point. Give us an argument or evidence or go away.
Well, I was getting to the point that you guys were mentioning, and you keep on dodging by saying, give me an argument.
Stop wasting our time. Last warning.
Sure. So what about what's you guys' issues with the Neoplatonic argument?
Well, don't believe Platonic objects exist. There's no evidence they exist. The consensus is they don't exist. So
that's not what I said. You're not tracking. I never mentioned the existence of Platonic objects. You're not tracking.
But Mog,
the argument.
Yeah, that's what I really want.
I said the Neoplatonic argument.
Say the argument, not the name of the argument. Give the premises, dumbass.
So you don't know the arguments, cool. So the premises is just going to be based on the fact that for all things which are ontologically composite, there has to be something which is ontologically simple to ground the existence of these things, and that being would be God.
That's not the Neoplatonic argument. You are a dumbass.
Of course it is.
It is not. Neoplatonic argument
is the
argument
that
version of
Platonism in the Enneads. You're wrong. Sorry.
Oh, you are
Read
wrong.
a book.
So Neoplatonic arguments are arguing for a Platonic object.
You're trolling me, right?
Idiot. You being an idiot is not my problem.
So you make an idiotic
What you are
comment,
arguing for is
and
an
then you call me
argument
an idiot.
for you are an idiot. So what you're arguing for is actually an argument for a necessary being, which has nothing to do with Neoplatonism.
Ibn Sina, for example, an Islamic Neoplatonist, does not argue for Platonic objects in this argument for God's existence. What are you talking about? Plotinus, for example, in the Enneads. What are you talking about? You don't even know what the Neoplatonic argument is.
You just stated it, and it's
the Neoplatonic argument aims to derive the one, which is ontologically simple, from knowing the many. Dummy,
yes,
what are you talking about?
There is no one. There is no argument there. You're a dumbass.
Do you know what the Platonic object is?
Yes, I do.
What is a Platonic object?
Goodbye. next.
But also, can I just point out how they never want to defend their own, like what they actually believe? Because they know. He said it somewhere in there. He's like, you're not going to believe it because of my reasons.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm a Christian. I thought I'd give it a shot.
Well, good morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I think I'm not like the most termed person, so I'll do my best. I just think it's more reasonable to believe that a god or a theistic being created the universe. And the reason being is because if we go back to a singularity, or we just go back to the Big Bang, space, matter, and time, whatever created space, matter, and time can't be made of it. So a timeless, spaceless, powerful, immaterial cause, and I think that would be God. Obviously, it's not the Christian God at this point, but the theistic God at least.
So why are you adamant that it must be just one creator and not, say, multiple creators that work together, that were equal in stature and power and knowledge and all that?
I can say that it's reasonable to suggest that'd be the case as well, but that's why we have to go more deeper, to figure out.
Well, I have to say, I think, the fact that you're undecided on this, I think that's a fair answer. You're so far one of the very few Christians, actually, among theists, who are willing to entertain that idea, and I appreciate that very much. So when you're talking about timeless and spaceless, perhaps it would help if you could explain what you mean by that, because the first thing that a lot of people will understand that as is meaning that leads to non-existence. So, because if you're not participating in time and space, like, what's the point? You're not existing as part of reality. You're nowhere in the cosmos. But perhaps you would like to clarify what you mean by timeless and spaceless in case there's a misunderstanding here.
Yeah, of course. So when we think of timelessness, timelessness being is not subject to limitations of time. It does not have past or present or future. Instead, it exists as an eternal state, where all moments are simultaneous. I would say that this is what I would call existing outside of time. Spacelessness, I would say a spaceless being is not confined to any physical location or dimension. And the way that we are, it's not limited to a specific place in the cosmos. It exists beyond physical space. And I would say the reason for describing the first cause as timeless and spaceless, in the cosmological argument, is to pretty much just emphasize that it's not bound by their natural laws and it exists transcendent. Hopefully that answers a little bit.
Yeah, that does help. So I think perhaps timeless and spaceless would be terminology that would be best avoided in these things. What could we use for alternative terminology that would make it clearer? Further explanation wouldn't be necessary. So impervious to the effects of time and not bound by the natural limits of space. Would you say that would be a fair way to describe what you said?
Sure. I mean, I guess another one too could be like beyond temporal constraints or transcending spatial boundaries. I mean, hopefully. But yeah, I agree. That could be used maybe.
Okay, so I think that's quite good what you established here. So thank you for putting the time and effort into this. We do appreciate it. So why do you think that the universe must have been created by one or more gods and goddesses? And how is it that that must be the default that everybody considers and accepts? Like a lot, like myself, my position is I don't know how it started, and I don't really defer to a default because I'm just at the I don't know stage. Are you thinking like someone like myself should actually have a thought on this, have an opinion on this?
Well, I think you're already putting your opinion on it, but let me unpack your question there. So, I do appreciate the question, the thoughtful question. So, the idea that the universe must have been created by one or more gods and goddesses. Um, I think the reason being for this is I can't fully address it because there's always that point to where we assume, when we get all the way down to like the most metaphysical or ontological aspects, right? We're all holding assumptions at the end of the day. I just think that it just ends up being just a little bit more consistent with my worldview is all. Because then there's things like morality and whatnot. But I can't give like a definitive answer to it. It's very complex, I'd say, but ultimately we do hold assumptions and it does come down to faith. I just think that Jesus Christ is just a bet I put on. So that's just
You find Jesus Christ and Christianity to be the most convincing. Would you be willing to try to identify why they're more convincing than other religions, or have you not considered other religions?
And Randolph, when you guys are done, just tell me. I just want to ask him a few questions.
Sure, interject after he answers. My question will be great. Fine.
so I mean, when we look at like the other like the major religions of the world, we look at like Hinduism or Buddhism. In the Veda text, in the Veda scriptures, it says the truth's elusive and mysterious, and that's hard to find. And I'd say first, we can define what truth means. I would define it as that which conforms, to the mind of God, because if we just say that which conforms to reality, I can say like, I mean, whose reality, yours or mine? But anyway, my bad. So when we look at the Veda text, it says truth's hidden from us, and then we look at Muhammad. He says the truth. He pointed to the truth, but Jesus had said that he is the truth. And so now we have a definitive test. We can say, well, if Jesus, we have to see if Jesus Christ was lying or not. Which way can we do this? And I'd say the most plausible way to do it was to answer the question, is the New Testament reliable enough to show that Jesus rose from the dead? And I'd say that, among the common arguments, right, the arguments like the empty tomb or the Yeshua was alive, or that, there was the crucifixion, I'd say that we got to look at the motives of the men back then. I just don't see how they had motive for it. And I know this might be ambulative arguments, but I just don't see how they had motives when they thought they're already God's chosen people to fake a resurrection. But not to monologue. That's what I got for that.
Go ahead, Amy. I think you have some things you wanted to ask him about.
Thank you. Thank you, Randolph, for the question. And Tim, for just being so honest about what you believe. You talked about how it was a timeless and cosmological God. I am interested in that, though I think that that's rarely why we believe what we believe. And so I guess I want to go over our epistemology, because rarely are natural events a whom or a who. It's more often a what. It's not that we we actually make the rain fall because we please the gods. It's because we understand the water cycle. And so I want to really touch on this defined truth thing, because that, I think, gets to the heart of everything. You said it can't be that truth conforms to reality, because then it would be based on a mind, right?
hmm So the way I see it is that there's a subjective reality, objective reality, and absolute reality, just like there would be like subjective truth. subjective truth and absolute truth. And the difference would be that your subjective reality or truth would be your own, you. I think that we exist as a soul within a body that has a spirit, and that the objective reality or objective truth would be independent of that, and that the absolute truth or reality would be transcendent of everything. And I'd say that I guess the absolute reality or truth and the objective you could kind of like, I guess, interchange, but there's a fine line. That's how I would classify it. Some sort of like ontological classification, I guess.
So I could kind of understand, or maybe give my own version of that, but instead, I want to know why you think reality conforms to the mind of a god.
Okay.
Or truth, should I say.
Yeah. The most definitive reason I could suggest would be that when God speaks, it is correct, it's true, and that if everything stems from Him, then it must be true. Because if He really is the uncaused first cause, then everything. I mean, it must be the case that He is the ultimate reality.
But is that because they're a creator, or because they have omnis, or...
I'd say that it's just probably the creator, just because they created everything and there was nothing before or above them.
So analogies always break down at a certain level, but if we're talking about creator, do you still see parents in the same light?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, as a matter of fact, we can look at it as the Trinity. God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Well, I just
I
mean more, if a mom and dad gives birth to children, they basically should be able to do whatever they want with the child because they created them.
essentially,
I think that could lead to horrible, horrible things.
yeah, I could.
Do you know what divine command theory is?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I mean, it's ultimately God is what He says goes. I just think I just don't really hold to God being totally arbitrary or just arbitrary. I think there's consistency on.
See, but I could poke some of that consistency, I think, and you would just, I assume, and maybe I'm, making an ass out of you and me, but you would just say that it's God's 4D chess. Like, what are your thoughts on Noah?
On Noah, okay, so yeah, I think that God ultimately would be a just God, and so a little analogy would be like, well, I mean, would God allow murder to walk free? I don't think so. And so in the same way, He did show a little mercy instead of wiping out everyone. I know that it's
He
probably
left
something
8
that,
people?
yeah, He left a few people, and I understand that, like, from your worldview, that you couldn't see why God would, destroy an entire planet full of people, but I look at it
Tim,
as, as this thing being the moral law and people
Tim,
disobeying.
if I gave
What's
you
that?
another story, and it started out, everything was fine until a storm came by, and it turned out there was this one guy dictating the storm. And he said, listen, I am going to mass murder the entire planet. But don't worry, I'm leaving the 8 of you. Is that dude a good or a bad guy?
I'm not. I'm gonna have to say that there's a little bit of a misrepresentation on that one, because I'd say like there's more context needed.
You gotta understand the guy killing everyone, right?
Well, yeah, of course, and I think that you gotta take into context that what's up?
Oh no, I didn't. I'm sorry. That was
You're
just
good.
me.
I just think that we have to take into context um that these people were, very immoral, and the best description would be what was evil is good and what is good is evil to them back in the day.
And you're
And
saying everyone, everyone, every single one, and I really am putting emphasis on that.
yeah. I would say all but 8.
So there had to be babies, right?
Oh yeah, yes, it's very sad.
Not only is it sad, they had to have been evil babies, right?
Yeah, that's something I know that I'm gonna have to like try to reconcile when it comes to like children dying and stuff. It's not something I don't know if I can. It's like I guess something I'm gonna have to work out, gain
I
more knowledge on
agree.
it because I'm not too sure.
Because to me, I think to you and to most people, when we see that, we think it's, I'm going to be extremely generous. We think that's silly. And I think that some of us, we see it as horrifying. Not your theology, but the God. Well, yeah, I guess you're getting your theology from it, but
Well, yeah, I mean
not
we can put
you,
a
the theology. There we go. I
yeah.
separated it out.
No, you're good. I think yeah. I mean, one might look at it as some like cosmic horror, but
Well, because I guess to just bring it back to two final points, and then anybody, or you can ask anybody. But when I think most skeptics or most people say that when truth conforms to reality, we are actually trying to say it's not on a mind. We're actually trying to put emphasis on that a rock is a rock. Whether we're having hallucinations and we see pink bunnies everywhere, if
yeah.
it's just, balloons or inanimate objects, that's what it is. And so we mean that it's something not really higher, but just beyond consciousness. And
hmm
so I think that you may be saying that anyway with a God. You just try and also say the conforms with the mind of God, because that has to be, because that's the shtick. But anything on that, and then I'll say a final point.
I don't really have anything.
All right. Well, my final point is just, well, there's actually good data that Jesus was not buried in an empty tomb, that he was in
Mhm.
fact buried in something closer to what it would have been a mass grave. And there's all sorts of other things that I think would make way more sense than a guy coming back to life after 3 days. I actually said I'd leave it, but one other point. It's my new thing is that, there's only 3 gospels that mention Jesus as God. And so, these sort of inconsistencies to me make Christianity, at least in its current form, way more suspicious, because maybe Jesus didn't even think those things, and no evidence for buried. Empty
Well, that's
burial.
really yeah.
I know that was a lot, but yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
everything I have.
no, that's good. I can say a little bit on that last part. I mean, yeah, I mean, each gospel, each writer, they had specific theological goals and audiences when they were in mind when they were making the accounts or crafting the accounts. My bad. Um, so I think that this can influence how they perceive or present, Jesus, his divinity and his teachings. Also, like we got to take in historical context. The Gospels were written several decades after the events, technically, and I'm not going to be one to shy
Sure.
away from it. I'm not going to shy away from that because a lot of people they'll tread away from that. I mean, I swallow the hard pills. I don't care.
I mean, I like that because it is true. Most of the Gospels, they were written decades after. In fact, the one that I'm mostly taking aim with, John, is the latest, most likely 60 or 100 years after Jesus was already dead. The only one that mentions Jesus as I am. So it seems to be the first, at least in the New Testament, that he's taking claim for himself as God. And then, the rest that follows has him calling himself God because they cite John.
Yeah, John Owen.
And yeah, you would think that it would be something that the 3 others would at least mention.
Yeah, so Let me see.
Did your microphone just kick out, or?
No,
I think he's cracking open his Bible.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So let's see. We got John. So I got John chapter 1, verse 1 to 3. We all know this. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word became flesh and dwelt like a man among us. John chapter 10, verses 30. This is the NIV, by the way. This I and the Father are one. Speaking to a few people about how him and the Father's relationship is. Go to Colossians, which chapter 2, verse 9. For in Christ all the fullness of his deity lives in bodily form. So that's a direct call out to his, divine self. But then again, people can play with jargon here and say,
Well, in John, he is making a more direct reference. In all the others, there's apologetics for it, as in
Mhm.
people start to say, "Well, you have to understand the context." They didn't say it, but they said it. They called him the
right.
Son of God, but many people are called the Son of God in the Bible.
Yeah, and so I think something that people should know is that it's when he says he's the Son of Man is when you realize, oh, that's a very like I guess like special title to be held, because if I'm not mistaken, Son of Man is a direct reference to being the Son of God, the quote, right? Like the actual like Son or then the Triune God, whereas the phrase Son of God would be anybody, like me or you, like because Adam would be
And
Son of God.
like I said, I would be more interested, and like I said, I've heard apologetics for how it's translated in the other Gospels, but if you could find any in Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Yeah, I can try to exegete this.
Because if not, there's a good chance that Jesus didn't think that he was the Son of a God. He did not go to death for being the Son of a God. He went to death for being the Messiah, the King of the Jews, the one who would lead them to Jerusalem, at least for the claim. Whether he was claiming it or not, that is what they executed him for. Because as far as the Roman state had been assured, that was not the case.
Mhm. Yeah, so like I said, in John is where you get all of it mostly. And that one, I'm gonna try to look over here in the other Gospels.
Um, do you think that the Bible is necessary for proving that the Christian God is real?
I'm not gonna say that it's completely necessary, but it's what God, worked through. Because, before a line in the New Testament was ever written, there was already thousands of Christians.
Yeah, that's true. There's, my understanding is that some of the origins they're known as Christos, a bunch of Jews that split off and started their own, and that was at a time when Judaism, and I believe Judaism still does that to a great degree. There was active encouragement to challenge the religion and question it, and I suspect a lot of people saw that as a means of testing the religion, so that people could be more clear on why they believe it. Because I think it's actually good to consider to say no ideas are off the table for scrutiny, and that we should test the ideas that guide our lives and try to make sure that they really are good ideas, or that they are valid, or whatever the necessary criteria is, and even question why we're choosing a specific criteria to test a specific idea. So I do the impression I get from early Judaism is that, like pre-Christian Judaism is what I mean, is that they seem to favor this kind of thing and kind of encourage at least some critical thinking. I feel like some of the churches these days, at least some, probably a lot, seem to discourage critical thinking. And there's this whole idea that everything in the Bible is true and you can't question it, but you can question everything else.
Right.
So, and I don't really think that that's really the best way to go about testing our ideas. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said I agree with you on the last point. You shouldn't like tell people, "Oh yeah, you can't question this," because even in the scripture it says to question it. Paul even says to test him and test everything.
Well, that's a great way to support that. Thank you for bringing that up. Which verse is that? Do you happen to know?
I'm gonna look real quick because I just remember it was a verse. Let me see if I can find the actual verse.
But while he's looking that up, I just want to say I think part of the reason why the Jews are so lax about religion is because the older that the religion gets, the more they seem to, I don't know, find it boring or something. And it seemed to have been much more fluid when it was an oral form, all jokes included, because once it's written down, you get fundamentalists, and fundamentalists are, well, they're not easy to argue with, let's put it that way. Reason with.
So the 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 21. Prove all things, hold fast that which is good, but test everything. Hold fast what is good, but test everything that is said. Hold on to what is good.
Great. Yeah. So sorry, that was you said Colossians chapter 5, was it?
Yeah, 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 21.
5:21. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to make a note of that. Thank you for looking that up. This is great, and I guess part of the reason you're here is to try to test some of these ideas, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, we could do that. We could go like with Jesus claiming to be God, and what she had said earlier, or no, it was you, my bad, saying the about like testing truth claims. I mean, don't you agree that there could be like this systematic methodology that we could use to test various truth claims, and
Why,
that we
yes, there
can make
is.
set of objective criteria.
I mean, just to say, we do have a system like that. We call it science, because science is often confused for its etymology as in a body of knowledge, but it's actually a process.
Yeah,
It's how we, at least for now, the best way we can discern truth from from fiction, because it allows us to create hypotheses, go out into the field, collect data, and then submit that data to be peer reviewed.
exactly. So I'd say like a good framework to use for like approaching religion or anything of the matter would be like logical consistency. So basically, the claims of this belief system or any belief system must logically cohere to each other, not contradict in any way. And so, for an example, we could take Buddhism, right? The end goal of a Buddhist is to rid oneself of all desires, yet one must have a desire to rid oneself of all desires. That's what I find wrong with it. I'd say it's a contradiction. Um, the second criteria would be empirical adequacy. You guys know what that is, right? Um, just
I'm not
evidence.
familiar with that, or maybe I just don't recognize it by the name.
Oh, that's all right. So
I was
just
going to say
evidence.
there's a pill for that. Different thing. Gotcha.
Right. Whether the evidence is rational, externally evidential, etc. So, like, naturally, it's only right to want proof for important claims. And there's an example we can use to test this. Sorry, Mormons, but Mormons teach that Jesus visited North America. Yet there's absolutely no proof, archaeological or otherwise, to support the claim as of now. But when we apply this to the topic of God, I think that, it leads us to four questions, origins, where do we come from? Ethics, how should we live? Meaning and destiny. what is mankind heading? Where is mankind heading? And we can really take a step-by-step approach. Does absolute truth exist? Does reason and religion mix? Does God exist? And can God be known? And is Jesus God? And does God care about me? This is what I got from gotquestions.org. I can send it to you.
Well, could I ask you a few questions about that? Because you asked, where do we come from? Or maybe
Right.
as Norm MacDonald says, some of these questions may be statements. So I'm going to try and, but when we ask, where do we come from? It starts with different layers, because we can ask, where do we come from our parents? Where do we come from our country of origin? Where do we come
Right.
from the planet Earth? But we can keep on going back and back and back. And
Yeah.
so my my pushback on that is the answer is almost never a God. And
Well,
so
I guess I can see it. It's like we're trying to find, like, I guess, like a metaphysical, like, base unit, right? To start from, I guess.
or at least we go out and we just gather the evidence that we have, and we try to build a model, a working
Right.
model of reality. I mean, there are many great scientists who were Christian and Muslim and Jewish. I guess what we push back on is just every time that we get, it's either experiential evidence in which we can almost never share, or it's the type of philosophical evidence. I guess that's what they're going to be called. Yeah, like first cause
Yeah,
arguments, but they're now
yeah.
hundreds, sometimes thousands of years old too. And I don't think they're going to win over many people here.
Yeah, I think a key, I have this really interesting idea. I was reading Kant the other day too. I was thinking, I was like, you know what? They have this empirical method, right? But I'm gonna say this word, the empirical of the intangible. Like, some way we can rigorously, like, test various, intangible truth claims. I mean, essentially, one might think, well, that's just reasoning or logic, or just deductive or ambiguative, arguments or Socratic questioning. But I don't know. I think I think there's probably, like, something else that we could do to, like, I guess, further, solidify our assumptions. Um,
I also offer you an alternative if you still like. Well, one of
I'm always
the
open,
good. That's actually a really good mindset, because sometimes we get people who say, I'm 110% convinced of this, this, and this, and we go, okay. But the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, which is a book that Thomas Jefferson wrote, he basically went through a Bible, a little blasphemy. He cut through all of the miracles and all of the things that he thought could not be verified until it was just, in essence, the teachings of Jesus. And so he
yeah.
has this, I call it a pamphlet, but it at least is something. If you're looking for an alternative, a secular version, I know that more secular, deist-minded people, you could maybe make a connection there. But
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. It's like, you know, I used to be an atheist, right? I used to be an atheist, and really what turned me over was it was a bit of a mix of, a personal experience, I'd say. Also, um, I did kind of had, like, a upbringing in the church. Went to Calvary Chapel when I was a kid, but I never really believed. So I'd say it definitely had to do with a lot of my past, and I guess there was some bias in there, but ultimately it was like a personal experience. It did change me. I
but
just couldn't deny I felt the Holy Spirit, right? But definitely I look at it more like you're describing, more secular, more scientific, but trying to explain it in a way that you would, but in the lens that, God is, or something, you know? Because,
sure.
I mean, hey, if God created everything, surely He created the sciences with it too.
Sure, and well, I'll agree with you because to me, we sometimes often get the question, well, if God can do anything, can't this miracle happen? Technically
Mhm.
speaking, yes.
Oh yeah.
We're looking for the initial claim, but I agree with you, and I like it. At least if you're putting your head behind science or your bet behind science, because can I just continue one more question? Actually, I have two now.
Yes.
Actually, okay. So, do you believe in evolution? I feel like we're having such a nice
Oh,
conversation.
I think a better way. Sorry, I mean, I think a better way to phrase it. Do you accept evolution as part of as realistic?
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to say that it's possible. I just don't know if I would agree per se.
You can't rule
I
it out.
I can't say that I can definitely can't rule it out because I wasn't there, you know. I can only say that I think it's more reasonable to suggest that it was actual like 24-hour events when God created the world.
Well,
But then again, I'm not, nearly knowledgeable in Hebrew or Greek, so I'd have to wait and see.
and that's what I also just want to know. Why would it be more probable, make more sense for the diversification of animals, because that's really the question I want to know, to happen super fast instead of slow and gradual?
Hmm. I mean, I could see it going slow and gradual, but I mean, it's already been proven in history that things can make a drastic change in the split of a second as well. Mount St. Helens, right? Was that the mountain that blew its top off?
Volcano? That does happen?
Yeah. Now, does that mean that animals didn't slowly evolve? Well, I would say
Do
that
you,
in theory, no.
I'm going to try and reach over, Kinky, but do you mean the Cambrian explosion? That's the example we normally get. Millions of years when scientists say something happened really fast because all these really unique life
Mhm.
forms started coming out. But
Yeah.
it's never like 12 minutes or even a day or 7 days. It almost seems that that would be more within a lore or legend like story than in, what actually
Mm.
happened.
Yeah, I get you. For me, I hold to a young Earth creationist worldview. I lead like 6,000 years. And
Now,
the reason, the
oh
reason for
no,
that
go,
would,
go.
the reason for that would be, now I forget exactly which dating method it would be when they use the Bible to kind of like trace it back. I guess all the way down to like either Mesopotamia or whatnot. Um,
If I had to take a guess, once again, I'm assuming, but it's Bishop Usher's chronology. And what he did was he just sat there from a tower with the book. And he's just like, yeah, this guy was this old and this guy was this old. And, if we just add it all up, I think it's like 6,000 years old.
yeah, let me see. I think it is in the 17th century. Yeah, yeah. Um, his calculation led to a conclusion that the Earth was created in 400 or 4004 BC.
Once again, nothing that the ancient Jews or Jesus believed. But, you know, the fandom sticks around. And so they can retcon
Yeah,
things.
I definitely gonna have to try to find more scientific backing for it.
Hey, you are one of the most honest theists we've gotten so far. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you so much, Tim.
Of course, no problem. I'm not. I mean, I just think that just be real, just be open, because if I'm gonna do anything, it's definitely not gonna paint a bad picture on my faith, because that's just gonna push somebody away and turn them away from Christ altogether. So
So, we actually really appreciate how you're willing to entertain these ideas with an open mind. This is, I think, a really good approach to go through in life. And there should be no shame in it. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who consider that to be a shameful thing. But here, you found a community of people who are willing to engage with you on this seriously, and I really liked this the quality of the conversation that you provided. I also put in the, like, when you go and look at later on the YouTube chapters, you'll see that after the show is over, you will see the Bible verse that you quoted there that promotes the critical thinking that you provided. I went and found it. Thank you very much. I hope you are willing to come back again and chat with us some more in future episodes.
Yeah, definitely going to do some research and some homework and try to get some more evidence for that.
Yeah, and if you're okay with it, I'll send you a copy of my Cosmic Challenge. It's
for sure. Yeah, give me a basis. Yeah, give me a basis so I can test it.
Oh yeah, it's a very simple one, but it's one that there's actually a bunch of Christians praying for me that it'll actually happen. So, and a few Muslims. So I'll send it to you in a private message. Thank you.
For sure, brother. Alrighty.
Thank you so much, Tim.
All right. God bless.
That was a very interesting conversation. The pace was a little on the slow side, but that's perfectly okay because, and I'll just note to our audience that what was happening is he was thinking through the ideas. To me, that's what it seemed like, because some people did comment that, wow, this is going very slowly. And that's what happens when people are thinking through something that they hadn't considered before, or just really want to make sure that they give an accurate answer. The pace of the conversation, it's not uncommon for it to slow down. So thank you again, Tim, for coming up. Hello, Bruf and something no cap on a stack.
Yo, what's up?
Sorry?
Yo, what's up?
Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yes,
The
yes.
sky, tip your waitress.
Yeah, but let's have a constructive discussion.
Oh, sure, like the one we just had. We're all for it. What's on your mind?
Yes, all right. So I believe in Islam, and let's talk about basic stuff first. Like, do you believe things can appear out of nothing? Like nothing, just nothing, not even space. Like there is no space, there is no nothing. That things can appear out of nothing. Do you believe that?
Okay, I don't believe that actively. I can't rule it out if we're talking about absolutely nothing, because the characteristics. What are the characteristics of absolutely nothing? We can't. Hang on. We can't make a prediction about it. We can't say, for example, that the laws of physics and the laws of logic are applicable to absolutely nothing, because if we did that, then it would no longer qualify as absolutely nothing. So we have a bit of a conundrum there. Yeah, we have a bit of a conundrum there, but I can't rule that out, and I'm not saying that I actually believe that. But what I will say is that most of the atheists I know do not favor the idea of something coming from nothing.
Yes, I mean, if God created us and then He wanted us to get guided because it is like a test, then He would make it possible for us to think and stuff. Even anybody, if He was just, He would make it possible to anybody that is not really that intelligent think about this. So nothing is just nothing. Can things appear out of nothing? It's very simple actually.
The reason why what Randolph was trying to tell you, when you say something can't come from nothing, you're giving a quality to nothing. And so you're contradicting yourself, because you're saying there's this thing, it can't do anything, but it now has qualities.
What? I mean, there is nothing, and things. I mean, if you just think, it's not really logical that things can appear out of nothing. I mean,
No.
If there was a cake, it wouldn't have been there by itself. Someone must have created it, right?
So why would
you don't favor the idea. You don't believe that something came from nothing. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so
we
now,
have-
hang on. I have one quick question for you.
Yes.
What are the origins of your God, Allah? Where did he come from?
He was always here. I mean, look, if you okay, so if we say that there's Allah, right? Then people will start saying, when what? Who like if we say there was a God, people will say, well, where did that God come from? And there will be an infinite chain, right? And so things coming out of nothing doesn't make anything sense either. So the only logical conclusion that we exist right now is that there was always something, and that is something we don't understand. Like Allah, he was timeless. He's like the absolute.
So timeless, and we just discussed this earlier, and we've discussed in other episodes. When people say timeless, normally, if something cannot is timeless, that means it does not interact with time, and if
No, look,
it does not exist, then so maybe you can clarify what you mean by timeless.
Yes, thank you. Okay. You don't just go off the meaning of the word immediately.
No,
Thank you
I'm not
for-
going off the meaning. I'm asking you to clarify because
Yeah.
I suspect you
What I
might
think,
be
yeah.
meaning something different.
Yes. Thank you. So what I mean by that, he isn't really bound by time. So he can interact with us because he's absolute, so he can actually interact with time, but he isn't really bound by it. He isn't bound by nothing. He's just absolute.
Okay,
That
so
was-
probably a better way to describe that would be to say that Allah is impervious to time.
Yes, he's just absolute. There is nothing like him. He can do anything he wants. He can create anything he wants out of nothing. New things, just stuff like that.
Okay, so
He
he can create things out of nothing.
Yes, because
So
he's absolute.
You don't, but you said you don't favor things coming from nothing.
Appearing out of nothing. But if there was already Allah and he is absolute, he can create whatever he wants.
So that's things coming
What?
from him, not out of nothing.
You seem
Remove
to be
the word
contradicting
nothing.
yourself.
Yeah, exactly. What Taka said.
Well, okay, no, look. If things with no someone setting it up or someone being behind it, things can't appear out of nothing. Like a cake, it can't just appear out of nowhere,
You think
right?
cakes came from nothing?
No. Just an example. A cake can't, appear out of nowhere, right? Someone must have made it.
No.
Yes. So this universe, then Allah made it. That's simple. That's what I think.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, he made
Yeah.
it out of himself then. Stop saying nothing.
No.
When you mean the word nothing, you mean something. Replace it with something.
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I mean that Allah was there and he just created it,
Out
He
of
just created it.
himself, not out of nothing. That's what you think.
Not necessarily himself, because we believe he's absolute, but he's the one that planned it, and set it up. Doesn't necessarily have to be out of himself. He just can
What
plan
he
it and then
created.
do it.
Okay, what did he create the universe out of?
Something he's absolute,
There
right?
you go.
That is what we believe, right? He's absolute. So he just creates something out of nothing. He can just do anything he wants.
No.
But okay, look. I
Ah.
don't know. Okay, look. Let me just explain a little bit, okay? So okay, what I mean that is it is illogical that things appear out of nowhere, out of nowhere. Just nobody planned it. It just appearing out of nowhere. Like a cake, I just explained. That is what I mean. Maybe you guys are hanging on the word nothing and something and stuff like that.
We mean a cake. You mean something different from a cake because a cake doesn't come from nothing. It comes from somebody using ingredients to make a cake.
Oh yeah, maybe that's a bad example. But okay, yeah, I mean, okay, so it is illogical then for things to appear out of nothing, with nobody planning it, nobody creating it, from anything. Just you get me?
Something can come from something. We're on board.
I don't know, whatever. Allah created. Okay, but okay, next argument then. I don't know. Okay, so if you see a mobile phone, you immediately think someone must have created it, right? Right?
Yes, that's something that comes from people. It's one of the rare things we think is
No,
a
it doesn't matter.
creation.
It doesn't matter.
Kinda
If you
does,
see
but okay.
something that is like absolutely not naturally, right? So much coincidences must have happened for it to appear there, right? So the only logical thing you can say is like someone must have planned it, right?
Yes, on those very specific things, it's an animal,
No,
like a
no.
beaver dam.
Well, okay, the mobile, by example, is one of those examples, right?
Sure.
Yes, yes. So when you got this Earth, right, and like there is an ozone layer and everything, and the dinosaurs have already died out. You know, if the dinosaurs were here, we will not
Kinda.
be here. Yes, yes, and it is in
They
the
evolved
perfect
into something else.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, dinosaurs are birds.
No, no, no. I mean, they died out, right?
The
Ignore
big
evolution now.
dinosaurs. I get what you mean colloquially.
I mean, ignore
Hopefully.
dinosaurs now. Ignore, I mean, evolution. Ignore evolution now. If dinosaurs were here, we would be dead, right?
I don't know what you mean by if they hadn't evolved into a different niche, we wouldn't have become the rat but walking upright things that we are today. Yes.
Well, okay, so you believe like there was dinosaurs and then they evolved into some other stuff, and like
Birds.
that's why we are not dead because dinosaurs just evolved into other stuff.
Yes, they evolved into birds. They call them avian. They are
Because,
avian dinosaurs, and there are non-avian dinosaurs.
but I mean, it would be unnatural for. I mean, the evolution theory. I'm not, a scholar or anything, but I watched the guy, and he like cracked it down because there was like. I mean, this is just a quick thing I will mention, but there was like a human like that. I mean, not a human, but something that is similar to a human. They said. Like a human-like thing or ape-like thing or anything like that they showed. It was called Lucy, right? And that Lucy, it was like the skeleton of it. It was like of apes and donkeys and everything. They just lied, right?
And
So
donkeys. How did donkeys get in there?
exactly, they just lied and they put everything in there to make it look that
Bruh,
there
I
was
hate to tell you this.
what?
Someone lied to you.
Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah, this is a bit tough. To be honest with you, this is a bit tough about the evolution,
Well,
but
evolution
because
is just the proxy war for religion.
I
mean,
think he might be
atheist-
talking about the Nebraska man.
Hmm?
And he confused it with Lucy.
Yeah, because Lucy is a well-known archetype for what
Wait,
soon came
I would-
thousands and thousands of other fossils. But then there
I
has
will-
been some incidents within the past 200 plus years that they've been doing this.
okay, I'm not a scholar. It is like it is what it is. But I know like a Muslim guy who's like he's very knowledgeable and everything, and he uses not his own sources but like Western sources. Wait, I chat in the send like videos, YouTube videos in the chat now.
Heathen Helpline. I'm sorry,
Well,
Heathen Hangout
yes.
chat.
I need a helpline, yes, because I'm not a scholar, absolutely not. But this guy goes over it. I mean, we are not gonna be able to go over it right now, but you guys can look it up, and he like disproves everything, and he shows how
Can I ask
people
you,
lie a
bro?
lot. Yes,
Is he a scholar?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, he uses sound arguments at least, and like he uses Western sources and everything. So like, yes. I mean, you can look it up and then you can believe it or not believe it. But like, yeah, is there a chat or something? Oh,
Yeah,
There
the
is.
Heathen Hangout chat right above.
wait, what chat?
Heathen Hangout.
It's immediately above this stage. It should be in the Theist Helpline group.
It's the first hashtag above us. Heathen Hangout.
It's got a
I
purple
don't see it.
smiley face.
I see music links and I see music videos, and then shield chat and stuff like that. Safe its space. What is that? Wait.
David Spade? I'm just teasing.
Wait. I'll try.
Find,
I'll try
find,
to
the
find.
find the Theist Helpline stage that you're in, and then immediately above it, you will see the Heathen Hangout chat.
I just pinged you in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Here. This guy is I don't know if he's a scholar, but he uses sound arguments and everything. He disproved evolution theory. But okay.
The Muslim.
Hang on. Just a quick question. Was it your intention to time mark it at about 5,000 seconds in?
Time market. What does that mean?
Oh, you
No.
stamp on it, so the video will start at a particular time.
Oh no. That was not my intention.
Okay, just asking. Okay, start for the whole.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
But can I also ask? It's called the Muslim Lantern.
Yes.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't mean to like roast you too much, but I feel like that is not a university.
I don't know about what the specific things of this guy, but like you can look at him, his arguments, and then the links he provides and stuff like that. And he's quite knowledgeable. He has like a Quran. He knows the Quran like he has in memory and everything. So I think he is like half scholar or something. I don't know, something like that. But he uses sound arguments though.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm up to the arguments. I will say what I do believe that it is. I think it's a Dawa channel. Dawa channels are set up to defend the faith, and
No.
so
I mean, they are Dawa channels. Do you know what Dawa means? It means inviting someone. And when you invite someone, he can reject or he can accept. And if you use sound arguments, it's more likely he accepts. And if you use like scientific arguments and everything, more likely that person will accept, right?
Bruh, that is fantastic. We are an anti-Dawa channel here. We are inviting you right now to an all-time paid cruise. Wait, no. We are inviting you to leave religion.
Okay, yeah, that you can do. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know. But okay, so you believe that all the dinosaurs, all species and everything evolutionized at the same time, or not necessarily the same time,
No.
but they all disappeared and now we only have non-dinosaur things and yeah, they are living in peace.
Not
we
so
we
like
have a lot of dinosaur
not.
things.
Not really. Not like the ones that can eat
What?
us in one gulp and like.
How many
well,
birds live on the planet right now?
Yeah, I mean, that is not a dinosaur thing. I mean, what I mean, okay.
What?
Whatever. What I mean is like the T-Rexes and all those stuffs that can like end us or before we had science and like guns and everything, they could have ended us, right? Yeah. I mean those things because I mean in the videos I usually look at, they say the dinosaurs died out by a meteorite, right?
So very specifically, what happened is a meteor changed their environment drastically, and almost every species of dinosaur died. There were
Exactly.
but
I mean,
yes, exactly. But then
exactly.
not all of them died, and so
Exactly.
the dinosaurs that lived on, we call them birds.
Okay. I don't know about that one, but anyways.
Actually, so I'm posting something at Heathen Hangout for you.
Okay, I will maybe look at it.
No, yeah, you could take my word. It's gonna be like 5 seconds. I just want you to look at this thing and tell me what this thing looks like.
A bird?
Yeah, it's a bird.
What the fuck? Okay.
I know.
Whatever. Okay, I don't know what you mean by sending this bird, but okay. So
Because it
ignore
looks
that.
like a dinosaur. It looks like a fucking dinosaur.
Not
I was
really.
gonna curse. Not really. Okay.
No. I don't know. Your opinion. I don't know. Okay, but okay, let's ignore that for now. Please, and focus on that. Almost all the dinosaurs, or maybe all of them, died, while many species remained that we can live with. Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Coincidences, right? Totally.
No, it's the
Yeah.
environment.
Right, environment. A meteorite came and the Earth didn't go wild, and only the dinosaurs died, and we now have a very nice Earth with like a
That's
bunch
right.
of forests.
Only
And
the dinosaurs. It targeted. It was like genetic code lock.
Exactly.
Boom. No.
Yes.
No. Do you understand where the woolly mammoth went and where there were sea creatures that went extinct? There large creatures with
Yes,
higher
exactly.
amount of carbon no longer exist.
Exactly, makes
No.
what I say more, believable. That is can't be a coincidence. All of these things were targeted that we
It's not
can't
a
live with,
coincidence.
right? That we can't live with. Okay, so you can have this in the list of wonders that happened on the earth, quite. You think, oh, this can't really be a coincidence. That the things that we can't really live with died. All of them died that we can't really live with, like T-Rexes, megalodons, and all that stuff, right? That is in the list I will mention. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Say that point one more time.
Okay, so you can have like the dinosaurs dying out by a meteorite, while other things are still living. The things
Okay.
that we can live with, humans. Humans can live with these things. Somehow.
Yeah.
Now more with science and everything. But yeah, the T-Rexes and stuff, we can't really live with them. Too
Well,
impossible.
we lived with them. We just lived in a smaller form. They were kings of larger domains, and so
I
we
don't know about
lived
that one.
as rats. We
I
lived
don't know
as
about that
mice.
one.
No,
Okay, what we know right now is
brah.
that
I hate, and it's funny, brah, dude. What? But it's not my opinion. I'm not telling you because I feel this way.
right.
I'm giving you scientific facts, and they're objective.
I mean, okay, look, the scientific facts one, the video I sent, yeah, the scientific facts, they go over it, and, it's not really scientific. It's opinions of
But that's the
scientists.
Muslim lantern. That's not a
No, yeah,
scholarly source.
I understand. But do you know what links he provides? Not Muslim links, no, Western media links
Oh,
that
Western
disprove.
link. What is the?
Yes,
What is it? It's like
no,
Sorry,
www.thisisablog.com.
nature.
hang on a sec. Here, he listened carefully what he said. He said Western media links.
I
Yes,
know.
yes.
We'd
They
be
even
more interested
speak
in.
English.
We'd be
It
more
has to be true.
we'd be more interested in peer-reviewed science or scholarly
Yes.
works.
Yes, nature. It was I don't know the specific ones because I'm not a scientist. I don't look at these websites all the time. I don't know which ones are the most credible ones and stuff like that. But he says that they are quite credible, and like nature.com or something goes over this as well, and stuff like that. I think. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so what we are sure of right now is that there was dinosaurs that we can't really live with too hard, and now there is no dinosaurs,
Oh
and
my
there's
God,
stuff we can live with, right? And they died by a meteorite or something. Sounds
the
quite
environment changed, and so the
right.
environment selected them. And so now
Yes,
they live in a different form. There are birds all over the world. And so
coincidence.
no, I mean, I don't get that. Like, what?
No. Okay. Okay.
Very
I'm sorry. Okay, we can have this like one of the list of the wonders of the earth. That a meteorite came, and then the dinosaurs that are not very nice died. Right? Very nice, right?
That they were really mean, super
yes,
mean. And
yes,
the
yes,
meteor was like, boom, I'm getting rid of all these meaty faces. I think that's the
yes.
scientific.
Yes. Okay, something like that. Okay, it sounds quite unbelievable that the meteorite comes and then we have no dinosaurs, right? But we can say it's a coincidence for now, right?
Do you
Okay.
think the meteors like hit like it was one meteor and it just like it targeted all of them? How do you
I don't
think it
know.
happened? How do you think it happened? Take a guess. How do you think the meteor killed them? Do you think it was lasers?
I don't know. It's the like in the school here in like the Western world. I studied it. Well, they showed
Did
us it
you
that
though?
that meteorite came and deleted all the dinosaurs, right?
How did it do
Yeah.
it?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
In the classroom? Were you there?
Yes, I was there.
Uh,
Yes, and there was like smoke coming everywhere, and yeah, it was crazy. That's what
it
they
was
showed us in
crazy.
the video. Yes, but one of the list of the coincidence we can say coincidences. For now,
Except,
only coincidence for now.
can I tell
That
you why they survived? It's because there was a Neil
no died out.
Patrick dinosaur and there was a Morgan Freeman dinosaur. That's the only reason that we still have them to this day. Did you know that?
I don't know, but okay. So the dinosaurs that we can't live with died, right? There is skeletons of them and everything. We can't deny that. There was dinosaurs that were not nice, and they died, right? right?
Yes, that's the question. Why?
Yes, they died. The mean dinosaurs died. Okay, next one. Water vaporizes and there is rain and everything that goes over lands. We know where there is not really a lot of water and stuff like that, and we can live, right? Rain. Yes.
Was that salt water or fresh water? Because apparently those don't mix according to the Quran.
That's
Yes.
true.
Yes. Okay. Wait. Yes. 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 According to the Quran, that is true. They don't mix. Well, I don't know the exact thing, but they don't really mix. They may be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But let's keep on this argument for now. The list of coincidence, surely. For now, we can call them coincidences. Okay. But there is rain, right? That is very nice for us humans. We are in the perfect distance from the sun. What more? There is a lot of fruits. There is a lot of vegetables. We can plant stuff, and very nice environment for humans to live
For
in.
the anthropic principle, you're asking why is it so nice when we
Exactly.
well,
And also, did you know
well
that?
no, before we go also, is there any other planets that are in this habitable zone that we're in?
Maybe, but not completely. Not
Not
completely that we
completely?
know of.
No, there's
Okay.
2 others, Venus and Mars.
Not really. I mean, maybe in the habitable
What do you
zone
mean not
that
really?
because there is no living things on them and they are very hectic, right? They are very hectic. Things can't live on them, right?
Yeah, currently, Mars could have had life. It actually may have life still under. We don't know because we can't go there. But it's
But
within the
there is
habitable
like
zone.
gases and stuff that make people unable to live, right?
I don't know what that means. Oxygen is actually a burning force for billions of years. Oxygen was a poison to most of life. It wasn't until photosynthetic organisms dominated the planet that it switched and organisms began to breathe air.
I don't know about that, but in Mars there is stuff
You
that
keep
make
on
people.
saying you don't know about that. I'm not giving you my opinion. When I say these
Okay,
things, it
okay.
doesn't come from a holy text. No, continue. Okay.
Okay. So in Mars there is like a bunch of gases, I think, that make things unable to live, right? I think that is the case.
It
Wait.
lacks, depending on what we're talking about, it lacks an atmosphere.
Yes,
Venus,
I don't know.
however, was a runaway gas Howard effect. And so we watch Venus as a warning because although a little bit of heat is good, if we let the global system get too warm, then it becomes a runhouse gas effect and we get Venus. You get clouds enveloping
Exactly.
us.
And the Earth in the perfect like balance, and everything can live here. Yes.
Yes, you're saying what can live here lives here. That is correct. It happened
Oh,
fairly quickly after 4.5 billion years, but it's because we have things like carbon, we have liquid water, we have the sun. There's good reasons to why life arose here, and none of them seem to be a god.
uh, right. And did you know also that the universe goes, expands at a rate that it doesn't really get that things don't go too far away and they don't get pulled in back, right? At a perfect rate. You know that, right?
What do you mean a perfect? I don't know anything in the universe that is perfect.
Well, they go at a rate where things don't get pulled back and things don't go too far away and you can't really live anymore.
Are you talking
Things.
about gravity?
Yes, gravity. After the Big Bang Theory, things now expand, right?
He thinks
Yes.
the Quran talks about the rapid inflation
Oh,
of the
this
Earth, where
is
it's
that
talking
one
about the
passage.
expanding.
We've went into this passage. It's like a single sentence that said he broke apart the heavens, but that is not a continuation of the cosmos expanding.
Well, I'm not talking about the Quran proof right now, just general things that the universe is expanding. I studied this in physics, that the universe is expanding at a rate where things don't get pulled back, into another Big Bang, and things don't go too far away, and it becomes I don't know, weird, and
Do
we
you
can't really
believe in
live
the Big
anymore.
Bang?
What?
Do you believe in the
Yes.
Big Bang?
I mean, if the Quran says it, I believe it because it has too many other proofs, that prove it. So Like if it says something, then I believe it. Yes.
Fantastic. Let's go to the Quranic model of the diversity of life. How did all these different organisms get on Earth?
I don't know, but I know that humans, at least, it started with Adam that Allah created. Well, that's what we believe, right? And then he made his wife out of him. I don't know how that happened. And then
Logistics. They're, pain in
what?
the ass. Logistics. They're a pain in the ass. I understand.
I don't know. Okay, but then they disobeyed Allah and then they came to Earth. That's what we believe. So no evolution for humans.
Wait,
That's
they
what
came
we
to
believe.
Earth? Like from another planet?
From heaven, like
I mean,
the
we can
place.
call that another planet, right? That's somewhere else than
I
Earth.
don't know. Somewhere Earth, yes. Somewhere else, yes.
Guys
Yes,
are not
somewhere
so
else.
different from Mormons after all.
From what?
From Mormons.
Mormons what?
Well, you guys are both like the third in the trilogy. You're both claiming, the Old and the New Testament. Though you guys both retcon a lot of stuff.
Wreck on? What does that mean?
Means like you do it your own way. Like the Bible has an Adam and Eve, but you're like, we believe in Adam and Eve. We want it to be like our own version of it.
I don't know about that. But there is
You don't know
a
a lot,
version.
man.
Yes. I'm not a scholar, but there is a version of it in the Quran, and just because it's different doesn't mean it's not true, right? Yes.
Sure. I just find it funny. That's what I just mean. I'm just pointing out you guys are the trilogy holders. You guys are both saying the old ones. That's our stuff. You claim the Jews and the Christians. Jesus is one of your guys, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, but you do agree that there's a lot of coincidences going on, surely going on here, so that we can live, right?
I have not heard, and I mean this. I'm trying to be nice. I have not heard you name a single coincidence. Because
I mean,
coincidence is different from irony. Coincidence is something like this just happens and this just happens at
exactly.
like a very weird time. I've not heard you say a single example of that.
Dinosaurs dying out. That is one. And
Yeah, why did that happen? Was it a
uh,
coincidence?
that's what you guys believe, but we
No.
believe that Allah made the Earth habitable
What was the
for humans.
coincidence? Walk me through it. What was the coincidence?
Well, you guys also believe that a meteor, hit the Earth and it killed the dinosaurs only, right?
Yeah, it was like the Terminator. It just came down, and it was like,
Yeah.
I fucking hate dinosaurs.
Yes, exactly. And you believe that it's a coincidence.
I'm trying to think. Do I have to explain the concept of sarcasm, or is that like just too on the nose? Am I just giving up?
I mean, also people tell me that I don't sometimes that I don't understand sarcasm. So like, yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Well, then I guess that's not what happened. I'm just gonna have to be more direct.
Oh, damn. Okay, I don't know how they died, but they we can see skeletons of them, so they definitely existed, and now they definitely don't exist. That is one, that is for sure. They existed, now they don't exist, and we can live here. Right?
What happened?
I don't know what
meteor
happened.
came.
Do I have to know?
No, I'm giving a listen. A meteor came, and it severely disrupted the environment for
I don't say I believe
all
that.
of the apex predators for the niches that were going on. And afterwards, new niches were able to form. We had our rat place. We were able to grow into larger species. We were able to speciate.
Evolution.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I don't know about evolution. No, because this guy disproved it. Disproved it. The one I sent the video of. So like.
I forgot. And he got his degree from University of Basement.
I
I'm
don't know
pretty
about that,
sure.
but he used sound arguments. Okay, forget about evolution. There was dinosaurs, and now they don't exist. And the other one is that the universe is expanding at the rate that is like very nice, so that the universe, don't go crazy, and it doesn't get pulled back, or it doesn't expand too much, and stuff like that. Perfect rate, right? Yeah, two things at least, and that rain. It goes over to all different places, so people can get water. That
Rain
is
goes
also
everywhere. It goes
yes,
everywhere
yes.
perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't know.
Have
So that
you
is
ever heard of this environment called a desert?
yes, people can't really live there, but it doesn't have to be all places, right? And there's
So you're
oases
like, it's
anyway.
a perfect, but some places not so perfect.
Well, it can be perfect in other senses. Well, it can be perfect by being scuffed as well. Yes, but people live here, right? People live in the desert as well, with oases and stuff. People can
Sure.
live. Yes, and with rain. What other things? Can you name some things also that is very nice for humans? Fishes, a bunch of fishes, a bunch of animals that we can eat and stuff like cows, and we can also get milk from them. And also there is
Why
dogs.
is that?
So
Oh, no, go ahead.
atheism is also very nice for humans.
That yeah, very nice that you die and then you become nothing. Yeah.
That's not atheism. That's
What?
science.
What does atheism say then?
It doesn't say that. It just,
Oh.
I just, as an atheist, I don't believe in any deities. I'm not beholden to the whims or edicts of any of these deities. I'm free. I have true, complete freedom to live my life how I want to live it. Now I have to go along with the laws in the country I'm in, and so we have human rights and whatnot here, which entail not violating other people's rights as part of exercising my own rights. But I'm okay with that. That works well for me in society and seems to work well for most people. But again, I've gotten off track from atheism here. Atheism doesn't put any restrictions on me. It doesn't limit me in any way. It doesn't require me to follow any rituals, to pray, to do things like that. And I find that this works well for me for my life.
Yes, you say something interesting actually, that you are not restricted, right? You're not restricted by anything, so you can do anything. You can drink alcohol.
No, that's not what I said. I said atheism doesn't restrict me in any way.
Yeah, well, yeah, so you're not really restricted by your atheism, and you are atheist, so you're not restricted. So you can drink alcohol, you can do all of those things, and yeah, and you know that
you.
me, I can't drink alcohol. I'm restricted by Islam, by Allah.
Physically, you can't hold the cup.
So what I'm going to say here is now, this might surprise you. If that works well for you, then great. Where I have a problem with these religious ideologies is when there are people trying to impose them on other people who don't
I
want
also
to
have a
have it.
problem. I also have a problem with that. Actually, in Islam we say there is no compulsion in religion, and this is like you guys invite people here, right? So I can speak about things here, right?
Yep. And just to point out that I agree. I know that is part of the Quran, the Holy Quran. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And
No problem.
yeah. I like to be respectful with all these things. Because I find it's conducive to better conversation. So that's why I'll always say Holy Quran or Holy Bible or Holy Torah or whatever the correct terms are for these things. Try to convey respect for the people I'm conversing with, and I find Amy's really good this way, and the other people here are too. It says that there's no compulsion in religion. However, when I look at some other parts of the Quran, like the Holy Quran, like chapter 4, verse 89, that talks about killing people who refuse to immigrate in the way of Allah, basically to become Muslims. That seems to be at odds. Now, that it has that there, and I've talked with other Muslims about this. They'll say it's out of context. There's nothing before or after those verses that say you should not do this.
Okay, wait. Okay, look. So you can't take things out of context, right? And this guy that
out of context.
Hmm?
I wasn't taking. I was reading what's in the Quran and the Holy Quran, and I see that.
Okay, so if you want to know something, right, you gotta learn it from the people that like have it, right, and that know it, right?
So you're saying that instead of reading the Holy Quran, I should talk to people?
Well, you should listen to the scholars of Islam and what they say.
So the book is not good enough on its own.
No, it's good. It's good.
Well, if it's good enough on its own for the common person to read, which is what's encouraged in Islamic tradition, as far as I know, then the scholarship part should be entirely optional. Why should I have to defer to scholars when I'm capable of reading this stuff myself?
So you can't. So you don't take things out of context. And okay, wait.
The problem is there's scholars that have disagreements about what the correct contexts are. So I'll just read the book myself and read it on my own and make my own determination. Wouldn't that be sufficient?
Okay. What was the verse? Anyways, I will look at it.
Chapter 4, verse 89. It says that person should be emigrate in the way of Allah, and if they refuse to do that, kill them. Now, that's not the exact wording, but that's the gist of it. That's the meaning I take from it. Chapter 4, verse 89. Amy, did I interrupt your conversation earlier?
Wait. Okay, so I now just opened Quran.com and it says for their betrayal. So I don't really know about this verse, but I already see something. Okay.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so for betrayal, the punishment for betrayal is to force Islam on people or kill them.
Okay, look, this is something that people nitpick on. Let me talk about it. So this is something that if you leave Islam and you live in an Islamic ruled country, not any other country, if you live in an Islamic ruled country and you got a bunch of Muslims, if someone tries to leave Islam, you will try to convince him, you give him all sound arguments, you can have all debates you want, and if he can't disprove you and stuff like that, then you kill him. Yes. That is the case.
Damn, that's evil.
Go ahead, Amy. You got a different read on it than I did, but go ahead, Amy. You've got something to say.
No, it's just
Well, I don't know
I
don't know about
killed
this
the
verse.
guy for not believing after all that. Disagreement.
Wait. You can be a non-Muslim, but when you become a Muslim, then you are restricted. Because, it is because there is a lot of problems when people just leave and then they cause corruption and stuff.
So, do you think it's okay for people to leave Islam?
Yes, but in an Islamic ruled country, I don't know about the exact rulings, but it was, I think, 20 days or something, and you get him all the scholars he needs and stuff like that, and you explain everything to him. And if you need to explain it to him in a good way, and convince him, and then he can't really disprove it, then I think the Islamic rule of that time can kill him. Yes.
I think this is a...
apostasy is a capital punishment crime, and the Pew Research Group did a survey of a lot of different Islamic-run countries throughout the world, and it was definitely statistically significant. The study was well done, and they found that roughly 65% of the Muslims living in these countries and all over the world, overall, 65% favored death for apostasy. That sounds like compulsion to be part of the religion to me. So these countries that have these laws, even, they are violating human rights, and yet they've got 65% roughly support on those laws. I see that as a serious problem for the future of humanity. Do you?
Okay. Not really, because when you have morals, you have subjective, and objective morals. And also there is Jews and Christians and everybody living there as well. Just Muslims, if they try to live, it's quite problematic, and they can also just hide it. They can really just hide it. You can say that I am a Muslim and everything, and you're spared. You're spared, literally. You can just not cause corruption and make the people and the country go crazy and stuff like that, because it's problematic. And also, a bunch of different countries and religions had that as well.
Death for apostasy, in my view, is compulsion to be in the religion, to stay in it. If there's no compulsion in religion, and they really mean it, and they really mean that the Quran, the Holy Quran, is correct in that, and that that's a good moral, then there should be no death for apostasy. People should be free to leave at any time. I've shot my bolt now. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah.
Bro, I just want to point out, I mean, this is why we need to oppose fundamentalist Muslim countries. There should not be countries run by Sharia law.
You are fine. You are fine. You're just fine. If you are not Muslim, you can be there. You can be non-Muslim
Sure.
and everything.
But we want Muslims to stop being Muslim. And so if you're going to kill them just because they
you can
are
immigrate.
expressing, no, we want no fundamentalist Muslim countries. We're going to try to push so that, you're not killing people just because your feelings got hurt.
No. It is
That's what it sounds like.
It is so that the things, the country doesn't go crazy and everybody leaves Islam, and then some
Sure.
other country can invade it, and
But that's
it
what
becomes
we
weak and
mean.
stuff.
What we want is for the country to stop being Muslim. You're calling that crazy. We're saying the country is not rational for having a fundamentalist religion where they kill people who disagree with them. Oh, you didn't give a good enough argument. We're gonna cut your head off. You should have been convinced of it.
Yeah, well, maybe yes, and
No,
they
maybe
got him
no.
all the. Okay, look, they literally get him all the scholars he needs, a bunch of days, and to the end, so the country doesn't get corrupted. You can just say, "Yeah, I am a Muslim," and you are good. I mean, you're literally good. You can just lie outright,
Sure,
and it
but
is part of the religion.
corruption can't be helping other people leave the religion too. That's not corruption. That's a good thing. We want that to happen.
You want wait,
We want people to leave the religion so they stop being corrupt. It's a corrupt system.
Right.
We
Okay.
want
Wait.
people to leave it. I don't see.
That is only applicable, this law, only if you have if you you debate with him all day, all night, and if he can't give you any argument why it's not true, and to give him all the arguments he needs that it is true, then you can do it. But if he
Do you
gives
think
you
we should
arguments,
be able, at least in secular countries, do you think that we should be able to argue with Muslims, and if they aren't able to give us good arguments, only after we've exhausted all good arguments and they still don't believe us, then we cut their heads off?
also they can just lie. But also this is not nice of you then.
I'm
because
sorry, but if you're saying they just lie, you realize it's immoral. You're admitted. I know it's immoral. You could just lie about it while we're all being...
You can just lie about it. And also, the thing you just said is not
Bruh.
nice because... Wait.
You are saying be moral. We should not be promoting lying. Let me try this for you. Don't lie about it. See how
No,
good
it
that
is
feels?
moral. It is moral. Well, we
a liar?
believe in objective morality from Allah, because subjective is just your opinions and what you think. But I can kind of see the moral thing in it, that this guy doesn't go ahead and destroy a whole. Well, not really this guy, but a lot of guys. It takes more than that. It doesn't corrupt the country. It doesn't become weak for invasions, and it was especially the case before, because Romans, all that kind of stuff, they were all waiting on their chance. Not even China, everybody. It was crazy back then, right? Everybody waited for their chance to go in and invade. Maybe not now, really not too much. It's actually kind of true. There is still colonialism, and everything, like Israel and stuff like that. But yeah, back then, much more hectic. So I think it's much more moral that the country doesn't get corrupted and it doesn't become weak and everything, and everybody starts opposing the government and Islam and everything, and then it becomes weaker to invasion and everybody die. It's much better that this guy lies. I mean, he's already non-Muslim, which we believe is immoral. So it doesn't matter if he does more immoral stuff. I think it's much better thing that this guy, lies than the whole country getting.
So you are saying we should cut Muslims' head off if we're not able to convince them that they're right. At least if it's in a secular country, right? It's secular laws, secular people.
That is not nice of you, because
really nice of you to cut people that disagree with your heads off.
Okay, no, that is not
sorry, Amy, I just can't get on board with you on that one.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
which one?
Let me please talk. Let me please talk.
Oh,
So,
well, I would never do that. I think that's moral and the great thing about secular countries is that we treat everyone with respect, or at least we try
right.
to have everyone's belief systems. I would never, in a million years, Randolph, I'm trying to go to abductio ad absurdum. Of course, he doesn't want
Can I
his
talk?
laws
I
applied
know,
to
I
him.
know.
Can I
I'm
talk?
just being facetious.
Oh, gotcha.
Can I talk, please? Please.
Sure.
Okay, okay. So back then, the only place where like people, wait, wait. Okay, so back then the people, the only place they could live like nice together, it was Muslim countries, Jews, Christians, and everything. And why is what you say is not nice? Because these laws don't work on like non-Muslims. You can't be a non-Muslim. Just when you join Islam, you can't really live if you too many arguments are presented and you can't present one. Okay, and it takes a lot of time and you can just lie. Okay.
So why
Yeah.
can't they do it in a secular country? Why can't they just lie and say they don't believe in a god?
In a secular country. What do you
Yeah,
mean by
so we
that? Okay,
don't
wait,
cut
wait.
their heads off. We're putting two countries aside. We're figuring out whether we should cut our citizens' head off. You said your
Okay, wait,
claim
wait.
so far. Mhm.
Okay, let me talk. Why I think that what you said is not nice because Christians and atheists and everything can just live in Muslim countries, but you are saying that Muslims that already have their belief sets, uh, you will cut their head off. But
Mhm.
it's not the same at all as Muslim countries because like atheism, they're not atheists, so they are not applicable
Isn't it
to the
Iran
atheist rules.
where
Uh, what?
atheism is a terrorist act and you are punished
Saudi
with death?
Arabia. That's Saudi
Saudi Arabia.
I don't know about some countries what they do. I'm pretty sure what you guys are saying is fake. But you can be an atheist, you can be a Christian, you can be a Jew, and also Islam got women rights 1,400 years ago. While while you guys struggled with it till like feminism came, and now feminism is kind of bad. It's kind of crazy with depression and
Oh,
divorces
very
and everything.
scary. Women actually having equality.
And
Uh,
in Saudi Arabia, it is true that is the law. You can even research it. If you're an atheist in Saudi Arabia, the government will classify you as a terrorist and punish you to 1,000 lashes, followed by the death penalty. That's my understanding.
Maybe it's for Muslims then. If you become
Atheist.
an
That's atheist. If you're an atheist in Saudi Arabia.
well, then that is not Muslim, and I'm pretty sure what you say is fake because a lot of people go to Saudi Arabia, and I have seen a lot of people go to Saudi
They're
Arabia,
being
and they
very
are not
careful. They're being very careful not to admit they're atheists when they're there.
No, literally everybody goes to Saudi Arabia. There is football there. I'm pretty sure what you're
We're
saying
all
is fake.
atheists.
What?
I'm just teasing you more. I love you,
Okay.
bro.
Thank you. I love you guys as well. But yeah, you understand me, right? That these rules are only applicable to Muslims, so that country doesn't get fucked over. But
You understand? We're never going to accept that, right? That is
I,
never.
I mean,
Get raked over by who?
get fucked over
By
by
who?
like
By
nearby
who?
countries, and it is especially true back then. It was so crazy back then. Everybody invading everybody. You can't show weakness. If you show weakness, and
How does Islam protect your country? That's what military forces do. National defense.
exactly. But if you got like people, everybody leave Islam, and then everybody opposes the government. Everybody does their own thing. It goes crazy, and everybody opposes each other, and they are not really united. Then the country is showing weakness, and it can get invaded. And yeah, exactly. And also, why you said not say why what you said is not nice, Amy, is because if you have such rules at like people that disagree with you, you should cut their head off. It is because in Islam, it's only applicable to Muslims. So if you got like atheism as like something like religion, not really a religion, something like that, it should be only applicable to atheists, right?
But
Not
can I tell
Muslims.
you, when you tell me it's not nice, I just imagine a guy sneaking in with a burglar mask and a knife, and like you punch him in the leg, and he goes, "Hey, that's really mean." You're like, yes, because you're trying to steal, rape, kill. Like you're doing. Like, I'm sorry to use such.
I'm a burglar.
Not a burglar, but you are part of the mob, apparently wanting
Not
to
mob.
kill someone's.
No,
You wanna-
we don't want to kill. You can just lie. We just want the country not to get fucked over, and so
But Rob,
everybody dies.
You
And
understand
also,
that is
what?
evil. You're telling people to just believe something different because
No.
your version of what you think is good, you don't want people to leave the religion. You view that as corrupt.
Yes,
You view that
religion.
as weak.
No, I already said to you. They got him all the scholars he need. They get him everything, and he can literally just like go away if he uses sound arguments and he disproves it. But if he can't do it and too many arguments are for Islam, then then he's just doing it because he wants to, and he's just doing it because like corruption basically.
What if he
he wants to
disproves your
drink alcohol.
God and then makes a bunch of Muslims
Exactly.
atheists? What happens then?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but we can now. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I'm not a Muslim scholar, but we are now talking about apostasy, right? And or something like that. And where were we? Where were we? What the fuck? Yes, they get him all the scholars he needs and everything. And if he leaves, then he's probably leaving for desires and everything, like alcohol, and stuff like that. Because if Islam is the truth, then you gotta go do it. Heaven and hell, and also we believe in objective morality. So what Allah tells us is the truth, and stuff like that. And yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I just don't see us leaving religion or anyone making your country weaker. In fact, at least from our perspective, that would make them stronger.
No, it does. It does actually. If you got everybody doing their own thing and everybody fighting each other, then you got different sects, and then
Yeah, like Sunni and Shia.
I don't know about that, but if you got people fighting each other and everything and killing each other, and then the country can get invaded, and it was very brutal back then. Like there was like the Mongol invasion and everything. There was plenty of other things. There
But
were
we don't
crusades.
live then. We live in a.
There were crusades and everything, so it was very dangerous. You can't afford to you can't afford that the country get corrupted. You can't afford that everybody does their own thing and fight each other. And before Islam, if you didn't know, in Arabia then, everybody were fighting each other. Everybody were going in and killing each other.
And now there's peace in the Middle East.
Exactly.
Heartwarming.
Islam brought peace, and also Islam brought peace. Literally, reunited everybody and got women rights and made women able to inherit stuff, and it was very nice. Yes, in like barbaric times, crusades, people
But
invading
you know
each
what
other.
you have to watch out for? A scary thing. You wouldn't want like some warlord just coming over and just like force or killing or converting your women and children. That's what you need to protect yourself against.
What? Converting? Oh, wait. You don't have to convert literally to Islam, but I mean, yes. And if you are Muslim, I already explained what it's not. It's very bad. At least, especially back then, that people just leave Islam and fight each other because they can get invaded and they are fucked.
Or maybe they just try and point out how silly of a religion all of these religions, but including Islam is.
Okay, why do you think it's silly?
Because it makes claims. It has an entire chapter dedicated to talking ants.
I mean, do you know that ants have the most
Communicate. Yeah, they can talk to other ants. It's amazing. You know who they can't talk to?
And it was probably more silly back then. What ants talking
pretty
and
silly
acting
now.
and acting like humans. But now we have science and everything. Now we know that ants have very complex. They have literally politics. They have politics. It's so their communication is so complex and like humans. So
I think we actually saw a documentary on that. It's called Ant-Man? Something like that.
Exactly. So it's actually a proof of the Quran, actually.
It is, if you think about it.
Yes. So, where are we? Yeah. Okay. So we talk about
It's a good
coincidence.
question.
Yeah, we talk about that there's too many coincidences. You know, we got sheep, we got cows. It's very nice for humans to live here. Just like if there was just a mobile out there, and you know, you gotta think someone created it, and then we.
Okay, so sheep and cows, coincidences. This is just evolution. When
Right.
things develop over time, and whatever can survive in the environment, and if that includes interacting with other life forms, then it works. And there is so much that hasn't survived. Neanderthals didn't survive. They're gone. They're gone.
Fake.
So there's all kinds of other things. There's a lot of species that have gone extinct even in our lifetime. There's these really dumb birds. They're kind of like chickens. I forgot what they're called, but somebody else might remember the name. But they're sorry. Yeah, the dodo bird. Yeah, the dodo bird is a contemporary extinction. It only went extinct recently, and there's a whole bunch of other species as well. And there's concerns about existing species now that are going extinct, and we're seeing environmental changes. So if we don't evolve along with our changing environment as a human species, we're going to go extinct one day as well.
We are actually, according to the Quran, but okay. So evolution, I do actually agree. Evolution is the natural enemy of Islam, kind of, or all religions. You know, it's
the natural enemy of Islam. Wow, that is an amazing soundbite. Please say it again.
Yes, it is actually a natural enemy of some of the proofs of Islam. You know,
put it in full phrasing. Say it again. That evolution is the evolution is the enemy of Islam.
No, well, not like enemy. We're not gonna go kill evolutionary people that have, but it is like the enemy of Islam in a way that it disproves, right? Well, not really, but one of its evidences that there can't really be so many coincidences, right? One of it, and also if you ignore living creatures, you already got many coincidences for the Earth. But yeah, it is actually a national enemy of the proof of Islam, or a proof of every religion really that says there is a God. About that there can't really be that many coincidences, because evolution says that naturally things just evolve to survive in the nature, right?
Reality puts no imposition that I'm aware of on the total number of coincidences, but Islam would not exist if it was not for evolution. No. Hang on, because of evolution, you have evolution to thank for people being smart enough 1,400 years ago, approximately, to create Islam. And so, without evolution, there would be no humans. There would be no Islam.
Okay, look. You're not very happy about me saying that. I mean, I understand.
I'm not happy. I think it's interesting that you think that evolution is the enemy of Islam.
I mean, I'm just agreeing with you guys. I'm being honest, you know. I mean, if there was a proof for Islam, I would also be happy. So it is very natural to be happy about a proof of atheism, right? Very natural. Okay, what do you want, Amy?
Well, and I'll say I really am not trying to. I feel bad now making sarcasm, so I'm gonna try.
No problem.
Anyway, the reason. Well, and I'll tell you, the reason why I do that is just because sometimes we hear things that are, in our opinion, are so silly that
I know
that is our way of venting, so to speak.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I get tempted as well by people making arguments, not really about religion, especially religion, or especially religion. People can make stupid arguments, and it's tough sometimes to hold on and not laugh at them. But yeah, Islam tells us to be good people. So I'm restricted, I'm restricted not to laugh at people.
Well, and I want to be a good interlocutor too, but
yes, very nice.
We're putting ourselves in public here. It's okay to laugh at us. Make videos and laugh at us if you want. It's fine.
No. I don't.
Just please link back to our videos when you do.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's if evolution is actually true, then it's actually the national enemy of one of the many proofs of Islam that things can't really be too many coincidences, like a phone, right? Someone must have created it. So yes, I do agree on that, but only if evolution is actually true. And if you watch that video that I sent you, you will also agree that evolution is not true, that people have just been lied to, so people can
So this is a common thing. There's a lot of creationists in Christianity who are against evolution as well. Look up Ken Ham, and there's another guy who was in jail for a
rational
while.
element.
Dr. Kent Hovind. Yeah, these two are against evolution. But there is a question from our audience, and after you answer that, I'm going to pass it back to Amy. But Sydney Raptor in our YouTube audience is asking, do you, the caller, accept that we are animals, even great apes?
I'm not sure about I think in like the Quran it says that humans are special. We can choose stuff, but we got also animal sides. We can just go up to and listen to our lusts and everything, and instincts, and be like animals. But
I guess maybe I can clarify, because I think I know what Sydney Raptor is trying to ask, is trying to get through. Like, do you accept the fact that humans are a type of animal species, or do you think humans are separate from that?
I think they are separate from that. I think they are most definitely got their animal sides, but animals only go by their instincts. Humans, though, they have free will that Allah gave them. And in the Quran, it says, the people that follow Allah and stuff like that, they are generally the best of the creatures. But people that do not follow, they are the worst of the not all of them. Generally, not all of them that do not follow and stuff like that are the worst of the creatures, so worse than animals. I'm sorry, guys, but not generally. I'm saying generally, not totally. All right.
But can I make the appeal that evolution can't be the enemy of Islam? I mean, this is the only reason we talk about things like evolution, the Big Bang on atheist versus theist conversation is because it's the creationist proxy wars. They are the subjects that they can't oftentimes get into court, and so they're just things that they, peeve them. And so when it comes to evolution, it's not the opposite of atheism. You could be a Muslim who accepts evolution. Now,
Yes.
Okay.
But not totally. I mean, I'm not sure what Quran tells totally, but if you got evolution, it disproves some of the coincidences, or we can say so. Some of the Allah that Allah made it nice for us, by Himself, planned it and everything. It disproves it, right? At least the coincidences out here on Earth. Forget about the universe and how the Earth is placed. About living things, right? A little bit it disproves, right, that it wasn't really planned. That's what evolution says.
Well,
It
it's
wasn't
an
really planned.
explanation. Instead of just saying it was raining really hard all over the world and a boat was, just cruising around with the last of the animals, it does explain billions of years, slowly but gradually, through
Well, I guess
subtle changes in populations, how we get the diversity of life.
actually yes. Well, actually, yeah. Yeah, you're true. Also, Islam accept. Yeah, actually, I have learned something new today. Islam also accepts a lot of sciences and stuff like that. I actually go right with it, right? But yeah, I mean, but now I know when I think about it, just naturally, if there is evolution and just things evolve naturally, then there wasn't really much of planning for living things, right? If you just think.
Yes, planning actual creations are a new phenomena that all that we know of so far come from the branch that we call animals.
Yes. What you just say?
So far, the only creators that we know of come from a small branch of multicellular life that we call animals.
Yes. Evolution. Yes. I understand you. So everything evolved from them. You say, even humans, right? That's what you believe.
So from single-celled organisms, sure.
Yeah. That's what we believe. You believe.
I am
Yes.
convinced of that, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, but the video, if you watched it, I mean, I really recommend it because it actually like disproves it outright, like just outright the evolution thing. I mean, I really recommend it actually. And that guy, I mean, I really love him because he's very like calm. Have constructive conversations and everything. You can watch that guy if you're interested. And for everybody that is atheist, I was also actually I was a Muslim and I actually left Islam, to be honest, and then I came back.
Apostate.
Mhm.
And you survived.
Well, I was out here in the West. Well, I mean, you can just lie about not being a Muslim.
Voila.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I actually left Islam and then came back. Wait, where am I? What the fuck? Yeah. But you can listen to this guy. Okay, and he's very nice. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I want to say things to atheists. Yes. Okay. Okay. So it's very important, I think, that you know and to seek the truth, because there is a lot of religions that say there is like infinite hellfire and stuff like that. So you can just be rational, be logical. I mean, and if you think it's fun, you can just look at people. If you think they are stupid, you can stop watching them. You can look at them, research, literally just research. You can research Islam. If you think it's logical, you can join it. If you think it's illogical, you cannot join it. But I think it's very important for people to search the truth, because out here on Earth, we are living like usually max 70 years, and then there is death, and it's kind of scary, right? So you need to kind of seek the truth, and as people with religion, existential crisis is not really a thing, because you know why you exist according to your religion. And if that religion got too many proofs and stuff like that, then you are kind of shilling, right? But as an atheist, it's kind of crazy, and people are depressed, and more than people with religion, and they go through existential crisis and stuff like that. So I think it's kind of important for people to seek the truth. Oh yeah, and it is exactly because of the truth that I actually went back to Islam. Well, I actually went out of Islam because my family like forced me and stuff, which is not really Islamic. Like, you know, well, I was very forced, and it's not really
You're
Islamic.
forced in or out of religion.
Well, I was forced to do many Islam stuff, right? Irreligion stuff. Too many, much more than what you have to do, and stuff like that. And also went through teenage. So I went to, when you are a teenager, you go against your parents and stuff. So I went against my parents and became non-Muslim. But then, because of the truth, I actually I can tell it actually right now that mountains are like screws, right? Or something like that, stakes or pegs. That's what Islam tells, and it's actually kind of the case. If you search in Google right now, it's like mountains longer in like deep the earth, it will say yes. And if you search it like where mountains are placed, they are placed, where two earth plates meet, and so it's kind of actually like truth. That's what got me back in Islam, all this scientific stuff, and there is too many actually. And also there's a video, I will send it as well. It's very nice, but there is one thing I don't like about it. Well, yeah, but when you become Muslim, whatever. I will send it. It's very nice. It has many proofs. It has animations and everything. It's very nice to understand and stuff like that. It has all the proofs, kind of scientific. I really love scientific and logical proofs and arguments and stuff like that. I love it. Wait, I will send it where? Where can I send it?
Probably send it in the Heathen Hangout. But I'd also love to know, Brad, is what would be convincing to you to change your mind?
I mean, if you give me like proofs that Islam is not the truth and that it has contradictions and stuff like that, but of course I will first research it, because there is a lot of lies out here. Like when they pull out skeletons of supposedly human-like creatures, it turns out to be dongs and stuff like that. So I can't really accept it right away because there is a lot of lies. But if you present me with a lot of proofs and Islamic scholars actually go over it and they can't say nothing to it, the smart ones as well. There's stupid people, but yeah, if there is proofs and I take some time, like I don't know, 1 month, and people actually say and I hear all the arguments and stuff like that, then yes, I will leave Islam. Actually, if it says there is contradictions, if it says arguments that does not support it and stuff like that, but you understand that there, I mean, you get me that there is a lot of lies out there, right?
A lot of flies.
Yes, lies, just lies, purely lies. Like
Well,
yes, like
I mean, if a guy says he cut the moon, either like into portion, even a small portion, or entirety, he is a liar.
okay, that argument, I actually have a very nice argument for it. Yeah, what's Randolph?
Oh, actually, we have a question from our audience once you're done addressing Amy's question.
Okay. I will address this. The one with not believing fantasy stuff. I really have a nice example for it. That now people go like, what? He went on a flying like horse or camel and went to the heavens and went to Jerusalem in like one night or something. People
They
don't
think it
really
was
believe that, right?
shrooms.
Well, no, I would say any man who
They think the
claims
Barack was shrooms.
the Barack was shrooms, like he just had a trip.
They think he took shrooms and tripped balls.
What the fuck? What are you saying?
I mean, that would make a lot more sense than anything they've given
Amy,
us.
yeah, let Amy get back to her point because I want to ask the audience question once you two are done with this
Well,
section.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I know it's a baraka, it's a magical thing,
Trip.
but that,
Trip.
but sure, but that didn't happen, and so thus Muhammad is a liar.
Okay. So we are now talking about fantasy stuff, right? That people can't really believe it. But okay,
Yes.
if we think about like two people in medieval times, okay, then one of them comes and says, "Yo, guys, do you know that later on there will be flying metal birds that carry people inside them, or that and then the other goes and says, what the fuck is this going on about? He's crazy." And then comes the third guy and says, "Yeah, he's always like this," or something like that. You understand? It's kind of hard to
Sure, but if
believe.
he was like an early, they might have not had mechanical engineers, but he was an
Exactly.
early, but if he was an early naturalist, he could be saying, well, listen, I have blueprints for it, although it sounds crazy, I'm going to be
No.
building
No
devices.
blueprints. What you said? Blueprints. Yes. That one. Yeah, I know what it means. Actually, I just had
Yeah.
difficulties
Yeah,
saying.
to-
But
yeah,
yeah,
the fact that you know two languages is always going to be greater than the fact that, I butcher English. But it's just that I find it skeptical. I am suspicious of someone who said that they wrote this
understandable.
isn't okay.
Well,
Continue.
understandable that people have skepticism against fantasy stuff, but everything can be true. Everything, literally. Well, not really everything, but like a lot of stuff. And when you think about, when I give you this example, it's like, it's very nice way of saying that things can be actually true. Like if you go way back then, there was just farming and stuff like that, and you say people have like take 4 hours to create fire, and you say something like people will be able to create well, not explosive, great aggressive fires that engulf everything in like a matter of moments and stuff like that. It would just look at you and be like, what is this? Is this guy crazy?
But those are also claims. He's not saying I have the
Yes.
contraption and I did it.
It is claims actually, but these claims are actually true, so claims can be true.
Sure. What evidence
Exactly.
do we have that Muhammad
What
wrote
evidence?
this
Very
speech?
nice of you. There is a lot of evidence, evidences, and I will send the video. Where can I send the video?
I just posted in the Heathen Hangout
Even
text.
Hangout.
Yeah, that's the one that Taco invited you to earlier. Yeah, he invented that channel too, but he also invited you to it. I'm just
Where
going to put up while you do that, I'm going to read the question from our YouTube audience.
Yes.
Javier Jara, Javierer, Jara, I hope I'm pronouncing their name right, is asking, when the truth was established to other people besides Muslims, like when was the truth established to other people aside from Muslims? What is the scientific proof? So they're wondering.
Yeah, I will post the video right now. It's actually a very nice video. People can watch it and stuff like that. Very clear.
Okay.
It goes over it very clearly, and yeah, those are a lot of the proofs. Yeah, and I also have
our YouTube audience, but go ahead and maybe answer that question if you've got a moment to do that.
Okay, I will try to answer it. That ant thing, that ants talk and stuff like that. One of them, actually. Ants have the most complex communications beside humans, I think. I don't really know, but yeah, very complex one. So, and they have politics and everything. That is one of them. We got the mountains thing. If you just go to Google and search are mountains deep inside the earth, you will find, yes, they are actually 3 times to 4 times deeper inside the earth, just like a screw or something. And if you look like a screw, not a screw, yeah, people trip over that, like a screw, what Quran says, or not a screw, stakes or pegs or something like that, something like a screw, I don't know. And mountains, where do they meet? They meet where two where do they form, or where are they? It's where between 2 earth crusts or 2 earth plates, and mountains are above they are a part of the earth plate, of the one above the one below. Wait, if you search just mountains,
we need to get Google Maps. That's my last joke. I'm done for the next 5 minutes.
But yeah, I'm a bad explainer, especially when using English. It's not really my own language, but you got a bunch of earth plates, right? Yes, and mountains are at the meeting points of earth plates, and mountains are above, in the a part of the earth plate of the one above the other earth plate. Yes, and they are deeper inside. So if I can just draw or show a picture or something, you will see that they are mountains are a part of the earth plate above the other one, which is lower, and they are deeper inside.
Are you trying to say this hints at tectonic plates?
What?
Tectonic plates?
Yeah, I think it's those. Yes, I think it's those.
What is the point of you saying this? Yes, we knew this before Muhammad. Muhammad copied this from other people. So what?
What are you saying? I don't think so.
We knew that mountains were below the earth before Muhammad. Everybody knew that.
And where did you get that from?
The Greeks, the Egyptians, the Chinese, Mongolians.
Yeah, I mean,
Australians.
I get you. Some of them were there. I don't know. But Zakir Naik says something really nice about it. That even if all the proofs were 1,400 years ago, and they were what was it called? And they were accessible for someone random guy in the desert, and then he collected all of them. He can't really collect all of them.
That's
like
very easy.
in his
So
lifetime.
he went to cities where people talked and people knew this from all over the world.
Yes.
There's absolutely zero special. Nothing special about that. Nothing.
What the hell? He can't really say everything that is true, right? No. He can't really collect everything that is like claims and everything. And
he didn't. You're right.
True.
He didn't do that. He just collected very obvious facts that everybody knew at the time, or that
obvious facts, like what? The Earth is not flat. That is actually, I think, Islam tells it's the form of.
We knew that 2,000 years before Islam. That was an obvious fact. Yep, we knew mountains were before the Earth. Obvious fact.
Now I think
we knew that
saltwater
and ocean water were actually they do mix. So he got that one wrong. That's an error he made.
Well, it's not actually
none
mixing.
None of the facts he presented were unique or interesting or special. Absolutely 0% of the Quran. It's not beautiful.
So 1,400 years ago, you say people believe that the Earth was not flat.
Nothing about it is special.
What are
People
you
did
saying,
not
man?
believe the Earth was flat back then. People believed we knew the world was round way before back then. Way before then.
Okay, you're
The
just
Greeks
crazy.
knew the world was round. What?
You're just saying false
Google-
stuff.
you want
Please
Okay,
back it with arguments.
Whenever a Muslim says that's just false stuff, you just go to Google, type it in, and they're wrong. So let's see. When did we discover Earth was round?
1,500 something.
3rd century
Yeah.
BC. 3rd century BC. Do you know what that means?
Wait,
That's
wait. When
1800
I
years
will search it.
before
I will
Muhammad.
search it. I will search it.
Okay.
Because
Earliest
I think you're
documented
just lying
mention
now.
of the dates are the Greek philosophers in the 3rd century BC.
Oh damn.
That would be 1700 years before Muhammad. Owned. Sun, destroyed sun, 300 BC. NASA.gov. Who figured out the Earth
Okay.
was round?
Even if this guy says it. Okay.
He's like, you're wrong. You're just making stuff up, and then Google destroys him. Ah, the perplexing of the Muslim.
Okay, it's actually right. Okay, it's actually right. Okay, whatever. You got it right. Okay, I will be honest. Okay, I will be honest out here. But okay, I don't think it was the popular one. Absolutely not. So, and I don't think people were knowledgeable enough or had enough science. And I don't think even this Greek guy had enough science to prove it. I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know.
Aristotle didn't have enough science. The guy who
I
invented
don't know.
science didn't have enough science.
I'm saying I don't know. I'm being honest here, but it was absolutely not the popular opinion,
Your
and
science
it was
rating is too low.
okay, whatever, man. And absolutely not the popular opinion, and it was like the Greeks only, right, with this guy, and the Christianity absolutely did not say it. It said the Earth was flat, and it was the popular opinion that the Earth was flat, and even if these things were available back then, some of them, right, you can't really collect all the right ones, okay, because it's claims, right? It's claims and not popular. And not in a single lifetime, absolutely not possible to collect all the right ones, and even more than that, even a lot more than that, like emperorology or something. I think it was absolutely not available back then. That Quran knew about the shape of the like baby, how it was shaped, and a lot of stuff about emperorology, and what is it called, I don't know, and like how babies are formed, and how humans are formed and created in the bellies, or not created, how they are formed in
Just
the
to
bellies
jump in for 1 second, the claim for the Quran is that a fetus looks like chewed gum, right?
fetus. What chewed gum? Maybe, yeah. And also it evolves into a
That's like
leech like.
okay.
I don't know what you are saying, but it definitely says that later on it evolves into a leech-like thing, which is exactly true. And it was only discovered like I think it was 1950 or something, when they presented it to a like a doctor or something, and he controlled it. It was actually true, and this was 1,400 years ago. And there are actually too many of them. There's so many. I think it's like 1,000 verses. I think I listened to Zakir Naik, and he says something like this. It's about like 1,000 verses of scientific things, and the Quran is not really a scientific book, but yeah, it has 1,000 scientific verses, and everything it says is like true, and 20% or something it says is like not controlled yet, not confirmed. So like, yeah, I mean, that is absolutely not possible. Whatever anybody says to me that somebody random guy from the desert can he can collect a lot of stuff of too many different things, and the travel time was like too much. Then he can collect too many science facts and claims, not facts, even claims. And there was not really science was not really popular back then, so not too many scientists or anything that can prove it, and he can collect all of them, add some other ones, put it in the most sophisticated human literature that has absolutely no contradictions, and like people back then when they listen to the Quran, the best of the Arabic people, like Arabic literature guys, they just said magic or something like that. What didn't come from a man? Just gave up right away from saying that it was from a man. And most sophisticated human literature. And yeah, absolutely not possible. What you are saying is absolutely not possible.
So, just going to point out, there's nothing
Yes.
special about the Quran. It had
Absolutely
information
fake.
that was relevant at the time. It was written
No,
by
no,
his most famous
no,
scribe. It was written. The Quran was written by
no.
Abu Bakr. That
What
is who.
of? Okay, yeah,
It was
that's just false information right now. Okay, but look,
sure. Who wrote
you
the
can.
Quran?
Well, Allah gave it to the prophets through like angels and stuff like that.
Yeah, and who wrote it down? Because he couldn't write.
Maybe the people right beside him, but that doesn't matter
Let
who
me
wrote
give you
it.
a hint. Let me give you a hint. It rhymes with Shmabu Shmacker.
What the fuck? Okay, it
I'm
doesn't matter
sorry.
who
I
wrote
said
it.
I would stop jokes. It was Abu
Okay,
Bakr. There we go.
okay, but it doesn't really matter who wrote it. It matters who invented it. Okay, do you know what it's called? Why it's called the Quran or Quran? Do you know why?
Yes, because it means. Well, actually, I was gonna say Islam means.
Recited oftenly, right? So it's something to be recited. So the one who invented it has nothing to do with the one who wrote it. Literally.
And you think that Muhammad is the first person who said, I think a fetus looks like chewed gum.
No, it's Allah who knows how things go, because he's the one that created us.
Or
And
scholars
yes,
wrote it.
scholars wrote it. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know when that was discovered? Do you know? 1950. Yeah. So a random guy in the desert.
That fetuses look like chewed gum. Embryology's been going on for the past few hundred years, and we've known that it takes sex to make babies for much longer than that.
Yes, but people did not know a lot of stuff that the baby that's the baby evolves into a leech-like thing, right? They did not know that. Absolutely not. Or I think it means also blood clot or something. Yes, people did not know that, and a lot of other stuff about mountains. It's okay. It's absolutely not logical, not possible that random guy from the desert can collect all of these things, claims, not even scientific facts, because there were not many scientists then. Just claims, outright claims, absolutely not popular ones, and he has to travel all around the earth, collect all of them, add some other ones,
No,
put
he
it in.
just needs to conquer other groups of people. If he can conquer enough people, he'll have many scribes at his disposal. Because he was
True,
illiterate.
but
He did not
they
know
conquered.
how
They
to write.
conquered. Yes, but a lot of the Quran came before they conquered a lot of different places, and also they did not conquer everything while Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was alive.
Sure.
Not everything, not all of the places,
Oh,
and
I
yeah,
get you, but he conquered enough places that he wasn't just in a desert and angels just delivered it to him. It actually
was
was
actually
people.
kind of, and you
It was
actually
other people who wrote it, if you think
you
about it.
you actually proved it more. Now they were very busy with conquering and fighting and trying to be alive, while they literally started from nothing. They literally started from nothing and made
Once
a
again, I
great
don't
nation.
think you know what that word means. I'm trying to think of the quote. Like
Okay, please don't
indefatigable.
nitpick. Please don't nitpick. Like, what the hell? Now I say nothing. I don't really mean nothing. Nothing. Like, they started out from not very strong, right? Yeah, please don't nitpick. Come on, man.
Well, I can't help it. That is kind of how the
What the hell?
conversation was. You were telling us that we believe that we come from nothing. To bring it back all the way full circle.
I mean, you're just nitpicking on me using some words that I mean different things by. Like
Sure,
when I say,
But everything that you're explaining is very possible. Yes, a small group of people, they were able to conquer a larger amount of people, and then from their supplies, they were able to conquer larger amounts of people, and he was able
yeah,
to conquer a large enough amount of people that there were scholars and scribes among them, and he was able to collect the
why
information
did
that
they
they were
start?
able to. Why did
Why
they
did
start one?
the scribes and scientists? Do you know why? Because Islam
Who told
actually
them to?
promotes science and everything, and also you literally just proved it more. Okay, so there was a random guy in the desert, and he
Uh,
absolutely had no ways of collecting all these things, adding other ones, making it.
Killing and conquering people, that's
Let
kind
me
of a
please talk.
strong motivator.
Let me talk. Let me talk. So this guy, random guy in the desert, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was there. He had absolutely. I'm now talking. Please, please. He had absolutely zero way to collect all these things from too many different places. Adding a lot of different ones, putting them in the most sophisticated literature known to man that literally challenges everybody to imitate it. But with all the haters, it hasn't been imitated for 1,400 years. And then they were actually busy with too many different stuff, like fighting and trying to stay alive because people want to kill them because they are preaching the truth and stuff like that. They were too busy doing that. He was too busy calling people out to Islam. He was too busy doing different stuff, and he literally did not have the time to make the most sophisticated literature and collect all these different things, adding a lot of different ones that did not exist before. I think
Can
also that there
respond to
is.
some of those? Because, it shows that he wasn't going around and collecting all these. He didn't write it. He did not know how to write. He got other people to do the work for him. They collected different facts of the day. There's nothing about the Quran that is out of place. It looks like a book you would expect to find 1,400 years ago. I do not understand. And every time we go towards one of the actual verifiable claims, like the Baraka or the talking ants, that becomes a miracle. So, in essence, it sounds just like the Christians.
Two
Uh,
questions from our
no.
audience I'd like to get to before we move on to our next caller, if that's okay with you.
Okay, wait. My dad wants to speak with me. Give
Yeah,
me
yeah.
a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just quickly start the. Javier Jera has asked another question. In one verse of the Holy Quran said that God throws stars, static lamps in the firmament, to the devils. Does his God know that the sun is a star?
Yeah, and it just has, I know he's away for a second, but it just
Oh.
has wacky cosmology.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just maybe I'll just put forward the other question, which is from Deconverted Man, who has a great YouTube channel, by the way. Is wondering why God doesn't join the Hangout and tell us all it's Allah.
I know, right?
Okay, so he seems to have disappeared. So what I think I'm going to do is I'll move him to the audience because we've got other people waiting. So thank you very much for joining us.
What's up? What's up?
So let's bring up. That was an interesting call. It was a long one. Maybe when he's got his audio working, we can bring him back. So welcome, welcome, Ballian. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, yep, you are.
Okay, your audio is a little low. If you could turn up your microphone volume a bit better. That's much better. How are you today, and what brings you here, sir?
Well, unfortunately, right as I get in, my Instacart order is being delivered, so I'm kind of double doing two things at once here. But I think I've talked to you, Randolph, in the past. We had a decent conversation, I believe, about I think it was about the utility of religion.
Your voice sounds familiar. If you need to go and deal with that stuff that's in real life right now, we could talk to the next person and then bring you back after that. It's up to you.
Great. That'll be
Okay,
perfect.
that's what we'll do. We'll move to the audience and we'll do that. I would love to talk with you. Welcome, Mathematician. Hello. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing pretty good. We had a rather long conversation there. It was interesting, though.
Well, my question's pretty simple, but and I think subtle. But what do you think the largest body of like organized? I guess how do I say this? What do you think the largest well organized group of atheists is, and what do you think? What do you think the goals should be of such an organized body of atheists?
I'm going to say American Atheists is probably the biggest one. They've got the largest membership that I'm aware of as an atheism group. And I know you're not asking about demographic in a country or something like that. For that, I would look at China for the largest demographic of atheists in the world. But the American Atheists, I think, and they are quite clear about their purpose on their website. They do call it a mission statement. I run an organization called Canadian Atheist. We chose to call it a purpose rather than a mission statement because mission statement sounds a bit religious. But that's a minor point. It doesn't really matter. You can go to atheists.org website, and it will and you can find on there the information about exactly what they do. They're pushing against religion and government and different things like that to try to promote atheism in the USA, and they do have an impact worldwide as well. So, and they're a great organization. I do recommend them. They were started by Madeline. I'm trying to remember how to pronounce her full name.
Madeline O'Hare.
You got it. Thank you, Amy. And so it was off to quite a good start. Unfortunately, her life was, she was killed. She was murdered. And but it's unfortunate, her and I think her family or her friends. So other people had to continue with the cause. So we did lose somebody there who's great. But what should the atheism organizations be doing is the other part of your question. I definitely think presenting atheism in the best possible ways should be something that atheism organizations do. It's what Canadian Atheist does. I think that promoting the ideals of equal treatment for atheists with theists in society. So that means no special treatment just because you believe in a god, for example, and no special treatment just because you don't. It needs to be equal. Like this is so it's trying to help bring an end to the discrimination. One thing that I'm doing with my organization is, and we're just very small compared to the others like American Atheists, of course, because we're fairly new. But we've only been around about 5 or 6 years, I think. But we're trying to bring an end to the vilification of atheists and atheism as a demographic, and to try to end the stigmatization as well. We're fortunate that in Canada there's less of this kind of bad thinking, bad ideas, and bad attitudes toward atheism, but there is still a contingent of people here who have wrong ideas about atheism, so our work is still cut out for us. I hope this helps to answer your question, and Amy and Tom, if you have some ideas. I know Tom is working on trying to help people to resolve the homeless problem.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, I go to like this atheist group in my local city every month, and they recommended Atheists United, and someone else recommended American Atheists. I think that's what you said. I can't remember.
Yes.
Why is there two different groups that seem to be very large in the U.S., and which one has, like, do you believe has the better, like, motive, I guess?
Well, I'm not familiar with Atheist United, but even if I was, I would be kind of reluctant to compare and say which one's better. I'm going to just guess without knowing that they probably have some different focus points and have different goals. Because if they had exactly the same goals, I would think they'd probably just be one group. And this often happens with a lot of nonprofit organizations. Like you can find groups of table tennis players, and there's a whole bunch of different groups doing different things. And sometimes it's a matter of regional access too. Sometimes these different groups will set up because of the people who founded them, where they're located geographically. And they know a lot of people locally who can be activists. Like we're a nationwide organization with Canadian Atheists. We started in BC, and I'm going to guess that does it make sense to you that Atheist United and American Atheists started in different states?
Yeah, it does. I think that would make sense. Like why I've heard one over the other. It probably is geographical. I just didn't know if there was like some sort of ideological divide within the.
I would say look at the purpose or mission statements on their websites and see if there is different focuses, and if there are, and you like them both, that you could join both, right? I always encourage people to join their national atheism organizations in their countries because it's good to support the organization for the work that they're doing.
And the only thing I just want to add on to that is that it's important that we find ways to replace the communities that some people have lost. And so whether you're doing a West Coast and East Coast, whether they are national or worldwide, we should be looking for ways to replace those communities, because sometimes people don't actually want to leave until there's an alternative. They say, I'm leaving all that I have for what? And so it's important we show them that there are replacements, sometimes better than what they had.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate the answers.
Hey, thank you for coming up. I guess what we'll do, we'll try to go back to Ballian here. Ballian, sorry. Ballian, if the timing's good for you, then come on up. Oh, how's it going there? Is this good timing to talk now?
Hi, is it my turn?
Yes, sir. Is this a good time to talk now?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Life happens. So how are you doing and what's on your mind?
Good. So I just want to say first off that like it really is interesting or like appreciated that people would understand the community, even from your circle would understand the importance of community that religion does help provide. And I think like everyone does need a community that they can be friends with and share kind of like a framework or a narrative with, so that they can get along and handle that part of their life. What I very rarely hear addressed by atheists, and I think I may have covered this before, but still not to my satisfaction. There doesn't seem to be anything. First of all, there doesn't seem to be an acknowledgement of the necessity for a prime directive, so to speak, or a fundamental like orientation and like a. Okay, so in order
Can
to
I actually?
I can address this after Amy. Go
Okay.
ahead, Amy.
Well, I think sometimes, especially when you're on the outskirts of really having a different decision or a different outlook, you could say that we're giving up and going into like a full type of nihilism. I find that sometimes they say, well, what do we even have to look forward to? Why should we do anything? How can I have any should questions at all anymore? And that answer tends to be, that's true. There is no atheist prime directive. There is never going to be Thea and us getting together and just all kind of worshiping not a god. And so the hole that has to be filled is what is it that we're getting around that we can actually have friendly faces for, that we all agree on? A lot of times that's
Well-
secular humanism. A lot of times that is maybe going against fundamentalist religions for atheists. But sometimes that's just croquet. We're going to the movies and something.
Okay.
So
Nothing
that's-
more
yeah.
associated.
But
Yeah,
just in
these
general
are
on that-
these are excellent points. I'd like to address your question as well. And so, with secular humanism, as Amy mentioned, they do have this kind of ideals, and that's fine. Atheism itself is not an ideology. And so it's not something that naturally brings this kind of thing about. Now, people will often do this. You have your national laws. Okay, as an atheist, I follow the national laws, or I try to conform to them as best I can. On the CanadianAtheists.ca website, under profile, we have something called Code of Conduct. We've addressed this because it came up quite a while ago, and it says this. It might sound a little tongue in cheek, but it's actually right on the mark, because there's nothing in atheism that tells you how you need to behave or anything like that. So we'll say Canadian atheists and its members are intentionally without a code of conduct due to our emphasis on the promotion and advocacy for freedoms and human rights, which the freedom part is an artifact of being an atheist. The human rights part is kind of more, you're getting into humanism and whatnot, but human rights has become kind of a necessary thing for people who want to have that freedom to choose whether or not to be part of a religion. And it's very important that people do have this kind of choice. The rationale is, although many professional organizations have published code of conduct that communicate and clarify to their members various expectations of adherence to certain professional standards, the Canadian Atheists Code of Conduct would be problematic, as it would require introducing an element of exclusivity that does not coincide with the one and only principle of atheism, the absence of beliefs in deities, for which freedom is an integral characteristic, both fundamentally and also as a matter of natural consequence. Moral and ethical matters are generally determined freely and independently by atheists, typically on a case-by-case basis. The rule of law is an important factor as well, which we recommend striving to adhere to, but, like all ideas, is also not exempt from challenge or scrutiny in various forms. While the Canadian Atheist is available to provide perspective on various moral, ethical, and legal matters, it is important to not lose sight of the fact that individual atheists also tend to have their own personal perspectives to share, which may or may not agree with ours. We call this intellectual diversity, which we encourage as an integral artifact of intellectual freedom or free thought. So in my experience, the atheism demographic as a whole is probably among the most diverse throughout the world. And so bringing in a code of conduct or some kind of ideological type of thinking and goals that we should adhere to and fulfill doesn't really serve such a diverse demographic all that well, and it will create divides, which, to say that atheists are united now, I think is not really realistic,
they're not
because of the diversity. So
I understand that it's not a homogenous group with like a
Yeah.
single book that they refer to. What I find
your volume just went down again. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I agree that atheism is a broad and diverse group of people. Some with more Christian morality, like the secular humanists, or more whatever you want to call it, and then some with more human-centered morality, and some with no morality. I understand this, but when you're phrasing when you were describing the Christian system as like a totalizing tyrannical system, or the Islamic system as like a tyrannical system that takes away choice from its members, you were implicit, and I think you explicitly also stated that choice and like the free choice of individuals is the prime, it's the most important value, right? So like anything that takes away the freedom of individuals I'd assume you'd have a caveat in there for, excluding behavior that would also take away the freedom of other individuals. So I can't be out there.
Okay,
raping
so
somebody.
it is my preference, and it happens to be a shared preference among a lot of atheists, but not all atheists want everyone to have freedom of choice. There are some atheists out there I know of, and I have
I'm
talked
specifically
to.
referring to your point. Your
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but it is something that's an individual choice, is my point. Yeah.
Sure. So, but at the same token, I think I think there's a case to be made that too much choice and too much freedom of individuals, especially who might not, focus their entire life on the pursuit of the proper moral, ethical, or even like even just spending the time it takes to discover, how one should live in the world, which has developed, like the study of that has developed through many different religions, and it's taken people their entire lives to figure this stuff out. I think giving too much freedom to that sort of, like it's kind of like, if we decided that all the piano teachers would go away and we just let everyone kind of fumble around on the piano, and then hopefully we get out to, someone like Chopin. It's like, no, it's like there is a structure that these religions do provide, and a moral framework, and a justification for that and the axioms behind that, like the unprovable statements of faith or belief that undergird it as a system that works, right? That can provide people with a lot of stability and intellectual ability, or help them get through life, right? And not be overcome with anxiety and doubt and hopelessness and despair. And so I view like what I would consider a casual belief of just saying, well, it takes away freedom from people, as very dismissive, in the same way that I'd say if you're raising a kid without structure and the kid's like, well, I just want to be able to choose. It's like, well, you don't have the framework or the life experience to make a difficult choice in a variety of areas. And I think therefore you have to defer to my judgment as your parent. And I think, I'm not advocating for a celestial permanent paternalism, but at the same token, I think the belief that more free choice is always good. It kind of leaves people, because that's what anxiety is. Anxiety is a plethora of choices without any sort of direction. And so we're seeing upticks in anxiety across Western societies in general. Antidepressants, all kinds of different prescriptions are flying off the fucking shelves.
Have anxiety
and it's because
without...
they don't have a structure that they can fit into necessarily.
Because you can have anxiety about something that's upcoming, and you actually have no decision over it. It's just oncoming. But I would just say we don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. We can have structure. In fact, I think eventually we do it better than the religious. I'm not saying that they didn't have their uses. Almost every good that I see of religion is kind of a double-edged sword. Like, it's great to be part of the in-group until you're part of the out-group. It is great to have a moral code until there are certain arbitrary things within that moral code that just seem evil, and then we have nothing to do about it. And so I'm not saying go anarchist, or just to go back to it, to go nihilist. I would say that we're just going to have to take time and energy from a secular perspective to figure out what works and then hone that.
So there is...
maintain yourself in the meantime without a structure as
Sorry.
Christianity.
Okay, so we do have social structures. We have we have our legal system. We have certain things people need to do. You need to pay your taxes, things like that. In some countries, there's a need for military service. At the draft, I'm not really in favor of, but I understand why it's necessary in some cases, like in emergency situations right off the bat. But I don't really want to get into that. Because it's really off topic, but there are these structures in place already, and I do agree with Amy's point that having a lot of freedom is not necessarily the only thing that causes anxiety or root behind anxiety. We're going through a time in the world right now where more and more people are moving away from religion, and so what you're raising is an important point, because there is the need for, I guess, some kind of guidance and leadership stuff out there, some materials on it. And this is why, people writing books is a good thing, because they can share their ideas. I know Dr. Jordan Peterson had a book called The 12 Rules of Life, which turned out to be just mostly quackery, but there are quite a few people who found value in some of the things that he said. Like, I don't see any value in petting a cat every day, which is one of his 12 rules.
Whoa. Can I interpret, like, 'cause
Yeah, go ahead.
You're taking that quite literally, right? The meaning behind pet a cat, and I've read his book, and I think it's brilliant. That's like a baseline for how to organize your life, but the pet a cat every day is basically looking for reasons to be grateful and altruistic, and to see, like, to not, it's sort of an antidote to resentment, in that no matter how bad life is going, you should take the time to still appreciate what's beautiful, to still care for what you can care for, right? Like, this is the problem I see with a lot of people criticizing Jordan Peterson, is they take something like pet a cat every day. It's like, well, that's pedantic horseshit. And it's like, well, there's something behind that. If you read the chapter, it goes into, like, when he was at his darkest point in his life, basically, when his kid was, had what was it?
So the point I was really trying to make there is, and because that's something I know a lot of people are familiar with, because he's gained a lot of fame and attention for this stuff. The point I was trying to make is that people can publish these books, and then people can discuss these ideas, critique them, disagree or agree with them, and have conversations. I don't want to turn this into a Dr. Peterson conversation, but I just used it as an example. But and I did put my opinion in there. Yes, having this kind of resource is important, but we're going through a point where people are moving away from religions. So I do think that's going to create some trepidation and even anxiety for some people, because what religions, they all seem to have in common, or almost all of them seem to, one of the things they seem to have in common is this characteristic of fearing the unknown. And with atheism, there isn't something that gives you reassurance against the unknown. So there's a paradigm shift in societies around the world. They're starting to people are starting to realize that the unknown is something they're going to have to contend with now, instead of avoiding it. And that's, I guess, could be one of the angles that should be maybe focused on by some of these atheism groups. As per the point that you're raising. So a lot of people are afraid of dying, and they look at religion very often for, oh, there's an afterlife. Okay, so it's not going to be so bad after all. Which, unfortunately, to me, I think is not. I don't think that's a healthy way to deal with it. I think that's avoidance. I don't think it really deals with. It helps people to really come to terms with what death is. I don't look forward to death. I don't want to die, but I do know it's going to happen. So the way I look at it is, that means I have a finite time to do what I can do in this life, and I'll do what I can with it. Whereas with the religious teachings, people are thinking, oh, they'll be able to do so much more after they die because it's not over yet.
Right.
And
well, it's kind of a two-sided thing, right? So at the same one side of it is, you might just deal with or suffer through things that you could fix, because of course it doesn't all matter in the end if you're going to put ahead doing it. But on the other side, it can help people get through immense suffering that can't be avoided. And so that could be something. But
avoidance is still not as healthy as actually coming to terms with it, I think, in my opinion. Again, I could be wrong.
Well, and can I just inject in there that there's oftentimes in the deconversion process a second mourning, because they have to realize that they're not going to meet their mother, father, whoever they have lost. And it really does sometimes make people mourn death again.
Yeah, maybe. I don't doubt you for a second on that. I guess, like, you brought up social institutions like the draft, or one I would point to is our judicial system, which presumes that people are innocent until proven guilty. There's a lot of implementations of the axiom that people are inherently valuable in our legal system, right? So like before, English common law, it was like, well, you could have done it. You probably did. You're not really worth enough to go into it. I mean, there's plenty of you, right? There's plenty of people. So if you probably did it, we don't need a trial. Let's just chop off your head and get it over with because, you're not inherently valuable. Well, the inherent value is the core axiom behind the English common law system. And I hope we would all consider that system to be incredibly valuable, especially once you consider what's like being on the side of the system that's less sophisticated than that. But I can't find a justification for that type of system if the underlying axiom of the individual worth of every human is brought into the world of materialism, where I don't think there's a justification for that. I think I don't think you can justify the individual work or the Christians put the divine spark in every individual without some sort of appeal to the transcendent. And so just the reason I think this is a problem is that while these systems might maintain themselves temporarily in the absence of the justification to justifying religious structure, over time they're going to attenuate and they're going to go away. And this is exactly what happened in the 20th century when Nietzsche announced the death of God. Like it didn't, that had been going on since the 1830s basically, but it wasn't until 1910 that everything started blowing the fuck up. And in the same way, I think that if we lose the religious structure that justifies these sophisticated systems, I don't think that they survive. And I think we go back to, mob justice or worse.
I don't see this happening in Norway, Sweden, in many of the successful secular countries that don't have a god as a backing for them. We don't need to lead towards anarchy. And this is, honestly, it's this the 1,000 past years that we've had like a monotheistic structure. But for a good portion of human civilization, they didn't need this monotheistic, I'm watching you everywhere at all times God, and society was able to thrive. And so I think
Would
the
you like to live
principles.
back then?
No. So objectively, this is the best time period in history. Subjectively, we can all argue over it. Objectively, that is how it's kind of been moving. And so I would not pick any other time. I'm happy right here. But I think there's good evidence for that. And so
would you say that that's only because of the technological progress of mankind, or is that because of also
I
the
think
social
that's
systems that are based on these religious structures that protect your rights?
yes and yes. As in, we're starting to understand that our brothers and sisters can sometimes be different than us, and yet we all want to be treated the same under a legal system.
Right, but not
The
too
most
different.
popular governments generally, because actually there's some authoritarian governments, but I think that there are many secular governments out there that are doing a fantastic job. They have lots that we want to fix and work on and get better. However, I very much enjoy, and I think there's a reason for that success, and that these systems allow anyone, no matter what their religion, to come and speak their mind and us work together.
Okay, but what I'd like you guys to do is justify the English common law system or any other system with religious axioms without those religious axioms.
See, but all that came from Rome before them, and all that came from other civilizations before them.
The English common law system came from Rome?
Yes, most definitely. They were conquered by the Romans, and then eventually they were considered barbarians. You know that, right? For most of just like the Visigoths of Germany. But English were eventually summated. Different parts of the world have considered each other inferior and superiors. And now we're all touch and toe with each other with not that much land to discover unless we go out in space. And so we got to figure out how to all come together and work it out. Because there doesn't seem to be a God. There doesn't seem to be a God coming forward and saying our system was right. There's actually multiple of them.
Yeah, we have one person in our we have one person in our YouTube audience also commented. Purple rhymes with orange is their name. They're saying that you can teach morals without religion, and I think that's true. It's there's actually evidence of that. There are the people, for example. Yeah. Pardon?
Yeah, of course you can teach them, you just can't justify them.
Yeah, you can.
How justify again the presumption of innocence?
There are systems like this comes later. John Rawls' theory of justice. He talks about that with the veil of ignorance and whatnot. That actually helps to justify it. So the thing is, if somebody's wrongly accused, what justifies it is that their freedoms are not being impeded. Like they're not being thrown in jail first and then expected to prove their innocence. Unfortunately, there are countries that put people in jail first and then they're expected to prove their innocence somehow. So yeah, actually, it is a better system. There are many ways to justify it. The veil of ignorance is just one of them. If I was living in jail, the veil of ignorance causes us, inspires us to ask questions like, what if I'm living in this kind of society and I got wrongly accused of something, and I found myself in the courts? How would I want to be treated? Would I want to be detained and not able to continue to do the things I need to do to keep my house going, to look after my family, and all the other responsibilities I have? Or do would I prefer to be out and then have that opportunity for the accuser to provide the evidence? And that's the way it should be. Yeah, so that's justified because it doesn't disrupt people's lives and it doesn't make society a more dangerous place to live.
No, but someone could just say the exact opposite and say, would you rather have people who have likely committed crimes imprisoned, or would you like them to be free to commit more crimes in the future? You could ask the opposite as well, in that would you prefer the government to have to spend loads and loads of taxpayer dollars discovering the innocence or guilt of individuals who are almost certainly committed crimes? Would you like those dollars to be redirected to help other people? Like,
so what that question is basically asking for is for a government to not take chances. Somebody might be guilty of this crime, so let's put them in jail just in case, and then that crime can't be committed. Right. That's not a society I want to live in, and I think that's a society most people don't want to live in.
Well, but why? Why? Because you feel like
it's disruptive to our lives, and it can it's like disruptive in a very terrible way that violates our right to freedom, and it takes away from what should be our life. Now, think about it. You've got all these plans coming up, and you're not committing any crimes, and somebody comes along and falsely accuses you of something. Next thing you know, you find yourself in prison for how long? 6 months? 2 months? A week? And then what happens to all those plans? What happens to your job? You lose your job because they need someone to do the work. They got to replace you. All kinds of things. You can't make your mortgage payments. You lose your home. All kinds of things can happen. Your kids are depending on you. You can't look after them because you're in jail for a crime you didn't commit because somebody thinks you might have.
Why does one presume that one matters? Like, why would I sit there and think that my opinion on anything or my desires or anything?
This isn't about opinion. This isn't about opinion. This is about living a normal life in a society that you don't have to fear your government. Now, if you're in a situation where your government is imprisoning people just because they think they might commit a crime or they might have committed a crime, and then, that's a scary place to live. What if somebody in power doesn't like you and decides to falsely accuse you? At least here, innocent until proven guilty, you're protected from that.
Also, I knew there was going to be a why and a why and a why and a why all the way down, because that's how why questions works. But we have a how here. We have a legal system in most governments of the world that generally protect against stealing, against rape, against murder. And so when I or any of us skeptics would turn that around and we would ask, why is it wrong to kill someone? I assume your answer is going to be because God said so. But
that's not my answer at all. But
are you? I'm sorry. I should have not presumed you were a theist. It seemed you were offering a different.
What is your answer? Why do you think? What do you use to ground morality?
What DeTukker said.
I would say it's not a single variable, but it certainly is the confluence of divine, like what we consider intuition of the divine, as like the imaginative substrate that leads us to be able to conceive of pragmatic solutions. But it's an interplay between both of them. So it's not just like, well, this seems to work, so we should keep doing it. But it's also not, well, God said so, so accept that, no matter the evidence to the contrary.
But
That
can I
makes
You're
just
saying
add-
that you ground it
God.
in feelings. You have a feeling, and this
Yes.
feeling you think
No.
is a divine feeling, and then that's how you ground morality.
No, that's not what I said at all. No.
Well, you said the imagination substrate, which is generally a substance, which I almost wanted to ask, do you mean it's a within the realm of imagination? But answer TJumps as well. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
And I will say that one of the most important justifications for not putting people in prison unless guilt has been proven is ethics.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the Romans conquered North Africa to most of Europe, and yet English common law, by definition, but obviously anything resembling English common law was only present in England. So
I don't care about the Romans. What is your answer to the
someone
question?
made the
How do
point
you
that it came
ground
back.
morality?
How do I ground morality? Again, it's a multivariate equation. But
No, so
I
you
think-
gave the answer, which sounded to me like feelings. You have feelings, and you think these feelings are grounded in some kind of divine something or another.
No, so I view religion is, think of it like right hemisphere artistic, imaginative, like you get these sensations or ideas from that side, and those are kind of, the history of that is kind of structured through religion and art and so forth. But that's where these ideas come from initially. They're not or the we're geez.
Do you mean
never
morality?
actually-
Because morality does not come from religion. In fact, none of those come from religion initially.
Well, but religions are codified systems of morality, right? So I mean, I'm not saying that they're the
They're
source.
codified systems of immorality just as much.
Right. So
So is Mein Kampf, but I don't understand your point. How do you ground morality? And you're saying that
it's faith
religion
in
was
axiomatic
written.
claims. It's faith in axiomatic claims.
Okay,
So-
and so when you ask us, how do we ground morality? I could just say faith in laws of physics and be done, right? And now I have an equal grounds to yours, right?
Well, but I don't see how you justify any of our social systems with the laws of physics, right? I mean, that's
What?
insane. No one ever has done that.
Well, we do actually. That's most of them, like traffic laws and legal law systems, and most of them are actually grounded in laws of physics. But your question was, how do we
Not
ground
primarily,
morality,
but-
right? It's actually
Uh,
literally what they're based on. But your
The
question was,
presumption
how
of
do we ground
innocence is
morality?
based in physics.
Oh, that's a legal law. I'm talking about traffic laws like physics. Why are there stop signs? Because of
Right.
physics, the laws of physics. Why do we have electricity limits? Because of physics. Why do we have housing sizes and
No,
size requirements
this
for
is
certain
ought.
beams? That's physics.
No, physics doesn't give you an ought. It doesn't tell you what you should
No,
do.
no. How do we ground the laws? We ground them in physics. I don't care if it tells us we should or not. We
Yes,
do it.
in the facts that, like, you're talking. Okay, there's two different worlds here. There's a world of like facts, like the discovery of what is, and then there's the world of morality, which is like what should be, right? And you can't, like, is ought fallacy, dude. You can't say that we're getting.
There's no is-ought fallacy there. So when you say you ground morality in axiomatic something or another, I can just use axiomatic something or another to ground morality too, and then I can make up oughts from that. So if you want to start with axiomatic, make up oughts, we can start with axiomatic, make up
But
oughts.
all morality is axioms, right? At the base level, like, you can't justify a belief in the individual worth of a person when you ask 20 whys, right? You agree
Can,
with this,
but that's a
right?
different question. So the question here is, you said you believe in God because of the subjective morality grounds, but it seems like you've just made up an axiom. And we can make up an axiom too, because you asserted that atheists can't ground morality. That's wrong. We can make up axioms just like you make up axioms. And if you think making up axioms is a way to ground morality, then poof, we've grounded morality just like you did.
Well, except if you claim that there's an objective source of truth which stands outside and justifies your axiomatic position, which is what the religious do.
Yeah, but that's just called making stuff up. So we can do the same thing, and we can say we can make up an axiom that there is an ultimate source of morality in a law of physics, and now we've done the same thing you did.
No, so but the difference is that when an atheist is going through this, typically they're not trying to compare, they're not extrapolating out the the effects of their axiom, like that's what religion really is. It's like, okay,
I don't
we
know what that
believe these.
means.
Which
So we-
axiom?
we-
What axiom
we-
are you talking about that atheists are using?
So how I view religion is basically like, okay, so we're going to assume these things to be true. Okay, what happens now? That's the religious pursuit, all of them, or ideologies or anything, right? So Nazism, we're going to assume that our race is superior. Okay, or that there needs to be a strong national identity, right? And that's grounded in emotion, whatever right. So you start with presuppositions, and then you work your way out and develop them. Right. So while I don't believe that atheists are incapable of doing this, I see nothing that rivals, I guess, the traditional monotheisms. And in terms of like how detailed, okay.
Can you simplify this for me?
no.
What is
Yeah.
it that grounding this made-up axiom in a god does that grounded it in a law of physics doesn't do?
Well, so you gave it the traffic laws, right? So like the reason we have traffic laws is because force, right? Well, one of the reasons, right? So you're gonna fly out your fucking car if you smack into another, die. But the physics isn't actually the reason that we have the traffic laws, because like we have to believe first that human beings are valuable enough to stop from flying out of their car.
Right. We agree on
Right.
that part, so we can skip that part. So we both agree humans are valuable. There are moral principles that exist, and then you want to say you ground them in God, I ground them in nature. Like I say there's a law of physics that is the normative law of physics.
Right.
Haven't discovered it yet, so it's like a law, I guess you could call it. Now, why is that? What does the God do that on law of physics, that is a moral law of physics, does not do?
Well, they would be interchangeable if they would be interchangeable if it's like the Bible is trying to discover what God is more than it's trying to dictate what he is. And in the same way, like
So mind
if there
has no
was-
mind. Like the moral law of physics, no mind, no intentionality, no communication. It's just a law of physics, like gravity.
Right.
So why can't I ground morality in that?
Well, because if you treat it like a law without any sort of personal relationship, then it doesn't really work.
What?
There's a massive component of the Christian God and most other of personal relationship, as if it can be bargained with, as if it has its own will, as if like and whether or not these are actually true, whether or not this God even exists, it certainly maps really well onto like life. Like
Okay, I'm not following what you're saying. So why is this personal relationship thing important? Because I don't need that for any other laws. Like gravity, no personal relationship, it works just fine. Electromagnetism, just fine. Why can't morality be like gravity? It's there and it affects everything, whether we realize it, whether we talk to it, doesn't make a difference. It's there. It doesn't care if we talk to it.
Well, because there's a personal like. Okay, so it's not those laws don't really define how we should live our lives, right? So gravity's only input on how we live our lives is like, for the casual person, is like, okay, don't go high up and jump off something, right? It's like, well, that's insufficient knowledge or that's an insufficient blueprint on how one should construct the proper life.
Right. So in this case, the moral law is just going to tell you all the facts. These are the moral things. These are the immoral things. End of conversation. Doesn't tell you how you should live your life. You can then use those facts to know, okay, so this is moral, this is immoral, and I don't want to do immoral things, so I can choose to avoid those. But I don't care about that. The law of physics just says, here's a list of all immoral things. Here's a list of all moral things. You're done.
Well, I mean, it would be nice to. The problem with that is that you could just be a closeted tyrant and just be trying to build a charity fund, right? So I mean, like your motivation.
This is a law of physics, so it would objectively exist. You wouldn't get a say in it. It's a thing that's actually there. You can't change it. You can't affect it. It's existed before all humans did. You don't get an opinion on it. No one can manipulate it. Everyone can verify it. This is not. So it's no subjective manipulation by tyrants. We don't care about that. This is just a thing that exists like gravity.
Right. So I mean, if you could like, that's part of what the Christians believe God is, right? So I mean, like, if we can bicker about the details, but it like that would also serve as like an objective, something you could objectively appeal to, I guess. But,
so atheists can ground objective morality.
but that you can't you can't what's the word I'm looking for? You can't
Provide evidence that exists.
it's not. I haven't seen atheists ever flesh out what the implications of that would be
I don't know what that means.
for human
What
behavior. So like there's people look at the Bible and they say, well, like this is trying to be a scientific document. Like the previous conversation you had with that Muslim guy, right? Like he was like, well, there's no way that Muhammad could have known that mountains screw between tectonic plates. It's like, well, yeah, there is plenty of ways you can know that, and even if there weren't, that still doesn't demonstrate that he went up in a chariot, right? From a scientific perspective, that's insane, right? No,
Well, go back to this. You said that you haven't heard an atheist flesh out the implications for how humans should live or something like
Right,
that. Why does
right.
that matter?
Well,
Like, I don't think that matters, because I can just say, here's objective morality. Here are all the facts in the universe that determine what objective morality is, and then I could figure out how that implies how we should live or whatever. But who cares? I've given you objective morality. I don't need to do this extra work of applying it to human lives. Like, who cares about that? I answered your question. We have objective morality.
Well, again, the one of the primary pragmatic necessities of human morality is implications on the behavior of humans. And like a way to like map your life, like that's a massive part of the utility of religion, and you can
Wait,
say,
so are you asking that how do we provide a morality that is equally has as much utility or works as much as the religious one?
well, sort
Because
of.
I thought
yes.
you specifically said earlier, you said you didn't care about the pragmatic. You didn't care about saying this just works, so we should do it. You said you didn't care about that.
Well, you can't intellectually justify it based on that. Well, you kind of can actually. Maybe I misspoke. Like there's a mass like there's I don't want to say Darwinist, but like there's a phenomenological line of thought that just says, okay, we're gonna assume what works for human behavior is true, right? What regardless of like any evidence for it, I guess, other than that, like a purely pragmatic stance. And I can't really I would say that I can't really argue against that. So maybe I misspoke there, but what I do believe is that if atheists, and I think you've done some, I remember seeing your website on the Transcendental Church or the Church of what's it called?
Best possible world. Yeah.
Best possible world. Yeah. So like that, you're making an attempt there to like to give people that pragmatic, guidance on how they should live their life.
Sure.
And right. And so like I think that's nothing but admirable in that at the very least, you're not just dispensing with God and with religion and then saying, well, we don't really have to have any sort of transcendental direction or even like structure for ourselves. And then basically all that leads to is just wanton hedonism, nihilism, tyranny, like all that stupid shit. Right. So
Yeah, no, the nihilism.
Sure, but
Right.
I think all atheists have some ideology behind their atheism. They just said the God isn't, you don't need a God for an ideology. So most are humanists, most are rationalists, most are empiricists. They provide an empirical or epistemic or worldview behind their atheism. They just say you don't need a God to do any of that stuff.
Well, okay. So I guess a secular way I could communicate one of the ideas behind God is like, whatever is at the top of your value structure is God to you, right? And Christianity is trying to discover what is best put in that superordinate position, right? That's
And the
one
question
aspect
is,
of it.
why is nature not a better answer than God?
Well, because there's no will in nature. Nature is like God has to reflect the human capacity to interact
No, it
with
doesn't.
the natural world.
Nature doesn't have to care about us at all. It can, and
I'm not saying nature does. I'm not saying nature does.
Right. So I'm saying nature does not have a will, and it seems to work just fine as a grounds for everything God could do. Morality can do without a will. Reality you can do without a will. Human interaction you can do without a will. You don't need a will for anything.
But again,
There's no
And
reason
Balin,
to add the will.
you already
respond,
said
but then I wanna
that you
ask you a
can't ground
question,
you also can't ground any axiomatic belief system what the proper human behavior is in that.
Yes, you can.
either.
Yes, you can. Like I
Okay,
already did that. So
go ahead.
I have
So
a
why
law of
shouldn't I
physics.
compete as ruthlessly as possible for all resources that I can, lying and cheating whenever I can get away with it in order to accrue more resources to myself, and just behaving as a complete naturalist without any sort
appeal to a transcendental morality.
Well, you wouldn't be a naturalist in this case because there's a natural law of morality that says you would be violating these laws or going against them when you would
Which
be
are?
being immoral. The laws of morality.
Oh, so you're still positing like that nature can provide this objective law?
Yes, like it does with all the other laws.
No, but those laws don't tell you how to behave. They just tell you
Ballian-
what is.
No. Again, I don't need that. I can say this law of morality has a list of all moral action, a list of all immoral action. Now it tells you these are right and these are wrong. Now you can then take that and say, I don't care, which we do with any law, whether we care. The laws don't care if we care. So if morality has a set of moral actions and a set of immoral actions, it doesn't care if we care. And so you shouldn't do the immoral actions because they're immoral, just like you shouldn't jump off a building because you're going to fall. I can just say, here are the implications of the law and how it interacts with the world, and you're going against that. You're making the world a worse place, moving it further away from the best of all possible worlds.
Right, but if there's
which
no
has the
evidence, if there was no evidence for the reality of these laws, right? Like then it would be foolish for someone to go along with it.
But Balin,
Right.
this
Oh,
is
But,
the irony!
Go again.
No, I
Irony!
get the irony. I get the irony. Right. So like
Well,
I would say that
this
there's
is-
plenty of evidence
Well,
in the Christian
no.
worldview, not for the objective existence of a divine being as scientifically provable as God, but for the veracity of the implications of the Bible on human behavior, which I think like what the Bible says you should do seems to work out.
But you have to understand, from our point of view, it is a bunch of people, just us. They wrote a bunch of shit down. They thought was their, it was just how they felt about things. It was their opinion. And then they said, this is objective. It comes from God. And then we get presented this, and they go, look, this is where morality comes
Right,
from.
and it's just trust me, bro.
And
I gotcha. Right.
Yes,
So-
and so from our viewpoint, we don't have an objective moral system unless it comes from a non-theistic worldview. And so Tom is a moral realist. We have many moral subjectivists, and I'm somewhere in between. I think there is some grounding, some objective grounding to morality. And we're trying to figure it out. But what I really just have to get off my back, and I'll just hand it back over to TJump, it is just odd to get, you're just making it up. Because from our perspective, that is the entire thesis of what is being presented. This is basically Paul's morality, because Jesus never said a goddamn thing. And so these people are latching on to a bunch of things that people read around, campfire stories with the Jews, and then it's Paul's greatest hits that he wants to make a new religion with.
So I understand. So and just to be clear, you're saying I'm doing the same thing. I'm just saying, trust me, bro. Like Christianity doesn't present any sort of objective scientific rationale for why God has to exist, right?
It works, whether it came from a human or apparently a god. It came from someone, and you're just saying it works. So why shouldn't we?
Well, I mean, so first of all, you can say that thoughts come from you, or like inspiration comes from your brain. But I think the evidence for that is it's not 100%. So there could, whether the distinction between human consciousness and the divine, I'm not sure that needs to be as strong a distinction as modern people make it out to be. What I would say though is that if you view the Bible not as a pastor trying to tell you what to believe, but these biblical stories, especially in the Old Testament, as like trying to discover is trying to abstract the concept of God or what should be put in the highest ethical place from a set of stories of heroic people, then I think you're kind of closer to the intended purpose of the Bible. So like you look at Jonah, and this is, again, I'm getting this perspective largely from Jordan Peterson's work on religion, but he draws from, plenty of different other people that I've read. So it's kind of, it's not, this isn't me, just to be clear, right? But the Jonah story is basically comes down to like, okay, he's told to go to Nineveh, something in his conscience told him to go to Nineveh. He didn't go to Nineveh because he was afraid they were going to kill him for saying, hey, you guys are behaving poorly. And then terrible things happened to Jonah because he didn't go and say what he needed to say, right? And so like in there is the implication that the divine, one facet of the Christian God is that voice in you that tells you what, like, you need to say something here. This is wrong. There's something going wrong here, and you need to let your voice be heard here, and you don't. And then it's like God turns on you if you don't say what you should say, right? This is like one of the reasons why free speech is so important. But anyway, like, if you look at all the biblical stories as like a bunch of people around a campfire trying to discover what what if put in the highest ethical or in the highest level, at the highest level of importance, will properly orient someone's life. That's kind of it. And so, like,
But I hear
get
what you're saying, but
Yeah.
if we're gonna go that far into, I like when theists start to become more metaphorical. You know, for all the bants I could give about him, I would rather theists go from a fundamentalist to a more metaphorical approach, because at that point you're just saying, here's a book that I think you can learn some things from. I think that's at least more honest than this is the objective moral code from the all up above.
Right. Okay. So, and I would agree with that in a sense, and disagree with it in another sense. So, I would agree in the sense that if force is justified from like a government, if you disagree with this book, then that can be used for all sorts of nefarious purposes outside of the actual purpose of the book. Which I think I don't think atheists go so far as to typically go so far as to believe that religion is only a conspiracy by like the ruling class, or something else, some other group of people to like dominate their fellow man, right? Like there's too much in there that doesn't pass the smell test as the opiate of the masses, like hell. Like if you were trying to make the opiate of the masses, you wouldn't put hell in that thing, right?
Well,
obviously, like that's dumb.
Can I go by most spiciest? Because I don't think it's a conspiracy. I mean, the other C word that I would use would be cults. Not
Sure.
in the ad hominem way, but as in we are taking leaders, oftentimes, we're taking orders, oftentimes from leaders that have been dead for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
I want to
Right.
disagree there and say you would actually add hell. If you want to create an opiate for the masses, you would want to use a book that is a collection that will utilize every fallacy in the human brain that is compelling, like appeals to authority, weighted biases, strawmen, every single
Worship.
fallacy.
Wait, what? The worship of an individual who literally died on a cross in the most horrible way imaginable? Like that's the person that you're going to point to as being like the most transcendent individual if you're trying to make some shallow.
No. So again, I don't care about the characters. They don't matter. The story doesn't matter. Any holy book that you're going to try to make as the opiate the masses, you're going to use every fallacy that human brains are
Sure.
weak against. So that's why, like, what is it? The Scientology book does the same thing.
Right, but you're implying that the Bible does nothing but use fallacies to like.
I don't care
See-
about the nothing. I care about, will any holy book use fallacies? Yes, all of them. Will it include things like hell, which is a fallacy? It's a weighted bias in order to try to motivate people? Yes, it will. That's a good idea. If you want to make an opiate for the masses, having a threat of hell is a very good idea, because human brains are susceptible to believe that garbage and be afraid to do stuff because of that garbage. So yes, you would include hell in the opiate for the masses every single time. Yes.
And in support of what TJump is saying here, if you put more fallacies in that are all quite working at different angles, you will be able to appeal to a larger audience.
Okay, like
Because different things appeal to different people.
listen, I'm not going to sit here and argue that I'm not going to sit here and argue that point, because I think if we could hash that out in like 5 hours, but that would require like going through like
Yeah, we don't have 5 hours.
Right. So like, but the point I was trying to make with that was that if it's more of a discovery now. Oh yes, why we don't like fundamentalism. So on one hand, there is the problem of fundamentalists in that they will try to kill you, tell you what to think, and they will try to manipulate you and lie and do whatever they can to get you.
And they've
under their
got
banner.
God on their side. They're using religion to justify that. Atheism doesn't provide anything they can use to justify that.
Well, certainly it does. Okay. Well, again. Never mind. So on the flip side, there is that unsophisticated, what I would consider to be unsophisticated, literal style of Christianity, of religion, is not as insane as people can be. To put it mildly, like at the very least, listen, I'm not going to sit here and defend it. It's certainly not optimal. And so yeah, I think trying to interpret the biblical, or I've only looked at the Bible and maybe some maybe some parts of the Talmud, excuse me. But when people literalize things, what they're essentially doing is like saying, my interpretation of this is the interpretation. Because if it's literal, then like there's only one way you can interpret it, right? So it's like it doesn't. I don't like people saying that their interpretation of these books is the correct one, and therefore I'm basically just saying I don't like fundamentalists. I don't know what the saying.
Ramen. Hey, we can agree on
I don't
that.
think anyone likes fundamentalists, right? Like,
Time for some noodles.
right. But at the same token, like you can, there's a lot of real good.
Fundamentalism, those extremist fundamentalists, that is primarily a social problem. Religion gives them something that's very convenient to latch onto, though. And one of the big problems with religion is like people come along and say you can't have morals without religion. Well, by the same token, then I will say you can't have immorality without religion. You know, why should it only be a one-way street with that? It's because the problem is that religion introduces moral and immoral things. Like the whole concept of flooding the entire planet in Christianity and killing everybody on it. People, babies, children, kittens, and ducklings, and everything else. And not to mention all the fish that are suddenly dying because the water's changing so much. This is like killing people by drowning. Drowning's a horrible way to go. If this God is so powerful and can do all these things in an instant, why not just wipe everyone out in an instant and then you have no suffering? So that's a good point. So to me, this is actually, and this is not the only one. There's another one where the father is ordered to go and kill his own son, and there's all kinds of really ridiculous things and horrible things. There's threats to force people to do cannibalism, eating their own daughters. There's a whole bunch of atrocities in this book. Like if someone's going to hold this up as a moral guide, then I question their sense of morality, because these are horrific atrocities that don't actually help humanity. If this is the God you want to worship, what's this God doing for humanity? This God is abusing. This God is an abuser. We shouldn't be following something that's doing all of this stuff. This is really bad stuff. We can do better than this as a human species. We need to let these old things go and replace them with better materials.
Okay, so but implicit in your claims of the Bible doing these things is that you understand the meaning behind these things, or that they are literal events. Or
I don't care about the meaning. The fact that the Bible presented as a fact that the father was ordered to kill his own son. That literally to use cannibalism, or to force people to cannibalize their own daughters, or to literally kill everybody by drowning. These are horrific things. The fact remains, innocent people, innocent bystanders are being dragged into that according to the Bible. I don't care what the meaning is. That is a horrible, horrible thing. And it does not fit my moral purview. I will not accept it as a moral guide in my life.
Okay, so again, you're taking these stories and then interpreting them in the most literal and like easily to defeat way. And then you're saying that God is therefore judged by that morality, right?
Yes, I judge him by his immoral acts. Okay, because he is a horrible, horrible character.
Can you imagine for a second if those stories were interpreted in a less than literal way? In that, for instance, the Abrahamic story where he's told to sacrifice his son, right? First of all, God doesn't make him sacrifice his son.
Child abuse. I don't
But
care
second
if
of
it
all,
actually happened. The fact that something made that not
could there
happen.
not be meaning in that story?
I don't care what the meaning is. The
Well,
meaning.
then why are
the-
you
the
in
primary-
religion? Because
the primary meaning that I see in that story is that it's promoting child abuse and child sacrifice.
Okay.
Those things are horrible, horrible things.
What other meaning could there be?
There are better ways to teach people than to use horrors like that.
What other meaning could there be in that story?
I don't care. The fact
Okay,
that
well then why are you talking about it? Because
No,
if you're
the
not open to
fact-
discovering
the fact-
more about it than you already know, then you should just stop
fact-
talking.
No. You don't get to decide that. I decide the morality aspect for myself. And the problem I have with the Bible is all these horrific stories. If God is supposed to be omniscient, to know everything and be so wise, he could have written better stories. He could have avoided all this atrocious crap and phrased things a lot better so that people don't have to argue for ages about context and interpretation and understandings and misunderstandings. You know, this stuff is a complete mess. And
There's a large tradition of child sacrifice in the that's an inherent part of Christianity.
yeah, and it's a part of human
Really?
history.
Where
that we've
else?
moved
Where
on.
else? Like
It's
where
a
have we
part of human history that we've moved on from in most modern societies.
justified by
And
the Abrahamic
Bible's
story?
trying to drag it right back in because people refuse to change and update the Bible.
Listen, I don't want to debate this with you because
That's fine, but I've given you my reason why I will not accept Bible as a moral guide. It fails miserably, in my opinion.
Okay, so here's what I think might be missing from the discussion. I guess since you don't believe the Bible or any religious text, I'm assuming it provides an absolute framework. Then I would ask what ethic or moral set of beliefs, or what would you place at the top of your moral structure as like the most important things to achieve and to go for?
Well, one thing I find very appealing is John Rawls' Veil of Ignorance in his book, The Theory of Justice. That's contemporary as well. And then we've got Human Rights Code and things like that. So I look at those as very important. Like, I don't think we need to use horrible, angry scare tactics of
something else, right?
atrocity to teach people. There are different and better ways to teach people. Like, for example, we're finding as time goes on as a human species that punishment doesn't work as effectively as rehabilitation. So modern prisons are starting to move over toward rehabilitation. We're not seeing that in certain countries at all where it should be happening, like in the US, or we're hardly seeing it there. But here in Canada, we're seeing it, and we're seeing it in countries like the Netherlands where they've gone a lot further with it than we have even here. And the results are very, very good.
You're not answering the question I asked, which is
maybe I missed it. Go ahead. What's your question again?
Well, the Bible posits as something like the spirit that calls you forward into like out of safety into the wilderness. That's one facet of God. Your conscience, like your internal compass, that's the still voice within. That's Elijah's facet of God. They're like the voice that tells you that something's going wrong in the world. The belief that you should take on as much responsibility and burden as possible, as Jesus did. Taking weight of the sins of humanity onto his shoulders, dying literally, and then going to hell, like just the ultimate tragedy. Like taking on the weight of the world is a significant part of the Christian, or of that a significant facet of that highest ethic. So, like, what would you place as the highest ethic?
Well, you asked Randolph a question, but when you're done, Randolph, I just want to ask another one.
I don't have one highest ethic because to me, ethics and morals are situational. So it depends on the situation what works the best. The veil of ignorance when we're dealing with social matters is very important in running a society.
Right, but so would you say it's situational for people to take on, or have a moral duty to take on as much responsibility for the world as they can bear? Is that situational?
question seems a little vague to me. We're all Tellarians, we're all inhabitants of this earth, so we all benefit by making the earth better.
No, but
There are people with
do you believe
different
it's a
views.
moral injunction?
There are people living in situations where they don't have the luxury of trying to do things that are beneficial to the entire world because
course
they're
they
having
do.
enough trouble surviving as it is.
No, but they basically to do all with what you have that you can. That's what I'm saying. Regardless of what you have.
Because to save the world, as you said earlier, they can't. Not everybody can do that. I can't. I'd like to, but I can't. So I wouldn't want to impose on somebody something that's going to make their situation even worse or more difficult for them unnecessarily.
What you're doing is you're saying, well, I'm not Elon Musk, so therefore I can't change the climate, save the planet. And it's like, well,
Elon Musk can't save it either, I think. But go ahead.
That's fair. But at the same token, what I am saying though is that I'm assuming you believe that everyone should do with what they have, or should do the best with what they have in trying to reduce the suffering of their fellow man, trying to plan for the long term. I think that's it has to be one of the axioms of TJump's church, right? It's like,
what?
Wouldn't you say that one of the
I think
foundational moral
these are
injunctions
valuable
behind your church is to reduce the suffering of your fellow man as well as you possibly can with what you have?
No. I don't know what that means. So my ultimate moral is any involuntary imposition of will is immoral.
That was the joke I was going to make.
And it's and that's actually quite a good idea that TJump is putting forward, and I almost completely agree with it. I like it a lot. So these things are well intended. There's a saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So again, there's different situations where these kinds of attitudes don't always work. I want to reduce suffering, but if somebody is going to come up to me in the street and attack me, I'm going to defend myself, and I may have to hurt them to do that.
Right, obviously. So
it's situational for me. I don't have one ethic at the top. I can't tell you that I have one of those because it's situational for me.
Listen, man, would you say that if someone had $1 billion and they could, with one stroke of their pen, save 100 million people? This isn't how it works, but let's say they could save 100 million people from starvation tomorrow, or they could go buy a beach, buy a few islands, and just live an absolute life of luxury. Which would you say would be the moral decision?
Yeah, or ride in a submersible.
Right. So, which would be the moral? Do you believe someone would have an injunction to do the? Or do you believe that there could be a situation where the latter would be justified?
By my standard, I think that the better choice is obviously to save more people. But this is starting to sound a bit like the trolley problem.
It's nothing like the trolley problem.
Well,
there's no people on one side or the other. There's all the people on one side, and there's no people on the other. And you're saying,
the moral thing
not,
to do
what?
would be to help the people. Yes, the moral thing to do would be to help
Obviously.
the people. That does not mean it's immoral to not help them.
Yes, and to put an injunction.
Perspective is that it is.
And to put an injunction on them would be to force them to do it, and I'm against that.
Okay, so
that would be immoral.
Okay, so you believe that if someone has accrued billions and billions of dollars, that would be completely moral, or not immoral, I should say.
Immoral. It's amoral would be the term.
Amoral. Okay, so you're fine with amorality? You're people.
Yes, people can be amoral.
Okay, so do you think that? Okay, so if your children, so you would be fine with your children starving to death, despite someone having infinite resources to be able to save them, solely because it was not their choice to save them?
Yes, if they didn't create the situation, they are not obligated to save anyone.
Okay, so then I'm assuming you're completely fine with a small set of individuals accruing all the world's resources, killing everyone, replacing everyone with artificial intelligence. Like you're fine with that.
Killing people is bad. So
letting them die. Letting them die.
The problem is the world, not the people. So the problem is that there is a world where people can starve. That's immoral.
So
it isn't rich people who aren't saving others that's the problem. The
but
world.
If they can do something about it, then they should do something about it, right?
Yes, that would be moral for them to do something. But if they don't, that's amoral, not immoral. It would be immoral for them to deliberately kill them. They aren't doing the killing.
Okay, well,
I can tell you.
I just don't understand how you can accept amorality.
I can do something. I can do something about it to help people. I can sell my house and give my money away, and that can help a lot of people as well. Not as many as a billionaire, but I'm not willing to do that. I've got limits because I've worked hard to get to where I am, and I do some donation, but I don't donate as much as I probably could, and then sacrifice a lot of my own lifestyle. So should I be donating more?
Right. No, I'm not saying that you haven't. There should be a moral injunction for you to be an ascetic and give up worldly possessions.
So why should somebody who has more money have an injunction and I shouldn't?
Because in my hypothetical, it was basically you can take your resources and save human lives or not. The real world is not that simple, right? That like there's no. I have to see some detailed evidence for Elon Musk being able to do more good, I guess, net good, spending all his money on African lifestyle and quality of life and disease reduction than doing the things that he's already doing, right? It's a multivariate comparison that's very difficult to make. And so to say that he's immoral or amoral, as TJump would put it, for not sending all his money straight over to Zimbabwe, I think is ridiculous. In my hypothetical, I was making the world that simple so that we could discover what your underlying moral beliefs are. And in doing so, you revealed that if you had nothing but surplus, your fellow man had nothing but suffering and want, that you would be completely comfortable with just leaving them where they are without any sort of other variables in the. And that I think that's anti-Christian in a fundamental way.
No,
and I think there are good reasons why that should be anti anyone who's a good person. Like I don't believe you can be a good person.
So all right, so I did not say I would be perfectly comfortable with that. In fact, I told you that I think the better choice is to help those people, even though they don't have to. What I'm opposed to is forcing them to do that. And see, the thing is, you're saying that I shouldn't have to give up my stuff to donate to more to help people, but that these billionaires, because they have more money, should be having to donate more to.
I took it out of the real world, man. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not
but
making
this
any sort of real world claim
this
here.
This is sounding like the trolley problem, man.
Yes, in the real world, it would be a trolley problem. Is it more important to get to Mars or to save the African children? Right, that's a trolley problem. The same token, the situation I presented to you was meant to be taken as simply as the situation. So there was no outside multivariate or external factors that would be clouding the decision. And
But
so,
can I just say that this is why I like both Randolph's situational ethics that he was bringing up and TJump's violation of will. I think those are good starting premises, because when it comes from, well, let's just take Christianity. I find the quote unquote sacrifice that Jesus does to be disgusting and vile and immoral. I find this God should be hunted down. And I don't quite understand what they mean, because after 3 days of it was a sucky time. It was a sucky time, just like the person to the left of him and just like to the person to the right of him that he was talking to, and the many others that the Roman Empire crucified for state crimes. Just as there are worse ways that Jesus could have died, and more horrible ways, just like ISIS would crucify children upside down. And so after that 3 days of torture, he went on to reign in heaven as king. So it wasn't really a sacrifice. It was just a really bad weekend so that he could rule the universe. And then I don't understand how sacrificial logic works. There's no way that you could kill a guy and then all of a sudden our bad deeds would get off the hook. It doesn't matter how nice the guy is. That's not how morality works.
So again, like I don't doubt your ability to discover a cynical interpretation of the biblical story. I don't doubt your ability to do that. You've just demonstrated it perfectly. What I would encourage you to do is try to find out what the stories are actually trying to convey, instead of just trying to find a way to make it sound as repulsive as humanly possible.
Sure, very specifically, scholars would say that they didn't think that Jesus was going to die. and that there doesn't seem to be any recollection that he thought he was going to die. But what happened was a change in a narrative occurred when he, quote unquote, came back from the dead. And so instead of fulfilling the Messiah the one way, he filled the Messiah another way.
Okay, so here's an example of what you're doing, right? So one can look at the United States, for example, and say, well, basically what happened is a bunch of evil white aristocrats who didn't want to pay their taxes came over to the United States to satisfy their economic need and sadistic desire for cruelty, imported millions of black or blacks to work in the fields until they finally were by some guy who lived in a log cabin to let them go, and then everything traveled. We're sitting here, a state built on tyranny and slavery that should be torn down to its roots. And on the other hand, you can say, well, no, actually, through right. So like you can make anything sound absolutely terrible by appealing to a certain set of facts, but at the same token, you're not. You're also, if someone living in this country would be a hypocrite in saying that because they're living in this country, enjoying it as much as they are, right? So it's like,
Okay, give me a good version of sacrificial logic. Give me the non-straw man.
So sure, that's easy. So the Jesus story is basically the idea that an individual, it's the ultimate tragedy, I guess, in summary. An individual who is absolutely perfect, literally divine, comes down from heaven, lives a impoverished lifestyle, accrues a set of followers, tempted by the devil, and says, material goods, power, human power, these are not enough for me. What I want to be a Messiah, a savior to the human race. He then is, betrayed, captured, tortured ruthlessly, put on a cross, and then literally has to go to hell, all of which should be punishments for the most terrible people you can imagine. But he does nothing to deserve these things. He still goes through them, right? And then upon completing that ultimate tragedy, he ascends to a higher to divinity. And what that story is trying to convey is that human beings, the proper way to live a life is to take on as much responsibility as one can, no matter if you're responsible for the problems or not. So TJump is saying, well, if you're not responsible for killing these people, sorry, am I breaking up really badly here?
You are breaking up, but I also just wanted to pause you for some of those things, because let's just think about it.
I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, TJump, everyone. Like, follow, subscribe.
Thanks, TJump. Thanks for being here.
Just to finish up the thought, though, it's like TJump's allowance of amoral behavior means that it's not wrong for you to someone.
You're really breaking up.
I know, dude. It's my mic. This mic
just stops caring. Yeah, at first I thought it was me. So
is this better?
Your mic needs a new moral imperative.
Right. Yeah. So hopefully this is a little bit better. I changed the mode on it, but TJump's position would basically be that it's completely fine for someone to avoid taking responsibility for something that they did not cause. Right. So as long as you're not killing these people, you can't be blamed for their death. Whereas the Jesus story is no matter how responsible you are for the sins of, and implicit in the Jesus story is that he's not responsible for the sins of mankind because he didn't commit the sins. He's a perfect individual without any sort of responsibility.
Let's walk through that logic.
So
going to kill a guy, but it's the perfect guy. I don't know why Christians say this. I don't know why they think it would make a difference, but he's supposedly the perfect guy, and we're going to kill him, even though he doesn't
didn't say that they should. There's no injunction to kill Christ. It's spoken of as one of the greatest sins people committed.
If you were to go back in time and Christ was on there, would you help him off?
I hope I would.
I mean, wouldn't that
screw the entire wouldn't? Why not?
Wait, you said you hope you wouldn't?
No, I mean, like the proper thing to do would. Well, okay, so there is like you know, it might be the will of God that it happened in that story. I mean, hopefully I wouldn't be in the crowd cheering on death, you know, at the very least.
Well, you'd be wanting to help him get him off if he was wrongfully
Right.
accused of something.
Right, and so did everyone else, his group, right? Disciples and everyone, hopefully. But I mean, he was talking about it like it was his duty. So I mean, if I had been around for those conversations, I have to go die now on this cross. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't want you to.
You'd want to make sure it wasn't the mushrooms talking, though.
Oh yeah, right, obviously. But you know, if someone had done the things Jesus was purported to have done and was teaching in such a transcendental way that, you know, who am I to say that? Who am I to place my judgment above his on that question? So would I save him? I don't think so. I don't think it would be my. I think it would be wrong for me to try. But I certainly would hope that I'm not. I certainly would hope that I'm not in the crowd, right? And so, but again, like, how do you grapple with like someone being completely fine with a person of means not taking any responsibility to reduce the suffering in the world? Whereas I think, like, how are you fine with that?
Well, I would want to. Oh no, go Randolph. I've been blabbing a lot.
No, it's okay. I'm not fine with that. These kind of things are what I classify as an injustice. There's people who can easily help who don't, and but at the same time, I don't have enough time in my lifetime to save the whole world. I don't like it that these things go on. So of course I try to encourage people to do better, but there's only so much that I can do. Now, if I'm in a position of power, there may be more that I could do, but I'd want to be very, very careful about that. And this is where John Rawls' veil of ignorance is one of the many tools that comes into play for me.
Humility, right? Like you don't want to assume you have all the answers.
Humility. No, I didn't mention humility at all. That's a whole different thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Talking practicality.
Okay. Yeah. But at the same token, like you do believe you. Okay. So like the average person today believes that they are only responsible. I believe they believe this. I believe that they are only responsible for what they do wrong. So, like, our justice system has us believe, like, okay, if I stab a dude, that's my issue, right? That's something that I did that I'm responsible for. I should pay the price for it. I should have to do everything I can to make it up to his family. Right? We all believe this. What Jesus was doing was saying, it's my responsibility is to make the world better, regardless of how responsible I am for its current state, right? And I think we have inklings toward this in our own conscience. It's like if you can do something to make the world better, you should do it. Like I understand you're saying you're not Elon. You don't want billions of dollars, so you can't go change governments or anything. But there are things that you can do in your own life to make your life better for everyone around you, right?
You're breaking up a lot, but if the idea is that we should be responsible for everything going on, then that sounds like a recipe for anxiety to me. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, I don't think that Christians have an easy time seeing it as inherently evil. They see things to me that are just like creepy, like Jesus is my Lord and Savior, which is just strange. I don't think they can understand how strange it is. And so I try and understand their perspective. But like if this were true, I would be trying to kill this God or capture them. He deserves to at least have a trial of some sort. But I just don't think they understand how evil sacrificial logic is. I think if they were to put it in any other culture, they'd be, what? They're cutting off people's heads and ripping out their hearts and doing what? And the people would be like, yeah, he was perfect. Don't you get it? The child was perfect. We ripped his heart out. And so now we're going to have good crops today. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with you?
You would say that that's not a Christian perspective, right?
No, I'd say it's very similar to the Christian perspective, and I don't understand how they don't see I don't understand how they don't see that.
Well, but the Christians were able to encompass the meaning behind those rituals without systematically implementing them like with they just needed Jesus, right?
You need
And-
to kill a guy, and once we kill the guy, our life gets better. And no, you don't understand. He's perfect. I mean, if it wasn't a perfect guy, that would be crazy. But this guy's really good. He's the best guy ever. And you
Wouldn't
look
have
at
to
each
kill him if he
other.
wasn't perfect, you know?
Yeah, and you look
Well,
at each
dude.
other, and you're like, "That's horrible. Are you guys in a cult? What's wrong here? Going on here?"
Yes, I mean, I think I think Jesus serves more how one should live than as like a ritual killing. You know, I mean,
So
if
introducing the concept of hell doesn't sound like a great role model to me, but okay, carry on.
okay,
I don't mean to.
I don't
be
know. Do you guys
pushing back. I don't
feel
mean
like
to
I'm
be edgy. No,
like
I
I'm
don't.
trying to attack you, or
No. I just
No,
don't want
no.
you to think that this is some. I guess it is an edgy atheist fedora head tap, but like I think if you were to not grow up in a culture like that, I think some of the things may be strange to you. I think in our culture sometimes they are just taken and they're not weird because it's like, well, this is what Grandpa did, this is what my cousin did, and then yeah.
yeah, no, I see that for sure. Okay, so your problem with the sacrifice of Jesus, I guess how do you tell the ultimate story of tragedy without the death of the protagonist?
Well, I can ask you, if it's an ultimate tragedy, we know, I've seen reports and pictures of ISIS crucifying children upside down. Were they more or less perfect than he was, and is that more or less tragic than just being crucified the right way up?
Right, but for no, it's less tragic from a standpoint because from the narrative standpoint, I'm not saying it's not tragic or less. Okay.
See, if we're
the
talking
perpetrators,
narrative,
no, real quick, the perpetrators in the biblical story are the bad guys, right?
sure.
Right. So, like the injunction is not to live like the perpetrators; it's to live like Jesus.
And to get crucified?
Well, you can not literally, but figuratively, metaphorically.
See, but can't we say we want to make, we want to do well towards others? We want to try and put in our time. I guess I understand the Jesus story because I know that 2/3 through most stories, you need to have a resurrection. And so from adjacent to, Jordan Peterson, I'm a Joseph Campbell fan. And so if we're just going to make everything metaphorical, I'll keep on going back to it, then nothing is a horror show, and we can garnish the lessons that you're trying to, because I think they do have these lessons when you put them on top. The storyteller, when they're telling it, is going to take emphasis of it. It's not until it's a literal sacrifice. If he literally died and for the sins that, as far as I can tell, were started way back in Adam and Eve, I mean, it's not a moral God as far as I can see.
Guys, do you believe that you should take on responsibility for things that are not your fault, or don't you?
Do I believe I should take this? I mean, no. I mean, you should help people no matter what, but I don't know about taking responsibility for things that other people. Sometimes that could be dangerous. I mean,
Yeah, I don't take responsibility for what other people have done. Now,
Right,
Jesus dying on the
take
cross.
responsibility is the wrong word.
Jesus dying on the cross was an example of that happening, and that is called vicarious redemption. I think that's unethical because you're taking responsibility for somebody else's crime. If you did not cause it and you're taking responsibility for it, they're not responsible anymore. To me, this is a bad teaching.
Right. So, if you were to imagine a world in which vicarious, okay, let's say that someone could if you assume that someone could take on responsibility for other people's sins, right? So let's say, no, actually, here's a better. What responsibility, what moral requirement is placed on Elon Musk getting humanity to Mars, does he have a moral requirement to do so?
So I think that there could be some justifications because they're going to be based on what he believes, I'm guessing. And I suspect he believes that we need to be on another planet, not just only one planet, not only Earth. So he's got some reason to justify it. Even Carl Sagan said we need to get out at some point. He said he was encouraging the idea of exploring space and trying to inhabit other planets. So
Assume the arguments are good for it.
From a long-term perspective, it certainly seems reasonable to me. But as from a short-term perspective, we've got a lot of problems here on the planet now that also need to be resolved. So it's a matter of how do we prioritize these things? And again, this is where the trolley problem kind of challenge starts to come into play.
Yeah. So, but okay. So assume that someone could do something that would be absolutely good, right? Do you believe that they have a moral injunction to do that, or do you believe that they're justified in just sitting back and not doing what they could?
Because it'd be imposing on their free will. So I think no, they're not required to do that.
So then you'd be comfortable with all of humanity not doing what they could do that would be good because it would impose on their free will?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so just one person, but not everyone.
I didn't specify the number of people.
Okay, so but you believe it would be okay for one person to not do that?
I'm not specifying the number of people. I don't think people should be compelled to do that. That's like people. We have freedom of expression. So if we are free to speak what we want, we're also free to not speak. So it has to go both ways.
I'm not saying that they should. Okay, again, if there was an absolute good that if you did this, the world would be a better place by any humanist perspective, right? And you could accomplish it. Like let's say that there's no possibility of failure.
Oh, I would do it. I would do it myself. Yeah,
you would do it, but you don't believe that people have an immoral injunction to do it. Believe that there's any.
Yeah, I don't think people should. I don't think that should be imposed on people.
Okay, so you don't mean it? You mean imposed in any way? Like even.
So look,
hey man, you should do this. It would. Like you believe it's wrong for people to say that?
Look, I'm talking about an imposition. I'm not talking about people sharing their opinions.
Right. So you believe that the government shouldn't force them to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Where are you going with this? Because look, if somebody's going to bring in veganism, for example, and say it's moral for everybody to become a vegan, and they're forcing people.
There are arguments against that.
Is that moral?
There are arguments against that. Like I'm saying something that's absolutely good. There's no argument whatsoever in let's say there was no argument that was tenable against veganism. We had infinite food. We had discovered all of the facets of animal consciousness. We knew that animals were basically like us, except just without reasoning ability, but they felt everything. We could go into their minds. We could feel what they feel, right? And it would feel as human as our own. Okay, right. So there's no argument against veganism. Then would you have a moral injunction to be vegan? I would say as a Christian, yes, you do. 100% you do at that point.
I say no because it's taking away people's freedoms.
Okay, so man, that's such a if you truly believe that, then I don't see any reason for the human species to progress because no one has an injunction, moral responsibility to do what they can. And that just leaves
forcing people to do things inhibits human progress. So I disagree with you.
Do you believe that it's that encouraging or maybe even telling your kid to practice the piano inhibits their development?
I'm not sure if he heard, but I also want to know in a second.
No, I need him to answer that because that's you forcing someone to do something that they might not want to do that could pay massive dividends for them in the future after 12 years of practicing when they get into a band and have limitless opportunities as a musician.
Well, we don't operate on what might be. So actually, with our own kids, we don't order them to play piano. They decide. We said, look, we've got to bunch of choices here. We need to have some activities going.
Right. You need to have some activities going.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they chose that. Now, if they didn't want to do any activities, we'd have a different conversation.
Right. You tell them to not do that. That would be an imposition on their free will. No,
you're really wanting to put me into a corner here, aren't you?
It's not a difficult corner to paint, man. I mean, you're saying that no one should be made to do anything that they don't want to do.
Right. And what I was trying to say is that with my kids, if they said they don't like any of those activities and they don't want to do activities, then we're going to have a different conversation and figure out why that is and what we can do. And, we'd have to go with it there. It's not me
never give an order to your children.
It's not me raining down orders and edicts on my kids.
Okay. So let's say you could never come to any sort of amenable, mutually agreed upon, behavior for your children. Okay. Do you believe that are you going to say that there's no point at which you're just going to say, okay, this is what you're going to do. You have to do something. You're not going to be you're not going to be a loser. You're not going to just be some kid who sits in his bedroom all day doing nothing but jerking and eating potato chips. Okay. That is not good for you. You need to do something else.
But you're talking
there would be no point that you would reach that.
Well, the potato chips may not be good for them,
but you have to understand Randolph, and I think he takes.
You guys are just trolling me at this point.
I think you say trolling when I think you're just arguing with someone else I guess. But yes, we believe in situational ethics. So if you're changing the situation, then that means that we need to reevaluate and understand what's going on so we can apply moral metrics like empathy.
Okay, so Randolph, I just want to make sure you're behaving in line with your beliefs. So if your kid was not willing to do or agree upon anything whatsoever, you would let him just sit there in disagreement and you wouldn't voice any sort of behavior on him whatsoever.
Again, I don't know enough about the situation. I'd have to handle it at the time and try to figure out what's going on, because maybe they have some issue with depression or something. We need to look at other options. I'm not going to force people to do stuff they don't want to do.
Okay, and so what if your kid just wants to jerk off in his room all day and he's 4 years old, so he can't know how that's going to turn him into a pathetic 40-year-old. So he doesn't have the life experience. He doesn't have any sort of comparative resources. And so he's just going to sit there being a loser, having no friends, completely fine with that as long as it's his choice to do so.
I don't know what to say to that, because
you have no answer because your position is so untenable.
I haven't encountered such a situation. I don't think 4-year-olds even know anything about personal stimulation and masturbation, but whatever.
But you know what I'm saying, right? That I mean, being accomplishing nothing.
You're putting in more and more what if questions, and that can, as Amy mentioned earlier, that can keep being done. I gave you straightforward answers already to this, and we're just going into a hypothetical. And as I said,
listen, man,
I have to.
It's apparent to me.
And the situation that I said was, look, if they're refusing to get into these activities and just don't want to do any activities, then I have to look at other options and figure out what it is as a parent. Figure out what it is going on with my kid. What do they need? Is there some anxiety thing? Is there some depression thing? Those often go hand in hand. Is there something else going on? Is it possible that they're one of these types of people who activity is really not good for them? They got some kind of pain going on in their back. I have to investigate further as a parent to find out what's going on. That's my responsibility. Forcing them to do some kind of activity that they're not complaining about the pain on for whatever reason they don't want to is not the right thing to do. Again, this is similar to the conversation we had earlier, kind of has some parallels, I think, when we're asking about people being put into prison guilty before presumed innocent. They should be, and I was saying we should be presumed innocent before being proven guilty. And so, it's just another flavor of this conversation the way I see it. So we kind of seem to be going around in circles.
Well, I was trying to get to a point where it would be absolutely absurd for you to maintain your position. And I think any parent or any person who is in the care of a non-adult or a person not mentally capable of perceiving the world like an adult should be able to would realize that at some point your judgment has to supersede their own, and they need to behave in line with what's proper.
and they need to be made to do that, even if it's against their will, which is really just a collection of impulses and competing subpersonalities that are not actually a unified, that haven't been brought into unity if the person isn't mature enough, and therefore you're basically not just saying that their will as a single entity should reign supreme, but you're actually saying no, whatever impulsive emotion or physical desire that is in charge of them at that moment should be able to determine the course of their life. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And I think it would be
what's happening is
practically child abuse.
So what's happening here is no, it's not child abuse. What's happening here is you're delving in, bringing the hypothetical and delving into a big gray area, which is really difficult to give a straightforward answer. You want a black and white answer, I can't give it to you. If my kids, of course, were addicted to methamphetamines from the street and stuff like that, of course I'm going to intervene, because that's harmful activity that's actually causing some serious problems for them.
So
and
if they were cutting themselves, you would intervene?
I have a responsibility to take care of things and make sure that they're growing up properly. But if they just don't want to play sports, okay, that's a different story. That's
okay. So if they're cutting yourself,
no. Before there's a before, I want to go back to it because this is why religion has no talking about morality.
Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead.
Balin, do you think that you should be checking your children because of who they are as agents and who we are as parents, or because God said so?
Say the question again.
So why do you care about children? Why do you care at all? Does that have to do something with God? Is there what's your moral reason for caring about children?
There's hundreds of reasons. I mean, it would take
Give me your best.
There's no single reason that I would appeal to. I mean, yes.
Are any of them God?
Yeah, I believe that we divinely implanted responsibility to take care of those that need taken care of, that we can take care of. That's part of it, yes. Sure. But I mean, there's plenty of pragmatic reasons.
I was going to say, that doesn't sound like a religious reason. It just sounds like you feel like this is a thing that is important, and thus you're going to do it. I don't understand how your view isn't any different than ours. That's what I'm struggling. Or if not...
Well, the origin of that view is different than yours, hopefully, unless you're a theist.
Sure. Or I was going to say, or worse, is it coming from the theistic viewpoint?
Right. So I just want to be clear, Randolph. So if your kid was cutting himself, you'd stop him from doing that, even though it was within his free will, right?
It's dangerous and destructive behavior against themselves. So yes, I would intervene. And as a parent, it would be my responsibility to do that.
Right, and I would agree with that. But I would view the wasting of a child's time to develop as a similarly destructive thing. So I thought we agreed on that. So then maybe not to the same degree, maybe not as palpably, but certainly it would be destructive behavior as well. So again, so if your children were destroying themselves, you would prevent that. So then I don't understand how that aligns with the belief that free will should reign supreme.
Once again, imposition of will is Tom's sense of morality. Both Randolph and me are situational ethicists, and so the morality...
So there's a situation in which your kid was cutting himself that it would be okay?
Okay, can you imagine a situation in which everyone on board dies say we're on a cruise ship and there's a crazy guy and he's like, this guy has to just cut their wrists or else everyone is on the board is going to die.
But then it wouldn't be destructive.
Saw? Have you ever seen Saw movies?
But then it wouldn't be ultimately destructive.
What do you mean ultimately destructive? You said give a situation in which someone has to cut themselves and then it leads to
give a situation in which ultimately you would not stop a child from doing something that was ultimately destructive to themselves.
Getting their ears pierced.
How is that ultimately destructive to themselves? There's a positive in self-expression and there's a negative in the physical cost, but that's not ultimately destructive. I mean something that's solely bad.
It's destructive to the earlobes, but okay, it's a minor example. So
solely bad. There's no positive upside to it. Your children are engaging in that sort of behavior. What situation would you allow?
Again, there's lots of situations
there are none.
We can make where something bad leads to a better outcome.
I'm saying ultimately destructive as in there's no better outcome. You know this. There's no Chinese farmer here. This is a hypothetical. No Chinese farmer situation. It is solely destructive behavior. In what situation would you let son of 8 years old engage in that behavior without restricting his free will?
Like Randolph said, you could go to a psychiatrist. You could start to bring on other people. You could start to figure out what's going on. I think you were just going over to an imposition of will, but I don't understand how that works if your morality comes from just some dude's will. Like, why do you think that it's immoral?
If the kid didn't want to go along with the psychological intervention, used to do so, then you get what I'm saying. They're not responsive to anything but force, and they're engaging in an ultimately destructive behavior. Do you believe then it's
cutting your wrists? Is it only bad because God said so, or is there some
not the
other
point
reason?
I'm making?
That's the point we're making. That you have our morality, and that you're just sharing.
I agree that there are plenty of reasons why cutting yourself is bad, other than God says not to do it.
Sure, they're the only reasons, because God saying not to do it is not a reason.
But do you get an ultimately destructive behavior, so no upside, no good whatsoever, and the kid will only respond to force. There's no alternative remediation to the behavior other than the use of force. You are not doing this to me. Give me the knife. Go to your room. Lock up. Right? That's the only way you got.
This is a kid who needs psychotherapy.
Okay, they're not responsive to psychotherapy. They refuse to go. They're kind of kicking and screaming. So you'd force them to go?
But I'm confused what your point is.
Would you force them to go, Randolph? I hope the answer is yes.
Yeah, they need psychotherapy, and it's not uncommon. And it's not uncommon for people who need therapy to resist it and reject it. So that's just part and parcel with it. So yeah.
Okay. So now we're in agreement. Free will doesn't reign supreme.
If they're doing something above it, if they're doing dangerous and destructive behavior, then yeah, some intervention is required.
So there's something above free will, and that's my entire point.
We don't believe in free will, and so you should have just talked that we were, a free will from the beginning, and we would have said that.
I don't mean free will as in your ability to choose. I mean treating people as if they have the ability to choose, not imposing your will over other people as being the top ethic.
That's generally when we assess things. We say, can they do this? Are they going to repeat it? What were their motivations behind it? What was the situation, as we've been talking about? Never, at not one point, do they ever ask, what does God think about this?
I have no problem with that whatsoever. What I did have a problem with was Randolph stating that the highest ethic should be the support of the freedom of every individual, no matter what.
I didn't say that was the highest ethic, but I said that was one I value greatly.
Okay, so is there one higher than that you value?
I told you I don't have a highest one. I've said this a number of times already in this conversation.
Okay, well, I mean that's fine. I'm not saying that that's. I'm not even going to state that that's something that's wrong necessarily, even from a Christian perspective, because God is multifaceted, right? So I guess I'm sorry. First, I'm being dislikable in this conversation. I do apologize for that.
It's okay. I could be a bitch sometimes.
No, you haven't been disrespectful. We're having a good conversation. I think it's a challenging conversation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just don't. Okay.
This is good. Yeah. This is actually, to me, if there's something in our discourse that's offensive to each other, that opens up to me an opportunity for progress in a very different way. That can be quite effective. And so I think we're touching on a lot of philosophical themes here, and a lot of because we're talking about ethics quite a lot, quite deeply here, and this is good. Ethics should be discussed more in public. People should be willing to be able to discuss ideas and disagree vehemently in various cases, and still be able to understand each other.
But I also find you may have to ask those questions very specifically to Tom, because he's a moral realist. He is someone who believes that there is a physics out there that explains morality. I think that, I think it has to do with biology and consciousness. I think it has to do with people that have will. But there are subjective elements to morality. We're always going to find them because we're subjective agents.
Right. Maybe I okay. So So I guess when someone says they're a subjectivist, what I typically they believe in an objective reality is specific to situations. What I take from they believe that morality is to the actor, right? And the actor can choose what.
I'll give you an example.
What isn't?
And I feel bad, Ballian, you are just a touch lagging. But I'll give you an example. Generally speaking, it's not good to throw a child. Okay, but what if you're being chased down?
No, obviously, right.
You know, the woods and a bear is after you. Is it okay to throw the kid over, into the water so he doesn't get eaten?
No,
Yeah.
right. So like if there is a justification in terms of keeping right, I get what you're saying, but what you're not saying though is that morality is subject or that a person can decide what is more solely based on their beliefs or whim or whatever. Like you believe in a reality that exists outside of the individual.
I don't think that morality is just completely subjective because I think we're talking about multiple agents. I think if you just have a agent or no agents, then there's no morality because you can say, who on an island of just themselves, there's no one to do any morality. You can't kill, you can't murder, rape.
Well, if you believe then that there is an objective morality, then I would just, subjective in that or situational, but objective. Then I would just ask you where you get where the foundations of that morality come from. Like, do you have a religion yourself? Not a religion, but like what axioms are based on? What beliefs is it based on?
This is what you really wanted to ask, I think, from the beginning, I suspect.
And I have two
Pretty
axioms
much, yeah.
that get me in trouble with theists, but I believe that consciousness is based in biology and in consciousness, that we are talking about biological conscience agents. Because if we were to change our biology, I think our morals would also change. So, for example, I find it immoral to cut someone's hand for stealing a loaf of bread because our biology does not grow the limb back. However, if we were like lizards and our hands grew back, maybe we would have a different view of it as a punishment.
Yeah, so for me, a big thing is the veil of ignorance. I find that not only is that useful in lawmaking and policy making, but it's also useful in trying to discern what my own actions are in the theme of ethics and morals. Am I making a decision that how is that going to impact other people? And I try to do this in a way that's going to get the best possible outcome for everybody. That's typically the approach I use. Now, the veil of ignorance isn't the only tool, but it's a major one for me.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm sorry.
So John Rawls is the author. JohnRawls is how his name is spelled. And if you look it up on YouTube, there's lots of 10-minute introductions to the veil of ignorance.
In essence, imagine that you were to build a society in which you would not know who you are. You wouldn't know your race, gender, color, your class, all of these things.
Oh, sure, I've heard this
build
before,
a
yeah.
society in which,
No matter where you're born, no matter how lucky you are, the society.
you're thriving in some way.
Or you could be thrown in with some disabilities. You could be thrown into society blind. You could be thrown in with some other kind of communication disorder, like Tourette's or something, that could make it very difficult for you. You could be there could be all kinds of different things, and you could be either sex. You could be poor. You could be rich. You could be a particular race. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Shoot. But we all would that like there is an ultimate good, right? And that there is like a better, as Nietzsche put it, there's an up and down, and therefore that sort of makes you guys like it makes you Christians without the metaphysical literal claims. in a way.
No, it doesn't make me a Christian. These I don't use. I don't draw from Christianity moral values. I've come up with these things on my own because I've never been a Christian. I've never been religious. I've been an atheist all my life.
I don't.
So when
it's like
along,
water and fish, man.
Somebody comes along and tells me I'm a Christian or I'm acting like a Christian, I have to reject it because I'm not acting like a Christian. I'm acting like myself. You got to understand. I am my own master. I don't.
No, I agree. No, I'm a better way to put it would both Christians and you are as the same thing. We're acting in the same way. You know, every man is a poor actor of his own ideals, or imitator of his own ideals. So not perfectly, but we're certainly. But so I guess I don't want to make the same mistake as saying we can claim you now. I want to say that like but I can't help but suspect that the commonality in terms of believing in like a man. Sorry.
So there are commonalities among all the different religions. One of the basic ones I find is belief in at least one deity, a goddess, a god, or a combination of them. There are a whole bunch of different ideals that are presented in them, but these ideals are not unique to religions. They also persist in societies that have never had religious influence. So to give credit to a religion for that is unfortunately not entirely correct. There are people that, like, you know, you and me, I think, like if we saw somebody on the side of the street who's injured, we would probably at least ask them, are you okay? Do you need us to call 911 for some help or something like that, and try to be helpful a little bit. I'm guessing that you would probably do the same thing, and I'm sure Amy would do this too, like what I just suggested.
And this is also where Jordan Peterson, like, he will make claims like we act like Christians. And I know that in their head, I know they're trying to say that in like a good way.
Yeah, it's the
Right, but you don't like you view Christian as pejorative.
It's the pattern matching in the brain saying, "Oh, you're doing the same things Christians do, so you're just a Christian and you just don't know it."
No, it's that it's not just that. It's not just the behavior. It's the deeper rationale for the behavior. So like you can call the rationale, you know, biologically instantiated reciprocal social behavior, right? And I think that gets, you can call it whatever you want, but we still hold that it's wrong to cause unnecessary suffering to individuals. That isn't a universal human claim, right? There are plenty of individuals throughout history and that took great pleasure and thought themselves completely justified in murdering countless people, right? So the fact that we agree on that means that, you know, we're both aiming in the same direction on that front. And similarly, I think if we went through most of your views, you'd find it would be more similarity than difference. The real difference would come literal, whether you literally believe in the same mythologies, which of course you don't, right? But at the same time, but on the other side, there would also be disagreement. I believe. Well, I thought I hit some disagreement in the Christian perspective, and TJump's perspective, in that he would just consider it amoral, without morality, and therefore neutral. Whereas a Christian to not do all the good that you could do, whereas Christianity would consider that completely amoral or immoral, like wrong, right? There's no concept of amoral in Christianity. You're either heading up or you're heading down. And I think that's borne out just in terms of like.
Can I just poke that just for at least like the very beginning half? Is eating a cheeseburger moral or immoral under Christianity?
Well, it depends on the effects on your health. I mean, like you could go all the way down the list of, like, if it's going to cause you health problems in the present or in the future, and there's no justification, like I would say ultimately under Christianity that would, because you're not doing the best that you could do in your situation. Now, there's always what you don't know, and I also don't think that this is something that would be like preached from the pulpit as like, you better not eat cheeseburgers. It's like there's there's an understanding in Christianity that no one's ever going to be perfect. So it's like if you're down to that level of seeking perfection as to like whether you eat a cheeseburger or not is like the biggest issue you have to deal with in your life, you're doing so well and you're so far and ahead above anyone else that like that, you know, that, but that's your personal struggle. That's not something you can then go and preach from a pulpit and use to denigrate people for eating cheeseburgers, right?
See, but I would also continue. I think it would be hard to find like a biblical passage that says thou shalt not eat the cheeseburger, or at least thou not eat the hamburger. I guess if you go back long enough, you shouldn't have cheese on meat. But
No, Amy, just
Well, it's
because
not
you can't
cheeseburger,
find a
Amy.
literal, just because you can't find a passage that says something doesn't mean that you can't take the principles that it does say and then apply them in a way to new circumstances. So
Sure.
I'm not saying that the Bible would literally have a problem, like a literal reading of the Bible would have a problem with that. What I am saying is that it's multiple steps, right? So like you have an injunction to behave in the best way that you can for yourself and others. Okay, what does that mean? Well, your health is certainly a component. Okay, so is a hamburger going to help or hurt your health? Well, if you're doing a processed bun and you're doing, you know, shitty meat and et cetera, well, it's probably not going to be great for you. Now, and you see what I'm saying? So like you can go into the morality of it very easily.
Interpretations. I think there are people that would say, you know what, it makes me feel good. It's cheap and it feeds my family, and you know these.
Well, if it's between that and not eating, obviously, right? But if it's between that and eating a kale salad that you can easily, like, you see what I'm saying?
Why not just take the Bible and all the books of the world and just try and gain knowledge from them? Why not just use that? And that's how we're going to learn about morality.
I mean, well, the average person doesn't have the time.
Sure, but I guess it's just we have to pick this one book as our moral guide, even though there's so much. As far as I can tell, we're ignoring the evil parts. We're just taking the good parts, but that's what we do with all the other books.
Listen, I'm not saying that there's nothing valuable. In fact, I believe there's like probably infinite amount of value or nearing it in terms of how humans should behave in most of those books. Like I'm not a Christian. Like I'm not one of these people that enjoys spending time disproving the other religions. Because I don't like, you know.
That's our job. I'm just teasing.
No, right, but I guess there's principles in these books that can be so helpful, I guess, to orient your life that and I've studied the Bible decently deeply, and I don't believe that that there hasn't been a an investigation of proper human morality on the atheist front that in any way approaches the Bible or the works, the derivative works on the Bible. I mean, you can't point to a philosopher in the Western tradition that didn't draw from the Bible in either critically or universally, right? So I mean, to you see what I'm saying? Like it's just so morality is so ingrained in it.
We need Christianity, and I would say it became that way because that is what the West has had for the past, 2,000 years. But there were times before that where it was the pantheon and it was the dominant culture of the ruling empire.
But do you believe these are interchangeable, the pantheon and a monotheistic religion? Like, do you not believe there's any difference?
I mean, the difference is just the age. We went from many super people to one super person.
Okay, so what do you think a pantheon is trying to metamorphize, like, or act as a metaphor? What is the meaning behind a pantheon?
So it's how we got lightning and how different natural disasters would occur. You even have like Loki, a trickster god. You have gods of fertility. Much similar to, not too far from the pantheon that is Catholicism. They have their saints, and those, in essence, do the same thing. And so, a monotheism came from polytheism, but it's not like monotheism is better. and polytheism. It's just different. It's just one guy instead of multiple guys or girls.
Yeah. I guess polytheistic perspective is basically creates a bunch of basically human personalities, you know,
Sure.
trying to each god represents a different.
Hey, I would even say
being.
Yahweh has a personality, and so he's a jealous god and all this other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, guys. I mean, what it sounds like you're doing to me is reducing these religions in complexity down to that intelligent 13-year-old atheist would criticize, and it just doesn't seem like a intelligent way to do it. I mean, I don't know. It's just me.
It's
This
okay.
guy LARPing.
Hunter? Well, no, I think he didn't have a rebuttal, and so he's like 13, tip fedora.
He's
What?
just like, everything I did was just a LARP. That's what he just said.
No, I mean, you're saying that there's no fundamental difference in meaning between a pantheon and a monotheism. Like that's like saying that's like saying Tolkien and Foucault were trying to get at the same thing.
No, it's like saying that Narnia and the Lord of the Rings aren't that dissimilar.
They're not, because they're actually monotheistic, both of them. Yes. What? I don't know, dude.
What? There are many gods. You do know there's.
They're
many
both
gods
based on the
within
biblical
Lord of the
corpus, like
Rings.
intrinsically. I don't know. I mean, the reason I did
Well,
Foucault
yeah,
is because he's
Narnia.
postmodernist and he has a completely subjectivist perspective, or almost completely subjectivist. He's obsessed with power, and Tolkien was basically trying to retell the Christian story using, you know, trolls and shit. Right? So it's like that's the
What?
level of difference
No.
between pantheons and.
I don't think you understand who Tolkien is. You mean Narnia? You mean C.S. Lewis?
Tolkien was Lord of the Rings.
Yes, and you think the Lord of the Rings is also Jesus?
I mean, one of the main characters literally battles the Balrog descending into the darkness and then resurrects 3 days later. So yeah, I think there might be some Christian alliteration there, but you tell me. I mean, you're the genius who can pick apart religion so easily.
Gandalf wasn't
it's
killed
like
on that.
I would like to see that. He's saying Gandalf.
He died
is
on the
Jesus.
mountaintop, dude. Did you not watch or listen or read anything?
Yeah, you do know in
read
mythic
it.
structure there has to be a resurrection, and that goes way before Christianity, right?
Yes.
Okay.
While descending into hell?
I mean, hell is not Christian. They took that from religions before it. What
Right.
is
Okay. So I understand.
Zoroastrianism?
But do you think that Tolkien was drawing inspiration from Marian about Marduk and Tiamat? Do you think he was maybe? Do you think maybe he was drawing inspiration from the Bible? Which do you think he was primarily looking?
I think he was gaining references from probably all of Western literature, and there's no association to think that he was rewriting the teachings of Jesus.
Okay, and what was the one book in the West for like 100 years?
What?
What book was the only book in the West for that was available to the public for like hundreds of years?
Is this the Bible? I don't know.
Oh wow! Ding ding ding! I mean, it's just like
that's an argument and a point of what? Okay. Anyway, did he leave or did he? Anyway, I don't.
Wow, that
understand
was
how theistic morality gets us
yeah.
any closer to moral answers.
Yeah, we had that was a that was a tough conversation, but it was good. I think overall everything is really good there. I this show we had some very long conversations. We usually have more shorter ones. What did you think about today, Taco and Amy?
It's a good show. I had a lot of fun. He was actually a nice guy up until the very end there. I'm sorry, Taco. You were.
Oh, I was just saying it was a good show. I agree, though. The last guy was kind of a dick. He was like, didn't you notice how he was like saying that we think that being a Christian is like an insult? He said it's a pejorative. Like he's like, I feel like he's just trying to push what he thinks onto us with some of what he was doing there, which was kind of weird.
I also think
Actually-
they look down. Oh no, I'll remember my point. What were you saying, Randy?
We get that a lot, Taco. I've noticed. Like, I get people will say, "Oh, you believe this. You believe everything comes from nothing." He wasn't saying that. A different person said that. But they have these preconceptions about the things that all atheists think and all atheists say, and all atheists believe and do. And the thing is, we are a diverse demographic, as Amy kept mentioning. Like, TJump has a different view on morality than she and I do, and so it's interesting. And you know what? There's that's the thing about morals and ethics is we have all this subjectivity that's part of it because there's so many different situations and people with different perspectives. But what I do find, like, it felt like he kept trying to push into the gray area, as I pointed out to him, and trying to elicit black and white answers for situations I couldn't give a black and white response to. And that's one of the problems with hypotheticals. It's really hard to say for certain what you're going to do.
And it just seemed like at the end of the day, we're doing our own morality. I don't understand whether objective or subjective from an atheist point of view. I don't understand where the God comes in. And yeah, I'm still in love. We weren't trying to straw man. I'm not trying to, the other thing about the Pantheon, like, I just got the feeling. Once again, these are feelings. But I just got the feeling that he was insulted that I was comparing the Pantheon to the monotheistic religions, because oftentimes the monotheistic religions, they look down at the Pantheon. They think it's inferior than the current model. And so how dare you? How can you possibly not see how sophisticated and complex that our monotheistic trinity is? But ultimately it's just a super guy. It went from like a person making lightning to a person making the universe. And so I guess the superpowers got an upgrade. But, Judaism comes from polytheistic roots. We know that he acknowledged other gods, other guys and other gods in the Torah. And so the transition, as I love that word, is apparent from Judaism to the monotheistic religions entirely.
I can't help but wonder if there's also I'm pretty sure there is aspects of the game of Chinese whispers, also known as the game of telephone, that messages get passed down and they change over time. So when you're talking about first it's a man doing this minor stuff to like creating something, then to creating the whole universe, like that's a huge step up. There were probably a number of improvements over time. So later was the world, and then later it was this and that, and then it gradually became everything. And it's just as science discovers more things, it seems that religion is quick to take credit for it, and very often by having to interpret scripture and whatnot and say this is what was really meant. Aha! Now we have science to show us. So the scripture is clear now, and it's just trying to bend it to fit what reality is now. And it's what people do. They want that to go well. So I think we've gone over time here. I see we've got one person waiting to talk, but we probably do need to close it down because it's been almost 5 hours. Are you two okay with us going maybe 5 more minutes with another guest?
Sure.
Hello, Saitama. How are you? Just to let you know, we've just got a few minutes here, but we did want to at least say hello.
Oh my God! One punch man got one punched. No.
Oh, gee, it was one of those silent questions. We got the silent treatment. We'll try again here. Hello again. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, so we've just got a few minutes, but what did you want to let us know?
Yes, sir. I think I have the most convincing argument for God that you've heard all day.
Oh, let's
I'll
hear
be
it.
quick about it. just a very simple argument. I'd characterize God as being just a necessary and immaterial mind that created the universe. So the argument is, if the universe is emergent, it's emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore it's emergent from a mind. And for premise one,
Could you, before you go on,
yeah.
I'm not going to accept premise one. I don't even understand why you think reality is from an emergent mind. You maybe go over that one?
I was just about to explain that. Yeah, so for premise one, I'm just looking at the nature of reality and making an abductive inference, which has a deductive form. So if all material reality can reduce to like math and properties and abstractions without any reference to a material substance, then I'm just saying it can better fit with an idealist worldview where material reality is just information contingent on a mind, instead of materialism, for example, which posits like an undetectable material substance that gives rise to like quantum fields or particles and somehow builds consciousness. All I'm saying is that we should stick with what we know exists, more parsimonious, which is consciousness and a material reality that reduces to information. So just shave off all mind-independent objects and just stick with what we know exists. If we look at the definition of God that I gave and reason abductively as to why that sort of theistic worldview is simpler, more parsimonious, and posits a less complex foundation, oftentimes, like if you try to reduce any form of materialism or naturalism to some non-conscious entity at the foundation of reality, I've heard different things like like a singularity or something like that. It's not going to be as simple because I'm going to be referring to a necessary being that's absolutely perfect, and by absolute perfection, I'm referring to perfect being theism, which only posits one fundamental property of absolute perfection. And by that, I just mean the core properties of perfection that entail all great making properties, like omnipotence, omniscience. And so God's attributes are derived from the fundamental property of absolute perfection, which is fundamentally simple. Like a sort of like naturalist or materialist position
Are you
lacks
almost
that
at your conclusion?
foundation. And that sort of the issue with that is that it entails an imperfect foundation to account for reality, which is what your view holds. That's what I'm critiquing. That means you have to entail
Before we go
physical
on,
reality.
can we just slow down for a second? Because there's no evidence of an absolute perfection. Let's put that on there. There's no evidence of a dualistic consciousness. There's no evidence so far that minds can exist outside of a body and a brain. And so there would be so far no good evidence to substantiate consciousness being necessary for any of the physical matter that at least exists in this universe.
Well, that's not true. Are you familiar with Hume's is-ought distinction?
Yes, it
Okay.
goes into great detail on why we can't make kind of that jump from a who to an ought. It's also one of the reasons why theistic morality sucks, and you can't really get anything
Okay.
because
Yeah.
God has the is-ought problem. There's no reason that we ought to believe this God for
Okay.
anything.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So the issue is if you accept the is-ought distinction, that's going to be a thing dealing with identity. So we're going to have to say that normative states can't be identical to descriptive states, which is the foundation for why there's an ontological distinction. So going back to your point about there being no evidence for the mind being separate from the body or not identical to the brain, I'd say it's not true, because if I can give an example of like a mental state, like a desire, for example, which is an intentional state, if I can give an example as to how intentional states are normative, then as you just agreed, if they're normative, then they wouldn't be identical to a descriptive state like a brain
Sure,
state.
thoughts and mental states, these come from matter and energy. These are things that exist in the material world, and we have no evidence for, once again, thoughts existing outside of a mind or brain.
I'm giving you a reason to believe they do.
I
Again, because
sure
if you
hope
take,
so.
yeah, this is the third time now. So if you take the is-ought distinction seriously, if you take it to be an ontological distinction, then if there is at least one mental state that is normative,
The
that is a
is-ought
normative
problem
state.
is
Oh,
about
okay, hold
morality.
on, I'm almost done. So it's about normative discourse and descriptive
No, it's
discourse.
about morality. It's that you can't
Yeah.
jump from saying something is
Okay.
moral or that
Okay.
we ought to do something.
Yeah,
You
and it's
actually
based on
critique
identity. It's based on
religion.
identity because they're talking about the cognitive, because Hume's talking about the cognitive nature of propositions. So he's talking about the identity of a normative state versus the identity of a descriptive state and saying that there's a gap because they can't be identical.
So why
I'm just
should we
extending
ought
that.
to do anything that this God
Okay.
says?
You're not listening to my argument. Again,
I'm
this is the
trying
fourth
to.
time. If I can show that a mental state is normative, like a desire, for example, which is an intentional state, has a predicate concept of action guiding built into it, then that means that it can't be identical with a brain state. So the way my brain is when I'm expressing a desire is never going to be identical to what ought to happen. And that's because that's the basis of this relativism, is saying that desires themselves are oughts. And so they can be related. I'm fine with granting
that ought to happen. That makes no sense.
I'm fine with granting that they're related. As you said, you can't have the mental states without the physical states. That's fine, but it doesn't follow from that they're identical. My whole contention is that they're not identical because mental states are normative. Again, brain states are descriptive. What's your response to that?
For my responses, that doesn't seem to be a problem in neurology. I think that you are making it up. Saying that something's not identical has nothing to do with neurobiology. It has nothing to do with the is-ought problem. And so I wish you could explain why we ought to do anything this God says.
I have
hold
a
on.
different
That's not again. That's not my argument.
and that's I'm a nominalist, right? So your argument seems to be indistinguishable from imagination.
But you said you're a what? I didn't hear what you said.
I'm a nominalist, right? So I don't believe anything actually reduces down to math.
Okay. Again, we're talking about normative states. Do you take it that
part of your argument, dude, you like gish gallop through like 8 different arguments to get to where you're getting, and I'm saying I'm a nominalist, so like a lot of what you're saying there appears to be just imagination.
That's fine, but you'd have to also you'd have to reduce it, because there's not only a semantic thesis encompassing what I'm talking about, there's also an alethic thesis when we're talking about mental states being normative. It's going to be the case that, which I think on your view, if you're claiming you're a nominalist, you'd have to reduce this down to a form of modal limitativism, which isn't going to be virtuous, because when we talk about there being a possible world where there's a set of normative facts in the actual world, which in this case would be the mental states that I'm arguing for, and then a set
Are
of
you
facts
trying to
in a
explain
possible
to me
world.
why I can't reject your position with nominalism? Because
I'm
that doesn't
explaining to
follow.
you an entailment of your view and demonstrating a reductio on it to show that it's absurd. So again, you're saying that you're nominalist.
Saying that I'm a nominalist shows your position as absurd, though, right?
Yeah,
That's why I said
that entails that there's no modal accessibility with regards to mental states. The issue with that is that you wouldn't be able to give an analysis of any subjunctive conditionals, because if you reduce your position to modal limitativism, you wouldn't have any accessibility relation that would allow for you to have epistemic access.
Are you saying that you can't come up with any probabilities for anything mental state
you're
related?
a beautiful slow boy and you don't understand philosophy.
I'm asking for clarification. Are you saying that you don't
listening? You're not listening. You're just waiting to respond. Can you repeat what I said?
All right, I asked for clarification and he did that. I removed him from the stage. I have to go anyways.
What's fun?
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was about to do that.
I don't know. It just sounds like the normal precept stuff, which is I just assume it, and therefore it is.
Yeah, I guess he wanted to talk a bit there.
I addressed his point directly, and he just like called me a slow boy, so I removed him.
We have another person who wants to come up. We'll give a few minutes. Danielbang. Hello, Danielbang. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Your volume's a little low.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna switch mics.
No problem. So Danielbang's been putting the raise hand function up quite a few times here. So.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it better?
It's a little bit. Yeah, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So I was wondering, in what way are you actually like qualified to talk about this debate?
We're all atheists.
The same reason that people who haven't joined religion are qualified to join religion.
No, I mean, why do you think people should talk to you about atheism? Are you like, do you have some degree, or are you?
There are atheism is. I run an organization called Canadian Atheists. So, but I don't look at that as a qualification. What qualifies me to talk about atheism is that I know some things about it. I am an atheist myself. I always have been. I engage in debates about it sometimes, and I'm not the only person who would be the right person to talk to about it, though, because the most important thing to keep in mind about the atheism demographic is that there is tremendous diversity throughout the world. So you'll have a lot of different perspectives on what it's like to be an atheist. Some people used to be part of religions and others did not. And so you've got this kind of thing going on in the atheism demographic as well, where you'll find this kind of difference. But what you'll find, the underlying thing that is present with all atheists all across the board, is just not believing in any goddesses or gods. The rest of the stuff varies. All the other opinions are not necessarily influenced by atheism. Do you have some perspectives on atheism you'd like to share?
Yeah, I would say obviously atheism is false. And I was wondering, do you have any positive arguments for the truthfulness of atheism?
So atheism is not a proposition, so it's not something that can be assessed as true or false. It's a classification of just not believing in deities. So the only far as you could go with that would be to say, if somebody's telling you they're an atheist when they're not, or saying they're not an atheist when they are, then in that case, the assertion that they're making would be false. But that doesn't make atheism itself false. Atheism just is. It's a fact that there are people who don't believe in any deities.
Danielbang,
But now there are some people who do pose atheism as a proposition, like they call it strong atheism, or they call it anti-theism, and they're holding an actual position that there are no deities. So if you're wanting some evidence of that, I'm probably the wrong person to talk to. I dismissed the Christian God for certain reasons, but I don't really get into that too much. Amy, did you have some thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, I just want to know, does everything that exists have a cause?
No.
All right, then let's talk about why we disagree. Why do you think there are things that don't have a cause?
Because I believe in divine revelation.
Divine revelation, as in God showed themselves to you?
No.
Okay, what's divine revelation? It was in a book?
He revealed himself in history.
In history. Is the Christian one?
Yes.
And you know this because the Bible said so?
No.
No, it was revealed in the Bible?
In the Bible and church tradition.
And how would we know if it was wrong?
We analyze the worldview and compare it to the other ones and see which one's the most coherent.
All right. What is coherent about a guy after 72 hours coming back from the dead?
Coherent means there is no logical contradictions within it. So that would be just a thing that God can do. It wouldn't be a logical impossibility, so that wouldn't be incoherent. So something incoherent would be something that contradicts itself, like
we were
I
just
would say
talking to a
naturalism.
gentleman who, I'm sorry, I get excited. Were you finished? I don't want to.
Yeah.
We were talking to a gentleman who believes that over a magical creature was able to fly and a prophet was able to cut the moon. Do you believe that happened?
Cut it in half.
Cut it in half.
No, I only believe the Christian miracle.
Is there a contradiction? Is it impossible?
No, not everything that doesn't have a contradiction doesn't mean that it's true. I speak of a worldview as a whole, not of singular claims.
But can't they just say the same thing of you? Can't they just say, well, it says so in our holy book and we have a coherent worldview?
It's not about saying you have a coherent worldview, it's actually demonstrating how you can account for the transcendental things that are necessary for knowledge. And if your worldview like if you, I don't know if you're a naturalist, is self-destructive, then you don't even get to that level of explaining anything.
Being a naturalist is self-destructive?
Yeah.
That is weird. We must have polar opposites of what we think is. See, I think theology is destructive, at least a larger level. Maybe not individually. Actually, sometimes individually. But, so yeah, we need to suss that out.
When it, self-destructive, I mean that it destroys itself, the worldview. So the worldview wouldn't be possible if it was true. So it can't be true. It's like having a worldview where you say truth doesn't exist or something, and that's itself a truth claim, so it can't be true.
Sound like naturalism.
No, I'm making an example. I can demonstrate how that's similar to naturalism.
Okay, how?
Okay, would you say that naturalism leads to determinism?
I think it can.
Is there an alternative?
Sure. It could be that there are true elements of randomness that that are going off within the universe. It could be that everything is just completely deterministic. But I don't understand how something being determined, which is what I lean towards anyway, it'd be self-destructive.
But the thing that's determined is not self-destructive. The worldview is self-destructive because if you think that everything, all of your beliefs are just determined, then it's like you're being controlled by the evil demon of Descartes. So
And
you have no
it would
actual
be
reason
terrible to be controlled by a being who we would know.
So that would make knowledge impossible.
A deterministic reality? I don't see how that makes knowledge impossible. In fact, all it sounds like is if a deterministic universe happens, that I don't like it.
If there was a deterministic universe, you could predict the future, which would make knowledge of the future possible.
Yeah.
If all your thoughts are determined, then you cannot influence anything in your head. So all your beliefs, you didn't actually rationally come to them. They're
Can we
just determined.
predict things about the universe that exist independently of our mind?
No.
So, like, if you drop a
true,
ball, you can't predict that it'll fall to the ground?
if naturalism true, you couldn't know that.
That would literally be knowable because you could repeat it if naturalism was true.
Yes, but the belief that the ball will fall is also just a belief that was determined in your head.
That has nothing.
If naturalism
that
is
has
true,
nothing to do with anything.
imagine there is like an evil scientist and he's like controlling your brain, and then he's like making you think that the ball is gonna fall, but you're actually like in space or something and the ball isn't gonna fall, but you believe it's gonna fall. Is that belief justified if you believe it's gonna fall even though the scientist is causing you to have that belief?
I wasn't even listening because the last thing you asked me was pretty dumb. I pretty much disengaged. Somebody else. I didn't mean to jump in. It's just he did the dumb. Never mind.
But I mean, physics doesn't happen because of our agency. Like, it is a deterministic force. It does seem that the universe, as far as I can tell, is deterministic. Therefore, we need to put on our big girl and boy pants and just deal with it.
If your brain is also just physics, then that's the same as true for your brain. So all your beliefs, everything is determined, and therefore you cannot know anything.
No. Everything is determined, therefore we can make predictions and we can know things, just like Taco was saying. I don't understand where the not knowing anything.
We got to close down in a few minutes. So we need to finish this up. We can continue next month, but go ahead.
Can a character in a video game predict the future?
Can a character in a video game predict the future? I guess if they're a program, they could do some algorithms that could possibly predict the future. But that's just going on to,
The
whether
character
AI
wouldn't
is
predict the future.
conscious and all that. Well,
The character wouldn't predict the future. It would be just code. It would
can
just
I
do
ask you
what it's programmed to do.
what's your definition of intelligence?
Definition of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
I would say being able to conceptualize metaphysical categories.
See, and I'd say one of, at least they teach you in AI, it's being able to predict the future. Being able to have certain inputs that have already been there and being able to correctly respond to outputs, almost as it's saying that I went down this maze, I've done it a few times, I know actually how to get out it and get out of it quick. I can predict the future.
Okay, with that, I think we need to wrap up. Danielbang, did you have something final you wanted to finish with for another 30 seconds?
No, not really.
Good conversation. We'll have more.
Thanks for joining us. Feel free to come back again. And Amy, did you have any final thoughts on today's program?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be convinced tonight, Randolph, but I thought it was a bunch of good conversations. We're often looking for the whom or not the whom. In fact, if you're asking the whom, it's often what questions. Jesus, I do not believe, even thought that he was actually God, and it seems the retconning came from him or his supporters saying he resurrected. Morality, it's tough. You have to suss it out, but it's only thing that agents with will do. And so I think theism kind of naturally disaligns it. I hope the precept joins. They never identify themselves as precept, but again, that's always interesting because they try and deal with necessaries. I don't know if there is a ultimate necessary. And Dan, it was a good conversation. Yeah, it sucks. Determinism. It might. Everything we are about to do may have already been decided. However, we act as if we are agents. And so that's the only thing that we can do. But I do know that Taco and Randolph were a fantastic host as always. And you should subscribe to TJump and Randolph's channel. And yeah, love you all. Send love to live chat and everybody.
Thank you. Hey, Taco, you got something to share quickly before we go?
Yeah. I don't know how you can present something irrefutable that supports determinism like that, and then they just deny it to your face. I just don't understand people, right? Like, I feel like the dishonesty is starting to grow, and I don't know how to combat it. It's like they're being dishonest with themselves, right? And then when they're talking, like he said, knowledge was not possible in a naturalistic world. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. It's deterministic. Are you nuts? You can predict shit. That's insane. Absolutely insane to say. Like, how are they that it's so common now. Like the debate that I'm setting up a debate, and I have had 2 Muslim opponents challenge me to this, whether it's more likely Muhammad took shrooms or spoke to an angel, and one of them ghosted me, and the other one sent me this whole message saying he has his faith and I have mine. Dude was terrified because he knows he's going to lose a debate, right? But I've been talking about that with lots of people, trying to understand how to debate about the topic because it's not really talked about topic, right? And the intellectual dishonesty is so insane. We need to find a way to work through that, like punch through the dishonesty, right? Non-physically, but verbally.
Yeah. Pushing back against it is very important, and some people, I think, definitely there's a significant portion who are being dishonest, but intentionally. But then I think there's others who've been convinced that this stuff is correct, and they're not intending to be dishonest. They're just repeating it, which kind of makes it even more challenging to push back against. So that's kind of why I always start off with a kind of a gentle approach to these things, because sometimes I do find that that's the case with people. They've just been convinced, and then once we kind of examine the reasoning behind it, and I think Amy probably runs into this more than I do. Once you've gotten into the reasons for justifying those positions, then they start to kind of fall apart, or people start embracing doubt at least a little bit. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. We are out of time here. We've gone an hour and 11 minutes over what we would normally do. Actually, should add 5 to that. We started a little late today. I really appreciate everyone for tuning in and listening. We all do. Amy and Taco, thank you very much for sticking around to the end here, and everybody else who regulars couldn't make it. If you want to find out more about the Atheist Helpline, our official website is at www.theisthelpline.com. Sorry, I said Atheist Helpline earlier. Theist Helpline. Our sponsors are the Politics Discord, which provides us with this wonderful stage with a great audience, and they're at www.discord.gg/politics, and that's linked to from our website as well. And then also the Canadian Atheists at canadianatheists.ca, which is also linked from the website. So we appreciate everybody. Thank you, and we'll try to talk to you again next month as per the schedule, which you can find on our website. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.